6:30 de la mañana, put intro, ¿no? ¿Cómo están? Muy buenos días, feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente inicio de semana. Bienvenidos a otro episodio del Casino del Tío Saro. Ya saben que ahorita, en unos minutos, vamos a estar analizando los mercados, viendo cómo van los bitcoins, viendo cómo van los Nvidias, viendo cómo van los Teslas, para poder traerles algunas ideas de trade, como de que no. Y también ahorita, ya puedo prender esta. Ahorita les voy a poder platicar, ¿cómo se dice? Me le bajo el brillo a esta mamada. Ahorita les voy a poder platicar de mi trade de fin de semana que se los dejé el viernes para poder refrescarles un poco cómo funciona ese sistema que funciona. Entonces, se los quiero poner enfrente, pero la idea, no el nepe, porque si no me voy a la cárcel. Ya saben cómo funciona esto. Ahorita vamos a empezar. Vamos a platicar también de cuándo viene la gran impresión de dinero. Todo el mundo está muy emocionado por ende. Vamos a platicar de ello, pero antes tengo que decirles rápidamente, para toda la gente que me comenta y me dice todo el tiempo, antes que nada, muchísimas gracias por comentar y por estar aquí todos los días con nosotros, pero para toda la gente que me dice, güey, te ves bien acabado y viejo, muchísimas gracias y es correcto, estoy viejo, estoy acabado y gracias al cielo no les estoy enseñando nada de moda, ni tampoco de cómo cuidarse la cara, ni de cómo verse mejor, para nada. Si ni siquiera les puedo enseñar nada que tiene que ver con el sistema monetario ni cómo funcionan las cosas, no me voy a meter en cosas que no soy experto en, sobre todo cuando lo pueden ver. Así que gracias por los comentarios. Si lo quieren seguir dejando, pues está bien, se vale, es válido. Entiendo perfectamente cuando me veo en las pantallas, es horrible, así que lo comprendo por completo. Vamos a empezar rápido con cuándo viene la gran impresión de dinero. Esta es la cosa más en la boca de todo el mundo. No entiendo por qué. Bueno, sí entiendo por qué, psicológicamente lo que les han hecho, pero vamos a analizarlo esto. Normalmente la economía, vamos a empezar con explicando el proceso de inflación, no de inflación, de inflación como tal, pero vamos a empezar el proceso de expansión monetaria de cuando imprimen dinero. ¿Qué es lo que ocurre todo el tiempo en el sistema financiero? En el sistema financiero tenemos varias cosas que ocurren, ¿no? Tenemos expansión de dinero, que le dan dinero a todo el mundo, y después tienes la contracción de ese dinero para después entrar en otra expansión. No, es el imprime, deja que se seque, imprime, deja que se seque. Es como funciona esto y tiene que funcionar todo el tiempo para poder completar una cosa, el sistema financiero que busca todo el tiempo. Muchos dirán, ¿por qué no nada más podemos ir en un ciclo que va para arriba? Porque la idea de esto es crear mayor polaridad en la sociedad, que exista gente con muchísimo dinero y gente con nada. De eso es el primer objetivo. El segundo objetivo también es poder crear la ilusión de que el dinero no es infinito, que el dinero se acaba, ¿no? Esa es la gran idea. Y para mucha gente este concepto es muy difícil de entretener en su cabeza porque creen que pues si todo el mundo tuviera todo, crearía inflación, pero no funciona así. Lo que estoy diciendo es, tienes que hacer que la gente crea que el dinero es finito, que es muy difícil obtenerlo, que hay mucha gente pobre para que puedas seguir siendo un esclavo de la sociedad y sigas trabajando todo el tiempo y poniendo dinero y todas las cosas que todo el mundo te dice que valen más enfrente de todos. Entonces, muy importante saber esto. Literalmente, todo el dinero que se imprime para dar incentivos de coches, puedes imprimirlo para darle de comer a la gente en lugares diferentes y puedes hacer diferentes cosas que valgan más la pena, pero eso eliminaría el que todo el mundo fuera esclavo, todo el mundo sería creativo y eso nos llevaría a un excelente lugar en el planeta que no es donde quieren que vayamos, ¿ok? Entonces, es lo que es. Ahora, antes del 2020, no existía la idea ni tampoco la gente esperando a que imprimieran dinero. La razón por la que todo el mundo en este momento está esperando a que impriman dinero es porque todo el mundo está en la mierda, porque nadie tiene dinero y también por avaricia. Hay mucha gente que y esto es parte de lo que te enseña el sistema como tal. Lo que quiere enseñarte el sistema es, y lo que quiere hacerte es una persona que solamente busque afuera, que solamente busque el dinero y que ese dinero sea todo lo que importa en el planeta, ¿no? La avaricia. Y lo mejor de todo es, en este nuevo sistema que les están inyectando en la cabeza a todos ustedes, a todos nosotros en realidad, lo que quieren que pienses es que si no te haces rico rápido, estás contra el tiempo y tu vida vale verga. Y esto es algo que todos tienen muy presente en la cabeza. Nunca en mi vida, y les digo, tengo 40 años, voy a cumplir 41 en menos de un mes, Nunca en mi vida había visto a gente pidiendo limosna del gobierno como lo estamos viendo hoy. Nunca en mi vida había visto eso de tienen que imprimir dinero y tener a toda la gente así como loca esperando a que lo hagan, porque es lo que es limosna del gobierno y todos están pidiendo que les den su limosna para diferentes cosas. No tiene que ser que estés en la calle pidiendo encuerado, haciendo malabares o con las nalgas de Jennifer López, ¿no? Para que te den dinero para que vivas, pero estás pidiendo dinero para poder cumplir tu requisito de ser un imbécil y caer en el truco de tienes que hacerte rico de la noche a la mañana. Que por cierto, la gente que se hace rica de la noche a la mañana y se los puede dar, por ejemplo, es cuando peor, cuando te encuentras con la realidad del dinero y el gran chiste de la vida de, uy, esto no es lo que yo pensaba que iba a resolver, ¿no? Esto no es lo que yo creía que me iba a dar, ¿no? Todos estos beneficios que todo el mundo habla de. Claro que tiene sus buenos momentos, etcétera, pero definitivamente no es la respuesta. Ahora, en lo que nos han puesto a todos con esta mentalidad de limosnero digital, porque es lo que todo el mundo que pide que impriman dinero es lo que es, un limosnero digital. ¿Necesito yo que impriman dinero para algo? No. ¿Me importa si me van a mandar un cheque a mi casa de $1,200 o? No, absolutamente no. Quiero que aumente. No me importa nada de eso. No necesito que el gobierno me mande un chequecito de limosna para poder darme la oportunidad de ser millonario. Pero hay mucha gente que sí, y ese es donde todo el mundo está en esa mentalidad en este momento. Y ahora, esto es algo que han inculcado a través de comportamiento, bueno, a través de influencias sobre comportamiento, como en el 2020. En el 2020, cuando imprimieron toda la cantidad de dinero que imprimieron, nadie sabía, por la mayor en generalidades hablando, la mayor parte de la gente no sabía que podían imprimir dinero así, sabía que les podían mandar cheques, sabía que podían mandarles cheques a toda la gente en sus empresas, etcétera. Pero tienen que entender que lo que pasó en ese entonces fue un problema gigantesco. Bueno, creado por ellos o no, pero nos encerraron y no nos dejaron trabajar a muchos de nosotros por 3 meses mínimo, ¿no? Entonces algo tenían que hacer. La razón por la que imprimieron en el 2020 esa cantidad de dinero es porque Estados Unidos activamente ha estado secando el mercado de dólares. Esto se está repitiendo ahorita. ¿Ok? Esto es muy importante que lo entiendan. Esto se está repitiendo ahorita. En el 2019, si veías todas las tablas, podías ver ceros de volatilidad en lo que son bonos, en el dólar, todos estos movimientos gigantescos. No mames, este long que traigo está pegando cabrón. Estos movimientos estaban durísimos en ese entonces, en todo lo que era Forex. Lo podías ver en las tablas y decías, güey, algo está pasando. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Hubo una shortage of liquidity, había poca liquidez en el mercado de dólares. ¿Por qué? Porque todos los bancos, y ahora van a ver si escuchan algo que han estado escuchando últimamente, pero con mal puesto en contexto para ustedes. Los bancos en ese entonces, que estaban, bueno, en Estados Unidos estaban retirando liquidez. ¿Qué estaban haciendo los bancos centrales de todo el mundo? Y esto lo han escuchado últimamente nada más, no antes, porque a nadie le importaba nada de esto antes, y eso los hacía todavía mejores en invertir honestamente, que ahora que escuchan las noticias es lo peor que puedes escuchar, es literalmente como anti-invertir. Lo que escuchaban en las noticias lo que no escuchaban en las noticias en ese entonces que escuchan hoy es todos los países estaban vendiendo sus cupones de dólares para tener oro. Esto empezó en el 2009, se aceleró en el 2011, 2012, pero es lo que ocurrió. Todo ese tiempo en lo que los países estaban deshaciéndose de sus cupones de dólares, estaban comprando oro. La razón por qué, lo hemos dicho mil veces, Estados Unidos cambió su sistema financiero en el pasado para poder hacer que toda la deuda de Estados Unidos le pertenezca a Estados Unidos y así nosotros ser custodios de nuestras propias deudas y también ser nuestros propios managers a pagar, ¿ok? Entonces, viene esto, ocurre una crisis de liquidez del dólar, ¿no? Que es la teoría de la malteada del dólar. Si no lo han buscado, búsquenlo. Es la falta de dólares en el sistema. ¿Y qué es lo que ocurre? Milagrosamente, de la mano, de la nada, ¿eh? Es lo más cabrón de todo. Ocurre que existe una pandemia y por ende tienen que imprimir miles de millones, de millones, de millones de dólares. O sea, trillones de dólares es lo que ocurre en el 2020. Una casualidad gigantesca para poder arreglar el sistema. Vuelves a regresar todos estos dólares a todos lados, los dólares fluyen por todo el mundo, se van a todos lados, creas inflación por la cantidad de dólares que creaste y acostumbras a la gente a esto. Vimos números estúpidos en todo lo que es cripto, vimos números estúpidos en todo lo que son acciones, hemos visto números estúpidos en todo, ¿no? Subir por esto. Entonces, lo que la gente asocia con la limosna digital de imprimir dinero es que todo sube. A la gente le tomó más trabajo entender, esto les costó muchísimo trabajo y todavía no lo entienden, que los precios cuándo suben y cuándo no. Es algo de lo que yo les he dicho mucho, por muchísimo tiempo y de lo que más ya cagados los tengo a todos ustedes, que es, vinieron los aranceles y te prometieron inflación, pero no vino la inflación. ¿Cómo es eso posible? El gobierno se está gastando no sé cuánto dinero, pero no hay inflación. Estamos viendo recortes en precios de todo. Ya que todo el mundo se preocupa por algo, tienes que entender que normalmente va al otro lado, porque por eso los tienen informados. Por eso diario les cuentan la posibilidad de imprimir más dinero, ¿no? Porque lo que quieren es que todos ustedes piensen como que lo que pasó en el 2020 se va a volver a repetir. Y es lo que han logrado. Si vas a X, todo el mundo está diciendo lo mismo. La masa monetaria, bla, 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 bla. No entienden ni puta idea. No tienen ni puta idea de lo que están hablando todas estas cuentas. No les estoy diciendo que yo sí, pero definitivamente ellos no tienen idea de lo que están hablando. Y es a lo que la mayoría de la gente está escuchando. Y me parece que la mayoría de estas cosas que están escuchando ustedes, para ser completamente franco, es literalmente bots. No creo que sean personas de verdad. Simplemente así, puesto derecho sin más pedos. No, no hay manera que esa estupidez sea tan grande en todo. No, no hay manera. Les tengo más fe, nos tengo más fe a nosotros los humanos de lo que estoy viendo en todos esos lugares. Es lo que estoy diciendo. Entonces, nos acostumbran a todos, ahorita a corto plazo, a pensar que lo que es inflación, impresión de dinero, va a traer una gran cantidad de beneficios. Pero si se ponen a pensar, ¿por qué la gente quiere que impriman dinero en este momento? Y quiero que entiendan esto, porque ya los educaron rápidamente en este momento a que cuando les van a mandar dinero, todas las cosas suben. No, están de acuerdo, pero lo que no le preocupa a nadie es la inflación. Porque, güey, yo lo que quiero es dinero para volverme rico de la noche a la mañana. Bien, entonces ahora todo el mundo trae esta idea tan pendeja de que van a imprimir dinero ahorita para poder continuar haciendo lo que hicieron en el 2020. ¿Ok? Y quiero que entiendan, en el 2008 imprimieron dinero en el 2009, ¿no? Y no tuvo un efecto en la economía hasta el 2012. Se estabilizó todo y empezó a subir. Para que tengan una idea, 3 años. Esto es normalmente lo que pasa cuando no imprimes más de una tercera parte de todo el dinero que ya existe una vez más enfrente de todo el mundo. ¿Por qué les digo esto? Ahorita todo el mundo está esperando. Aquí, para empezar, la narrativa es, tenemos una inflación que no se está yendo a ningún lado y va a seguir creciendo. Aunque voltees y veas descuentos en todos lados, tienes que seguir lo que te están diciendo, ¿no? Pero al mismo tiempo te dicen que van a imprimir dinero. No, ¿cómo tiene eso sentido? No tiene sentido alguno. Lo que están haciendo es literalmente dándole de comer a todos para chingárselos. Lo que están haciendo es dándote la idea de que van a crear más inflación para que creas que todo va a continuar subiendo, para que creas y pongas todo tu dinero en el mercado ahorita y compres todos los topes de todo. Ese es el interés que tienen. Por eso te cuentan que va a haber inflación. Por eso te dicen que cuando el presidente Trump es el presidente, no hay manera que la bolsa baje y lo primero que hace es bajar. Por eso ahorita te están diciendo que lo único que puede hacer la bolsa es continuar subiendo porque la masa monetaria y la verga, cuando todo esto está bajando. Van a imprimir dinero ahorita, no tienen por qué. Aparte de ustedes tomar decisión, no todos ustedes, pero la gente tomando decisiones de la verga y no tener un centavo a su nombre en este momento y endeudarse hasta la boca, que es lo que han hecho estos tíos a propósito para que crean que esto va a pasar otra vez y eso los va a sacar de estas deudas. Ese no es el plan. El plan literalmente es destruir la mayor cantidad de dinero que existe en el planeta en este momento. Es como siguen, es como el universo, se contrae, se expande, se contrae, se expande. Lo mismo ocurre con el sistema monetario. Y ahorita que los acostumbraron a todos a ver un lado y los están llevando a ese, lo más probable es que lo contrario pase. Les voy a dar los escenarios para que ustedes los tengan y esto es literalmente lo que pasaría. Si ahorita imprimen dinero por alguna razón, tienen que darnos la razón. La última vez que imprimieron dinero fue el 2020, hubo una pandemia. La vez de antes que imprimieron dinero para darle a la gente fue el 2008, la gran crisis financiera de toda la historia. ¿Por qué vergas te van a dar dinero ahorita si no hay nada pasando de acuerdo a todos ustedes? Porque el mercado debería de ser alcista. ¿Alguien sabe? Entonces, esto es lo primero que tienen que pensar es por qué nos deberían de dar dinero en este momento, aparte de que yo quiero hacerme millonario de la noche a la mañana. ¿Por qué tengo que recibir esta limosna digital en este momento? Si no hay una pandemia, no hay una gran crisis financiera, la inflación está bajando, ¿por qué tienen que imprimir dinero? Es lo primero que te tienes que preguntar. Dos, si fueran a imprimir dinero en este momento, la misma gente que tiene mucho dinero devaluaría su propio dinero y no crearía más riqueza, porque solamente imprimir dinero por imprimir dinero para dar a la gente un cheque de $1,200 no crea inflación. Esto se los he dicho mil veces. En el 2007 nos dieron cheques de 700, $750 y no creó inflación. En el 2020 lo que creó inflación fue que nos dieron a los dueños de negocios millones de dólares. Entonces, esas personas pusieron todo su dinero a trabajar otra vez y eso fue lo que hizo millones de dólares. No Pepito que fue a comprarse un reloj instantáneamente o que compró un coche que no le alcanzaba para tener. No, no, no. Pero eso también ayudó a los resultados de las empresas. ¿Ok? Entonces, en este momento, la gente está diciendo que va a venir otro putazo de inflación, que la Reserva Federal va a imprimir más dinero por alguna razón o por otra. Puedes tomar eso ahorita. Lo que pasaría si llega a ocurrir esto en estos momentos es la bolsa continuaría para arriba, ¿no? Básicamente la inflación explotaría otra vez a la alza como lo que viste en el 2020, pero esto tiene que ver con cheques gigantescos. Si te dan un cheque de $1,200, $2,000 o un rebate de eso, no va a crear inflación. Esa sería la trampa final para que caigas en la idea de que esto va a reventar a la alza. ¿Ok? A menos de que a las empresas les den millones y millones de dólares por no hacer nada, aunque sigan haciendo cosas, no puede llegar al mismo nivel de inflación. Ahora, eso es el primer escenario, ¿no? Donde imprimen más dinero, no vas a tener la inflación que viste antes, a menos de que impriman millones y millones para darle a empresarios. Y con eso verías la bolsa subir, los precios de todo subir, lo mismo que viste en el 2020. Pero les tengo que dar el siguiente escenario. Lo que está ocurriendo en este momento y que la Reserva Federal les está diciendo y que los tiene todos listos, que van a comprar más bonos del tesoro, que ellos mismos van a imprimir para comprar más de su dinero, se llama eso, una expansión de la balanza de la Reserva Federal. La Reserva Federal no tiene que expandir su balanza esta vez, no tienen ellos que imprimir dinero. Lo que están esperando es para las empresas como Amazon, Tesla, Google, Meta, etcétera, que impriman su propio dinero. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienes que tener antes de eso? Deflación. ¿Por qué? Porque antes de poder expandir, tienes que destruir. Entonces, en este momento tenemos que destruir todo el dinero que queda todavía y el valor que queda todavía, estando ya en el peor escenario que hemos visto en inmobiliario, en todo lo que se refiere a la industria de los coches, restaurantes, negocios chicos y medianos y las bancarrotas más grandes de toda la historia en un año en negocios grandes en Estados Unidos. Estamos ante eso, en lo que todo el mundo está diciendo que viene más inflación. Entonces, a mi gusto, lo que tienes que ver es una destrucción monetaria antes de ver la expansión. Y la expansión esta vez va a venir stealth, no la vas a ver, va a venir camuflajeada. Y esta expansión va a venir a cargo de las empresas. Entonces, sí va a haber una expansión monetaria. Y esta expansión monetaria se va a dar probablemente en 1 a 2 años. La cosa es, y lo que tienen que entender es, en lo que la Reserva Federal acaba de hacer su quantitative tightening, que quiere decir que ellos van a empezar a comprar su propia deuda. Te lo están anunciando. Lo que va a pasar es van a dejar de comprar, ellos van a continuar comprando deuda a cierto punto. Y lo que va a ocurrir es las empresas americanas, en vez de, y los bancos, en vez de dar préstamos y gastar en research and development, todos estos, lo que van a hacer es ahorrar para comprar bonos para ellos poder emitir su propia moneda. Y efectivamente eso crea un credit crunch. Eso quiere decir que no le van a dar préstamos a nadie. Entonces, aquí viene el truco. Lo que vas a ver son los intereses bajar el próximo verano, pero nadie va a poder sacar un préstamo. Y eso debería ser más o menos por el final de lo peor financieramente hablando. Y ahora, tienes que darte hasta el final del 2026 en esto. No estoy diciendo, yo no estoy cambiando lo que les dije. Yo lo que les dije continúa y está enfrente de nosotros. Lo que les estoy diciendo es, lo peor de lo peor tiene que ocurrir entre el verano que sigue y el fin del año del 2026. Eso tiene que ser. La bolsa, recuerda, cuando toca lo peor de lo peor la economía, no es cuando rebota, es antes. Es algo que tenemos que tener en mente. Pero tenemos que ver cuánto tiempo va a tomar esto. Entonces, dos topas, ¿no? Va a haber inflación ahorita porque tienen que imprimir un chingo de dinero por nada, que no tiene sentido alguno. De nuevo, 2008 fue la gran crisis financiera mundial. En el 2020 nos dieron la idea de COVID. Continúa habiendo una sacada de dólares del sistema, tal cual como lo hubo en el 2020. No hay más, porque están comprando más oro, se están deshaciendo de más dólares para comprar oro, por lo que vamos a regresar al mismo problema. Y es donde les digo, ahí es donde cuando lleguemos a que el sistema se tope, tenemos que inventar algo para no decirle a todo el mundo lo que está haciendo Estados Unidos y con ello imprimir un chingo de dinero. Pero por ahorita no hay nada, nada. Aunque la economía esté en la mierda y todo eso, todavía no hay nada que nos diga que van a imprimir dinero en manera grande. Por lo que, si estás pensando en invertir en algo en este momento, porque todo el mundo te está diciendo que van a imprimir dinero, que te digan qué es del tamaño de COVID y qué es del tamaño de la gran crisis financiera para imprimir dinero en este momento. Y la segunda, si estás tan desesperado de imprimir dinero, tienes que entender el por qué en tu cabeza existe eso. ¿Por qué tienes ese deseo de que impriman dinero entendiendo que destruyó tus bolsillos? Y eso te va a hacer entender el truco que están jugándote en la cabeza. Es todo lo que les quiero decir el día de hoy. Y obviamente, si no hay impresión de dinero en el próximo año, vamos a ver a la economía destruirse, continuar este camino para abajo, ¿ok? Tal cual como lo estás viendo. Y no va a haber nada que suba. Los precios de todo deberían de bajar. Pero si estoy equivocado, bueno, no estoy equivocado, a cuando quieran imprimir dinero de la nada, ¿no? Que crean una excusa y que digan, güey, es que puta madre, Cantinflas regresó de la muerte y tenemos que imprimir 30 trillones de dólares. Cuando escojan la excusa que quieran e impriman una cantidad brutal de dinero, ahí es donde deberías de ver todo subir. Pero necesitas una excusa gigantesca para llegar a ello. Y de nuevo, por más que estemos drenando la inundación de dólares que existe en el mundo para quedárnosla en Estados Unidos, todavía no estamos viendo problemas de esto en Forex. Y ahí es donde normalmente ves esto, que de nuevo, yo lo pongo a que esto ocurra, el gran secón final, donde vayan a imprimir dinero entre verano y principios y finales del 2026 es lo que debería de tomar. Por ahora lo que debemos de estar viendo es la corrección adelantada de lo que se viene. Por ende, cuando toque fondo por ahí de verano, es donde deberíamos de ver el upside de esto. Vamos a ver cómo se da y cómo se juega esto. Y ahora, no todo esto quiere decir que solamente las cosas van a bajar de la noche a la mañana, para que lo tengan presente. Va a tomar un rato. Esto debería, si este es un mercado bajista como el que yo pienso, la idea es bajarlo poco a poco, dando buenos pompazos a la alza para poder darle a todo el mundo la ilusión de que vamos a continuar subiendo. ¿Ok? Esa tiene que ser la idea. Para poder sacar la última parte de liquidez, tienen que hacerlo en la bolsa poco a poco, poco a poco. No lo pueden tirar rápido. Si lo tiran rápido, lo tienen que arreglar rápido. Y no es lo que buscan. Lo que buscan es la mayor cantidad de bancarrotas personales y de negocios posibles. Sé que suena como, güey, ¿cómo van a querer eso? Estados Unidos quiere apoyar. Es lo que están buscando, porque a fin de cuentas las empresas grandes son las que se van a quedar con todo, junto con los bancos grandes y los fondos grandes. Ese es el punto de todo esto. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto es lo que estamos viendo. Por cierto, ¿cómo se llama? El viernes les dejé un trade de Bitcoin por acá. Y honestamente ahorita lo estoy repitiendo. No era esto, es este, perdón. Los traigo acá. Les dejé también esto de Rivian. Tenemos que checar ahorita Rivian. Rivian tiene un cierre semanal culerísimo. Pero bueno, ahorita les estoy hablando de mi trade del viernes de Bitcoin. De nuevo, esto es gratis para todos ustedes, para que no estén chingando. Hay gente que viene. Hay un personaje que está muy ardido conmigo. No sé por qué. Soy su me ama, está enamorado de mí, se los digo. Y lo que hace es, tiene 30 cuentas en Twitter donde todos sus tweets son retweets, ¿no? De todo, ¿no? Todo son retweets. Sigue a páginas de fútbol, sigue a Messi, sigue a Argentina, México, Colombia, sigue a Elon Musk. Este es como el prototipo de su página. Y viene y le dice a y viene en mis comentarios y comenta, ¿no? Sí, pero le estás cobrando a la gente. Sí, pero cuando te equivocaste en junio, te echaste a correr y por eso nadie. Todo esto es mentira. Todas estas cosas que viene esta persona a decir no son fundadas en nada, no tiene seguidores de nada y solamente viene a meter FUD para que la gente, pues, no sé, su idea es probablemente que la gente no se suscriba a mis cosas y se queden pobres. Esto es completamente gratis. Cualquiera puede entrar a esto y verlo, para que quede claro. Todo esto es completamente gratis. El tío Salo no es un experto, los expertos son Farhan y Alex. Yo les doy todas mis pendejadas aquí gratis. En este momento estoy entrando quiero romper mi récord de trades ganando y este es mi octavo trade seguido. Quiero romperlo, está en los 11 para romperlo. 9 es una tecnicalidad, pero tengo que romper 11 para poder romperlo. Voy en el octavo. Y este fue el trade que les di el viernes. Antes de irnos el viernes les dije que viendo basado en dónde iban a liquidar, una vez más, si le pico acá y esto es lo que está pasando ahorita. ¿Dónde está tu liquidación? Si haces un long en 90,951 y en corto, aquí estás, en 99,804. Estas son las dos posiciones de entrada que yo tengo planeados para usar en este momento. ¿Ok? Tal cual como el trade. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando el precio de algo ranguea por un rato, quieres tomar los extremos, porque en un 20x, y esto es lo que hice. Una vez más, se los expliqué el viernes, así que si no lo vieron, aquí se los estoy dejando de gratis. Y tienen que poner atención a esto. Y si no entienden lo que estamos diciendo, que ese es el problema más grande de todo el mundo, que literalmente hasta la gente que se viene a burlar de mí, no entiende que ni siquiera lo están haciendo bien. Entonces, hasta ellos deberían de ver los malditos cursos de Elite Trading Academy, ¿ok? Pero si no, mínimo vengan al Discord. Tenemos acá nuestros canales nuestras alertas para todos ustedes, como push notifications, están a la izquierda, es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Está aquí abajo en la descripción del canal de YouTube. Lo único que tienes que hacer es ir a YouTube, buscar Alejandro Salomón, ver el último en vivo y picarle abajo para poder conectarte en el Discord. Es completamente gratis. Nunca te voy a mandar un mensaje, ni Farhan, ni Alex, ni nadie te vamos a mandar un mensaje diciéndote que, güey, danos dinero, haznos copy trading. No, ¿ok? Si eso pasa, te están a punto de estafar, ¿ok? Ahora, aquí tienen nuestro canal de alertas, tienen los análisis del buen Alex, los análisis del buen Farhan, tristemente las pendejadas que les digo, y también tienes todos nuestros enlaces para cualquier cosa que necesites, y aquí abajo la página de Criptolingo, por si hay abreviaciones o cosas que usamos que no entiendas, las tenemos en inglés, en español y también hay más aquí abajo. La cosa es, si no entiendes lo que estás viendo acá, ve el puto curso, bájalo, es 1 hora 40 minutos, cero a trader. Es la cosa más sencilla del mundo. En 1 hora 40 minutos vas a entender toda la terminología. No te vas a volver una verga en trading, que lo entiendas. Primero tienes que hablar el lenguaje. Después de hablar el lenguaje, tienes que entender viendo horas y horas y horas lo que estamos diciendo. Y si tienes cualquier pregunta, tenemos clases cada 2 jueves. Este jueves no hay, el próximo jueves hay, para que preguntes cualquier cosa. Y es la mejor forma de aprender a hacer esto. Si yo fui de ser un gran pendejo a seguir siendo un gran pendejo, pero tradeando bien, ¿qué quieres que te diga, brother? ¿No? Entonces, cualquiera puede aprender. Si yo pude aprender y me está yendo bien, cualquiera de ustedes puede aprender, ¿no? Y acá tienen también nuestro sitio web, que es literalmente donde vas a encontrar el cursillo aquí abajo, es $29.99. Por cierto, si te metes, lo compras, lo único que tienes que hacer es regresar a la página, hacer login y con eso ya lo puedes ver. Y si no, aquí tienes tutos, si quieres aprender, bueno, ya te sabes todo esto, sabes el lenguaje del lingo, el de cripto y todo, o de trading, pero no entiendes cómo abrir una cuenta en una de estas páginas de futuros, en un exchange de futuros, pícale aquí en tutos, en cómo tradear en Bitunix, que también el enlace está aquí abajo del video, para que lo tengan, ¿ok? Este es un video de 11 minutos que te enseña cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar dinero dentro de la cuenta, tu cuenta de futuros, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un short, dónde encontrar, dónde están las cosas que quieres buscar, como lo Tesla, digo, como Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, etcétera. También te enseño cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo sacar tu dinero, etcétera. 11 minutos. Y aquí tienes el enlace directo para ir. En Bitunix te dejan apalancarte hasta 125x. Eso quiere decir con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $125,000. Pero también tenemos bluffing que te deja hacerlo hasta 150,000. O sea, con 1,000 puedes hacer $150,000 en un trade. En los exchanges casi todos son idénticos. Entonces, el mejor video que puedes ver es el de Bitunix ahorita, que es el más presente, y también tenemos cómo leer las alertas de trading para nuestro servicio de trading. Pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Cáiganle, vamos a darle para adelante el día de hoy. Aquí tengo al buen Alex y al buen Farhan. Vamos a ver exactamente cómo está el estado de Bitcoin en estos días, damas y caballeros, y a ver cuál de estos cracks quiere compartir su pantalla. Which one of you motherfuckers is going to share your screen first? Let's see. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos. Happy, I think it's Monday. Pretty sure it's Monday.
Yeah,
That's
Monday.
not bad at all. Look at us. We know
Look at
what
us.
fucking day it is. How are you, Alex?
Doing very good, actually. It's a very good Monday.
What do you got for us here? It's a very good Monday indeed. It was a great weekend for trading. I can't believe my stupid shit of like, where's the liquidation? Worked again. I feel like that's going to stop working because I keep telling people about it, but it's pretty damn good. 20x, just see where you're ranging and get in and out just based on those numbers. It works.
But with the part about telling people and it being less effective, Crown talked about this before. He's like, the reason why that's not the case is because the majority of people watching are fucking retards and they will not be able to pick it up either way.
I also agree with that. I feel like a lot of people would say, that's too easy. It's never going to work. Like,
I love that tweet where he was talking about an invalidation for the bearish setup and the mean reversion move on average. And someone goes, so you're saying it can go up or down? He quote tweeted it and saying, back when I was in traditionals, my colleagues would always ask me if I was worried about my edge dropping in effectiveness because I was sharing my information on my system on YouTube. And then I go back to tweets like this and think, no.
I know. I have to agree with them too. Because like I said, even on stocks, I have a 100% rate right now, hit rate on all my shit. And no one comes in and it's like, wow, this guy is like giving us free money. No one. Because people are too stupid. Even the people that come make fun of me online they don't realize that they're not really making fun of me right, and I want to even correct them, but I also feel weird about it. Like, that's how stupid everyone is. It's crazy. So I mean, we're trying here to fucking educate as many people as possible so they can understand it and at least make good fun of me. Like, they have to help. At least you gotta learn that.
I'm gonna help these people out. If you want to make fun of me, don't say when I'm wrong and on one of these moves where it's off by a couple $1,000 or something. Say you got liquidated on your 300x $10 short or long or short. That one will hurt me more.
That does hurt. That does hurt. What do you got for us, Alex? What's going on in Bitcoin land?
Yeah, so if we backtrack back on Friday, we were watching for potentially a weekend scam pump. Now, I was gauging this move into Friday, which was just a deviation, 95.5 holding as support, fully aware of the moving averages, though. Remember that EMA 9 is your friend when you're moving down. And as long as you stayed above 95.5, was gauging a move to 95.5. As long as you stayed above 95.5, you'll get a move to 99,500. Mouthful there, but it's a range. And what you can see is this setup here didn't work. You've actually lost control. The bulls did. You moved back up to that 95.5 region, but what you're seeing now is this is actually rejecting. So this is opening up actually scenario 2 that I posted. I posted 2 scenarios on the Discord on Friday. It was either going to be a bullish deviation, move up, or a flat out rejection at 95.5, moving us down to that 92,200, 93K region. So like Farhan basically said, up or down. But right here, this perspective is very important because what we are seeing is potentially the first signs of an SR flip here, which is what you don't want to see as a bull. What do I mean by that? What was massive support, if we go here, 95.5, remember the breakout held it, and then boom, you just moved up into the heavens You haven't really tested that level since this region. Minor move up, lost it to a lot of chop. And what you're noticing even here in this perspective is Bitcoin is extremely weak. It's extremely weak because you can't even go up to the EMA 9 on the 12-hour, something very easily Bitcoin can do. And rather, it's just simply rejecting the EMA 5. This is similar posturing to what we saw in the beginning of November, which was just solid downside price action on the 12-hour, simply rejecting the 5. So it's something to be very aware of. I still would like to see a bounce, but again, as I go back to my 4-hour chart here, you can see the deviation didn't hold. And at this point, right, if we're just gauging this as the deviation, lost support, you've just been putting in lower highs since then and validating this setup, making it not actionable for bulls anymore. And this is why I did not recommend positioning over the weekend. I did not, because, if we were going to get a weekend scam pump, awesome. But again, there's a lot of things saying on Bitcoin that it's extremely weak. So if you're going to be mean reversion longing to the upside, then you really should be cautious, and specifically over a weekend. Once you had this deviation here, this just told me you're going to get chopped. You're not going to actually get the spring scenario. So you do see here now, we have had a move down, went all the way to 93.6, basically testing Sunday's low. And really all eyes now on this region. You'll either just continue to hold 95.5 as resistance and move down, or again, same criteria. Once you get back above 95.5, you'll have more of a reason to start looking for more upside targets. If you go to the daily here, you can just see in real time, potentially it's SR flipping 95.5, but then what else are you noticing? Lower highs. Really hard to make a bull argument here when you're not above 95.5 and you're putting lower highs. This isn't the best view, actually. This just looks like, a channel forming before a breakdown. Now, let's see how the daily HPDR looks like. Maybe we're at extremes, maybe we're not. And what we can see here, let me make this a little bigger. Bigger is better. What we've seen here is 95.5 is actually pretty much lined up with the 78.6%. Good confluence of this range, but what are you noticing? Well, as long as you're under that 95.5, yeah, you're not really going to get any kind of upside move into that 100K level to 99.5 region. Because mind you, remember, it's a kind of like a range. It's what I'm really just viewing this as. Get back above here, you get, confluence with the 61.8%. Next range up to that 99.8. Could fill out some of this, take out aggressive shorts. But again, you're not getting that. You're rather getting a setup where it's saying if you reject 95.5, yeah, confluence to move down to 91,100. And right, this is a red line. What occurred last time you lost one of my red lines? Big Nukezilla, right? We saw this red line was trying to hold massively for Bitcoin, had a range breakdown. Here we are. Mind you, this is a big spot. If you've SR flipped this 91K level, nothing's going to stop Bitcoin from coming down to that $72,000 region, fulfilling my bear prophecy to 69,000. So actually, today's quite interesting because you're getting a pretty big bearish setup, actually. In this region here, this could just be a gray zone for traders now trying to catch this when really the chart is telling you that this is more bearish than bullish at this current time. The trade for me now is gauging a move down to that 91 to 92.2. And so into today, you could see a connection with this daily EMA 5. Potentially this wick high connects with that, leading then to a massive red build out today. You can see here, bears have a lot of momentum into today. You have 8 hours, 15 minutes to go. Nothing is stopping this from flipping fully red and coming down, just so everyone's aware. Excuse me. Today, Gives you a really good perspective on what was support flipped into resistance. This is not price action that you'd want to see. And really, I mean, again, let's just gauge here, this region. I'll delete this zone here. And then let's take it back to here, right? You've been able to see us hit 91Ks pretty easily, actually. Like all throughout this chop here. You were able to make these wick highs, wick lows, giving you a pretty big range. Now, mind you, this was the area you got a pretty big bounce from, I will say, into this region here. You went from the low 91Ks all the way back up to that 109 region. It's very interesting because remember, daily SMA 200 is still sitting right in that $110,000 region with daily EMA 100 at 109,400. This is all very important stuff still, potentially, because, well, you haven't gotten the retest. This will be my base case on potentially a Santa rally into December. You move down to this region here, get a move up. We're so back. Most likely this tests like a monthly 9. We'll have to see if that's true. Confluence with a daily SMA 200. This will be the first retest ever. So you will have to be gauging that as a massive, massive zone with confluence with the monthly 9 being lost. This would make a lot of sense to me. You start breaking down end of November, come Thanksgiving, grandma, grandpa ask about, how their Bitcoiner is doing, how that investment is, little Jimmy. You get super bearish, you get that move down to the monthly 21, which is the target. If you're losing the 9, is the 21, sitting at 87,500. Now, to me, it would make a lot of sense actually into the end of this month to get a move down to this region. Now, you can see here, losing 91,200 would result into a 4% move down. And really, the only case here of this giving you a bounce is the monthly 21. If you view a monthly 9, very simple perspective, something that's been holding the entire bull market, a monthly 9, then you have to gauge the monthly 21 as being a big spot. That's why for me, I would really like to see into November, this month, a move down to the monthly 21. We close into this region, giving you again a monthly range breakdown to then a mean reversion bounce back up to that 100K level before the big dump to 69K. This is your Santa rally. We're so back. This is your move down. This gets all shorts horny. And you simply just play what you know. A bounce off the 21 to a monthly EMA 9 setup. That rejects, you should get a move down to at least a 34, which is sitting basically at 75K, not very far from 69K, fulfilling the bear prophecy of maybe getting a move down to the 2021 cycle highs. This isn't bearish if you get this. This is setting up for a major move on Bitcoin if it holds it. So this is still something I'm looking for into December. I think us and the boys here can all short into this region in December and play the ranges here on the lower time frame. So we'll keep the monthly perspective into December. This will be very important, but this means that you need to see a move down to 87K, before the end of the month. So I wouldn't want it to get a close here. This will make it a little harder. You're just within the gray zone of the chart in between the 9 and the 21. Would really like to see this get hit, this 21. This could make a really good argument to see a multi-$1,000 squeeze up. I think personally, if we do get a 15% move up from a monthly 21, you're pretty much good to say most will be very bullish at this point, right? In this scenario, be mindful that you could easily break 100K, go right up to the 101, maybe 101,500, we're so back, and then reject. Excuse me. So just be very aware of that. This is still what I'm looking for into the end of the month here. Now, the weekly confluence of this idea, most likely a bounce off the weekly EMA 100. We've talked about this for a while. Even that move down here to 74,000. We were just gauging the EMA 100 bounce. So on this perspective, you are just within the gray zone on the weekly. What do I mean by that? You're just within the middle of the range. Kind of hard to trade that. But technically speaking, you are having still a setup here that's going to take you to that EMA 100, sitting right into 85,658. So easily could move up to 86 maybe into next week. You know, assuming this isn't just a dump to it, because this is the next target. Now you can see here too, weekly loss 95.5. You're just simply rejecting that on this weekly. So that's not very good. Also, mind you, potentially confirming this volatility setup here. Yeah, firing off. So something just to be very mindful of. I'll redo this here. Anytime. Oh, so it already confirmed it. So you actually have a volatility setup firing off on the weekly. Confirm now. And getting, you know, to maturity, 30%. Would like to see us at 50, 45, 50%. But still, nevertheless, this tells you that, yeah, perhaps then 95.5 will hold as resistance and you will just start making your move down. You know, it's really hard to say because, again, you're just caught between this region, but the weekly is still in a breakdown. And mind you, the 2 week as well, let's see, is in a massive breakdown. And look at this big drop on the bi-weekly here. Right down to that 82K region. Now let's look at the 6 day, because actually the 6 day is interesting. Firing off, but also the lowest 6 day volatility setup you've ever had at Bitcoin's index chart. So I want to see here with the reaction. And so, right, you're just kind of on the cliffside edge now. Again, lots of things are telling you, you lose this region into 91,300, you're going to just drop to the 80s. And even here, this is an 89,000 EMA 100 on the 6 day. So if you're betting on a bottom here, again, that just doesn't seem logical to me. At a very minimum, wait for at least $87,000. Because, well, we're bottomed, we're still back. I was 8% down. And we're bottomed, we're still back. I was 12% down. And then even yesterday, I'm seeing this is looking like a bottom. We could be back. And now you're down 3%. So just be very aware, right? This is a volatility setup firing off. The biggest one you've ever seen on the 6 day. You know that weekly and bi-weekly have one as well. Is it very logical to be max longing Bitcoin here? Probably not. And so the market's been telling you, longing and swinging and just buying the dip blindly has been, really, bulls have been punished. It's been the harder trade. There's always an easy and hard trade. You can know pretty quickly if you're taking a hard or easy trade. The hard trades, right, are the ones that just immediately flip your entry into resistance or into support, move up. You're always red constantly and you hit a stop. The easy markets are just identifying key levels, watching for rejections. Simply shorting 95.5 would have been paying you pretty easily, actually. Okay, 95.5. Let me just get this 9 here. Short there, money made. Short here, money made. It's pretty simple. Or if you're just constantly trying to long it, what's the setup? The only setup we had was Friday. This holding. But even here, the lower time frame said, nope, you had a massive shooting star, follow through. Now you have a lower high on the 6 hour, rejection of the median. These wicks going past this 6 hour 9s, just this is trappy, predatory, right? It's like you're fake breaking out on the lower time frames. And now, right, you're just breaking down. And really, this gave you potentially a volatility setup, this chop into this weekend. Let's check that. A cheeky one. So now you have a 6 hour volatility setup, which then can tell you perhaps in the daily, we'll just start contracting volatility with this moving down. Wouldn't be the most crazy thing to see. Can even see now this daily is pretty turning pretty nice. So if you're trading this now, I mean, just watch yesterday's low. Take yesterday's low out. You have confluence will move down to 92.2, 91.3, where ideally that should give some kind of bounce. If you don't hold 91.3 on a daily, I'd be watching 87,000 to be hit. As I showed on the monthly, that's where then my December scenario can come into play. Not expecting 69,000 this month, but rather into next month after a move back up to that 100K region, which is pretty epic because if you really think about it, from here down to 69K is money. So if I have a perspective this will happen all into December, then that means things have to move pretty fast. So just be very aware of that. I'll go to the monthly again. Check this out. Do we have anything else? I'd like to just bring up this point a lot of people aren't talking about. If you can't hold, let's say that 69K region, just be very aware Bitcoin will capitulate down to the 49,000, 50K level. There'll be nothing stopping it from doing that. And even here, you have a monthly setup. Simply, you lose 74,000, you lose 75,000, which is closer. You will just dump down to that $45,000 region. That's why we'll be very mindful of 69K. That will hold all of my bold dreams, hopes, and aspirations. If you can't hold $69,000, even let's say on a 2-day close, we'll go to the 2-day, that'll be very, very, very concerning to me. Because what we have seen before is, well, 2-day rejecting $69,000 has just led to capitulations down to the 50s. Now imagine Bitcoin is at $69,000 and it only takes, less than a month to reach all the way down to the 50s. Yeah, people will be pretty much panicked. And then that's where you potentially get this range. Potentially, if it just stops. A little more tricky though, because, well, you could be in a range, then you just have another volatility setup firing off. I remember when we were here and we had all these volatility setups brewing, right? The hopium was that you weren't going to see them all fire off to the downside. Because what this is leading to is, well, you're not really getting any relief and you're just constantly breaking down levels and moving down to the next. That's why this market is very easy for those that pay attention. But just be very aware. If you don't hold $69,000, which for now should hold to here, then yeah, this is absolutely cooked, and there won't be anything stopping Bitcoin from reaching at minimum $50,000. So a $19,000 dump from here, pretty insane. So just wanted to bring that up because not many people are talking about that. But that is a possibility. And you really can't argue about that possibility if this monthly volatility does start firing off. And remember what you've already seen from Alejandro's side. Let's just quickly go to the quarterly, right? The quarterly here. Very interesting stuff here. Because, well, the quarterly is closing in a month. And well, something I observed through Alejandro was anytime you essentially drop back under the quarterly PBWP moving average, this marks some kind of major top bear market. And vice versa, when you start really breaking back above it, it's a good time, upside continuation. No, just be mindful of these moves here. Right? Broke back under the moving average. What did that lead to? Well, 3, 6, 9 months of down only. Broke back under the moving average. What did that lead to? Well, let's actually observe this. Pretty insane wick. A dump to a buyback to then a capitulation. So 2 months after it closed under the moving average, I guess really on the second month, so 1 month, second month, on the second month, it capitulated down. This was a 56% 3-month candle. It's insane. So what do we have here? Let me put this back. Because I promise you, no one has talked about this. I remember in October, very beginning of October, this is what really made me confident in my short ideas. Because, well, this just seemed pretty damning and pretty easy, actually. And it was a very interesting thing Alejandro brought up. So why am I even bringing this up based on his idea? Well, this occurred. You had this, actually. This occurred in October. And look at the candle that has followed. You have to really, really put this into question here. what we're seeing is potentially just the start of a bear market. Now, I haven't called a bear market, but I can now. Actually, I have the criteria where I can call a bear market now. What is that criteria, and what am I talking about? Well, something I observed here was this 2-day SMA 200 was the spot that's just simply been holding this entire bull market. No reason to overcomplicate it. This is literally the spot that held support into the 70K region before Pumpzilla came and we moved up to the heavens to 120,000, 120,000 region, 75,000 all the way to 120. Pretty insane. Now on the flip end, you've lost it. This was giving me confluence this weekend on why I wanted to bounce, but you've lost it. This is weak. You can't even get a retest into this region. Now, you will eventually get a retest. Don't get it twisted. But it doesn't need to happen immediately. You can easily just capitulate down, go to that monthly 21, and then get a mean reversion bounce into December. This will just maybe line up with a monthly EMA 9 retest. Again, don't forget about that setup. But until the monthly closes, really, I mean, this isn't looking very good. 95.5 needed to hold for this to actually become actionable. This is not what you want to see. This is just like you've lost it, you've continued to lose it, you're now good to reject. As long as you are under the 2-day SMA 200, I think it is okay to start calling Bitcoin in a bear market. Why? Because I'm not going to wait a whole month for the monthly 9 to potentially just close all the way near $87,000. That's going to leave money on the table. I know personally that if you start reclaiming the 2-day SMA 200, that'll have implications for then a monthly EMA 9 reclaim, right? So then as long as the 2-day is under the SMA 200, as long as you stay under this region on a closing basis on the 2-day, then there's absolutely no reason to be bullish here on Bitcoin at all. Actually, there's zero reason. So I just be very aware of that. Because we talked about this into last week. This was a big criteria for me. And this can actually be a really good perspective because, well, when all your favorite CT influencers, or like what we like to call them CRs, you potentially here can not get blindsided, right? Like if we're going to be talking about bear market price action, then let's just go back to the bear market. What occurred was, okay, you lost it, you bigly dumped from that point, and then you bigly went up, got a retest, right? If this scenario, meaning you maybe close on November near that monthly 21, get the bounce back up to this region, having the idea that this was like the bear market start, this was the big rejection zone, would have made you an astronomical amount of money. Just playing a simple 2-day deviation bearish retest. What do I mean by that? Well, again, you've just been watching this. You comfortably, literally comfortably, would have made a 46% move had you swing this. This was like your bear market entry here. This was like your generational short. Didn't really matter what occurred here, right? Like, oh man, I didn't short the exact top. Damn. No, you could have just waited. Okay, 2-day SMA 200 short triggers activated. Let me play the level to level like we talked about. Let's wait for this big short to get a retest. And then boom, you would have just been able to make money. So why can't we use this idea into December? Really, I don't understand why we could not. Again, we want to talk bear markets. Let's go to 2018. So what do we notice on both of these occasions? Well, they have led to deviations of the 2-day SMA 200. This was a deviation. Quickly go back. Oh gosh. Right here. And this was a deviation. So okay, that's very important. Something to note here, right? Both times led to deviations. What's that? A reclaim, a wick high reclaim, a loss, and then a bearish retest. Okay, seems pretty easy because we like easy trades, right? We're getting deviation setups, and that's actually quite easy because you just wait for the bearish retest to position. Now this one was a little harder because you deviated. Well, first here, you lost it. You actually, upon losing it, didn't get a rally up to it. You actually continued to move down. You went down about a 16% move from losing it, not even measuring it from the SMA 200. Again, why is that important? Because if the monthly has potential of testing the 21, that could just be the move into the end of this month. Let's go to the monthly EMA 21, get the bounce from there, move up, potentially test near or at the 2-day SMA 200, providing shorts a pretty easy entry, granted if they have patience. Because, you know, if you were a super horny short here, and you caught a move and you're already up 15%, maybe you're up 1,600% on 100x, you pretty much think, yeah, we're good to go. I'm rich. This is it. But having this kind of idea, which is you can easily dump, but this will eventually get tested before the major move down, can help us not lose money, not pre-position early, and still, most importantly, keep patience. Patience is very important here. Because if you just signed off thinking you missed a short here, the market actually got way more easier once you lost the SMA 200 on the 2-day. I mean, it gave you a 59% move straight to business. Literally, it was easy. Just consistent lower highs. And you even stayed under the 34 here, making it extremely easy to trade. But if you're longing this, and this is the hard trade, this is the hard market, it's telling you, yeah, it's probably not wise. So this is all very important for the environment we're in now. And mind you, I will say that really the volatility here is up there, right? So what I've noticed was these moves, well, firstly, these big moves down have occurred pretty much on low volatility on the 2-day. We'll go back here, see it. All right, low volatility-ish, lowish volatility. So what do we have here? Well, you are mature, you're at 88%. Doesn't mean it's just going to bounce from here, volatility gets a reset. No, you very easily, again, can make an argument that you're going to actually move down a little bit more. We've seen upon losing this 2-day SMA 200, about a 14% move upon losing it before a big bounce. That takes you to $84,000 region. And then at that point, you can get a bigger bounce. So for me now, I'm not really looking for this to get tested anymore. And really, as long as 95.5 is resistant, I'm not talking about a move to 99,500 anymore. This is canceled. I needed to see this move occur over the weekend, giving CME a pretty nice gap to the downside. Instead, it just didn't do that. You're just now brewing a major breakdown at this point. Be very aware of this because this is brewing a major breakdown on CME. Yes, you're at support. It's not looking very confident it's going to hold. So just be very, very aware of that. But into the end of November, I would like to see the $87,000 region get tested. Granted, again, as long as 95.5 holds as resistance, that's the big thing. People will hear this and totally miss the big part, which is 95.5 SR flips. For sure, you're going to see this region tested and probably lower down to that monthly 21. But again, then the monthly will provide you a pretty easy setup. There's no reason to be having FOMO here. We've played monthly EMA 9 setups before. Remember, like when we were waiting on Bitcoin dominance, it's pretty simple. You just have to have patience. It can take a little bit. But if I'm on the camp 69K by December, so before January, then all this needs to happen quite fast. Like December starts, it needs to just happen like what occurred in October, which was as soon as October started, you literally just got a mega move up. This literally convinced everyone we were so back. I need to see a move just literally like what happened in the beginning of October. We get an open and you just start moving up. And you moved up pretty fast, 10%, over 10%. Again, this move could easily take you to around that 101K region. That's where I'm actually looking to max short into December. And from this region here, I do want to start seeing a move down to $69,000. This will be a pretty epic swing trade I will be taking myself. The Academy will have the sauce. Until then, though, I will be watching 95.5, playing level to level. Maybe a move down to 91.5, lose 91.5. Boom, you get your 87,500 region. So if you're longing today, just be aware, not very confident in any kind of longs today. And if you're shorting, well, there's no short to be had here. You're not just waiting simply on a 4-hour EMA 9 retest. No reason to overcomplicate it. 4-hour EMA 9 was holding the entire way down, and you would retest it. So here you have a little 4-hour deviation. This tells me no reason to FOMO into shorts right now. Boom, you've lost support, bearish retest. So ideally the 4-hour 9 is the short. And then you can just use today's high. If you're trying to short, if you're trying to do that, you can target here. It's an actionable setup. And it'll give you a breakdown potentially off the back of volatility expanding. So that's Bitcoin. That's my idea. Watch that into December. I really think we can make a lot of money into December. And rather, if you do get a move back to like 101K and it drops to 69,000, well, that's a pretty epic move. Honestly, I think it's more than what, October, November combined. Yeah, it would be. So tells you that really nothing that you've seen so far. You haven't seen anything really, actually, so far. So just be very aware of all of this. This would be very fucky for Bitcoin to do. But right, if we can just have the idea, use our daily SMA 200, use our monthly 9, and use our 2-day SMA 200. I think here that it becomes very easy, and it's all just a matter of waiting, not front running, and playing what you know. So that's Bitcoin. We'll go to tether dominance. Just get a sip of this coffee here. Yeah, and so tether dominance again. The idea was that on the 2-day, you would move down to the 5.57%. Unfortunately, for bulls, Bitcoin bulls, you're not doing that. Rather, here we drew this channel together. I can draw it a little better for professionals here. Let me do that. Right at that wick high. There we go. It's a pet peeve of mine. It doesn't change much though, and you're actually still holding it, brewing a breakout. Now, again, this doesn't give you too much confidence that 95.5 is going to hold, and you're going to make that, nice move up to the 99,000 region before December. Rather, this is just looking like it's just potentially brewing a move up. And even if you get a move down, this could just be a spring, exactly what we talked about into Friday, which was at this point, if you move down, this 5.57% could act as a spring. Now you're potentially in a weekly breakout. The only issue is the weekly SMA 200 is holding you down. It's a pretty big spot. Look at the big dumps from this white line, the weekly SMA 200. So really, if you're trying to be bullish, you can easily have an easy, this gives you an easy confirmation. You get weekly closures back above 5.93%. You are good to go up. That's it. You're back above the weekly SMA 200, a level that can't hold. But also, you're now back above the 5.93%, a big zone that's been rejecting, giving you confluence of a major move up to 6.4%. But when I look at something like this, and a weekly has, consistent green candles, this still can really line up for an easy move into December. I'm really being serious about that. This really can easily move up, move down, get a retest, and then break out. All in December. So, and then this would be pretty bullish, honestly. And what would this look like on the monthly? Oh, this would just be simply a monthly throwback, which we always do. We threw it back here. Even in the midst of this massive wick, you did throw it back. It just didn't hold. Here, broke out, tried to throw it back, didn't hold. Here, it didn't even get a reclaim. It just left a dirty, nasty wick. So, right? Is this the most crazy scenario? No, it's definitely not. It's only crazy if it doesn't hold the throwback. It has to hold the throwback. If it doesn't, then yeah, this could be cooked. Could be going down to 5%. But remember, as long as you stay above 5%, this is bullish. So just be aware of that. It's really hard to get bearish on this chart right now, honestly. Now let me clean this up so we have a better perspective, just kind of on where we're at. Because it looks a little crazy. Right, and so it's just on the verge of W reversing out of here, giving you a major move up. But again, you can easily get retests. So, right, at the end of the year, it's going to be quite interesting to see where this closes. Because what you've been seeing on the 6 month is, well, these regions here, this range on the 6 month, it's kind of drawn weird here, actually. Strange, has just been a major rejection zone. So even into the new year, you get a 6 month close back above the 9. Let's see, have we ever done that? No, you've never done that in Tether Dominance history. Never done what? We've never lost the 6 month 9 and then gone back above it. So that's actually interesting. Let's see if the 5 has more data. No, and you've never gotten above the 5 either. So that's actually very interesting to see. And again, this just shows kind of that, well, the crypto markets are becoming extremely weaker than what we've seen before. Same with the yearly 5, and even this almost got a bounce off the yearly 9. It's very interesting to see. Honestly, I actually can just do this, keep that, and then do this. That's actually very interesting because the yearly looks like it's just in an uptrend. I know you don't have a lot of data here, but it just, to me, looks like you just higher load off the yearly 9. Which is interesting, actually. That's very interesting to see. Again, not a lot of data at all, going from 2015. So you don't have a lot of yearly candles, but it's really hard to say that Bitcoin looks super duper duper bullish and we're actually going into a bull market in a bull market. When this looks like this, just looks like it's brewing a breakout to test this high at 9%. Pretty insane. So then let's do the 6 month then. Or even, let's do the 8 month. I'm curious to see. So, I mean, yeah, you didn't even take out any higher lows here. Nice reclaim. Back above the 5, you've just really moved up. So just be aware of that. It's not actually looking pretty good. Let's just quickly see what the monthly is on this. The monthly median I want to see. Because again, what did we notice here? It was here back in this bear market at the beginning. I mentally noted this. Again, I always preface USDC dominance has not enough data. Like Tether dominance is not as reliable. And if you're trying to trade only off USDC dominance, it's not advised. But something I did notice was you got the median reclaim on the monthly, you threw it back, and then this was the start of the bear market. So I've just been very slowly observing where the median is, and there's no chance of that even getting reclaimed yet. So just something I'll keep watching. But you do have a setup to that median, which is at 2.72%, which is about a 15% move from here. So something to observe, but that's not what I'm wanting to look here. I just want to see whenever this monthly median gets reclaimed. Remember, we were coming into here. We're saying the same exact thing. So for all these months, even here, when we got a closure above it, I've just been watching this because I want to see. But still nothing. We'll go back to tether dominance. And so tether dominance is looking very good to me. Very, very good to me, actually. You know, it's very hard to get bearish on this chart on the higher time frames, honestly, because like to me, the yearly and 8 month just look like they're higher lowing, actually, which is actually very interesting. If well, what we've seen just the past 2 years was just a massive yearly higher low to then a yearly 9 spring. Essentially, that's what it looks like, to then maybe going back up to around 9%. We won't know until we know. This will take 2-3 years, but still something interesting to watch. And it's really hard to get bearish when you just hit a monthly 9 or a yearly 9. My apologies. This can easily get a reconnection of that. So that 3.7. Yeah, interesting. So that's tether dominance. We're now just watching the weekly SMA 200. Doesn't mean you're just going to reject here. You could easily, though, push up to the 5.92%, move down to the 5.77. For me, that's why if you're really just waiting to position, let's just play the 2-day. The 2-day is our friend. 2-day tells you can get a move down to the 5.51% would be perfectly okay. Does that look like that's actionable now? No, it does not, honestly. And this looks like it's about to break out. Even viewing the HBDR, you're on the verge of breaking out. So that's why I'm not really confident yet of a move up on Bitcoin, maybe at the end of November, beginning of December. If you don't get the move up into December, all of this ideas just get pushed back. We will eventually retest the 2-day SMA 200. You will eventually test the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin. You will absolutely eventually test the monthly 9. But for me, I just have to play what I know. And, well, this month really could just be a month of dumping. Next month, in the beginning, you could get a nice bounce. And then really into the beginning of December, you could just start capitulating. Nothing is stopping Bitcoin from putting in another massive red candle. Like nothing is stopping Bitcoin from doing this again at all. Nothing. Like that was the big drop, right? This one here. Yeah, and let's just view that again on like a 2-hour, 3-hour. Why not? Just 3-hour. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Like nothing is stopping Bitcoin from just dropping on an hourly 3-hour multi-$1,000. So just never say never. Again, this was an 8% 3-hour candle. Could even go to an hourly and it would show it. Just be very aware of that. Pretty insane stuff here. And I didn't forget about this price action. This is just like what's to come. This was just like the taste test to me. Yes, you've slowly broken down, but you can easily from 101K capitulate down very fast to 69K. Very, very fast. So just be very aware of that. Don't have FOMO here. And I would not be longing under 95.5. Again, if you're trying to short, just play the 4-hour 9. The EMA 9s on this move down are your friends. It's your friend. There's no need to complicate it. And so that's what I have on Bitcoin. Tether dominance looks very bullish. Looks like it's on the verge of a breakout. And even on this 4-hour could confirm a 4-hour deviation, a retest to a move up to 5.92. That already gives you an idea of, well, that 4-hour setup we were talking about, testing the 9. So we'll watch that into today. Maybe I'll post something on the Discord. Lastly, we'll look at Bitcoin dominance. Let's see if anything's changed. Anything at all. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is actually really good. So Bitcoin dominance has changed. We were looking for maybe a weekly buy trigger once you got back above the EMA 34. Didn't occur. You're now in a breakdown. This is now in the environment where it could start really dumping hard. My criteria was once you lose this monthly or this weekly 9, you're going to dump down to 58%. That is what's brewing at this point. Visually, it looks pretty heavy, and you have a weekly volatility setup brewing. Be very aware of that. I've been trying hard to be, giving bulls the upper hand on Bitcoin dominance, but after this evening start, you did get follow through, which led to a breakdown, a loss of a weekly 9 that's been holding for multiple weeks. You've rallied up to that weekly 9, and now you're rejecting. That's just not good. It's not a good sign. And now the 2-day looks like it has 1 closure under, 2 closures, and now you potentially are going to dump on the 3rd. So just be very aware. Only way to become bullish now on Bitcoin dominance, unfortunately, is just now you need to see 60.34% get reclaimed. That's it. Not even going to call 59.7% anymore. You literally need to see this and then a takeout of this high if you want to become bullish on Bitcoin dominance. Until then, this is looking terrible. Looks terrible. Looks cooked. And look at that. Daily's even in a breakdown. Seems cooked to me. And mind you really haven't even tested 59.7% yet. So even if, okay, Alex said it's going down, let's rally up. You still could just do this and then roll over. As long as you're now under the 60.3%, this is bearish. And this is literally a bearish setup here. Bearish setup is a deviation. You're using this as your stop. You're shorting here. These can often be pretty easy moves. So be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Quickly look at ETH BTC then. Right? Okay, finally it's getting some kind of relief, but well, it's actually just doing what we talked about, which was, is this just going to retest this region before breaking down? Not very good. Not a really good chart here. I actually see zero reason for anyone to be bullish on ETH BTC, actually. Zero reason. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'll eat those words in 2 months, 3 months when alt season starts, but this just looks like super duper bad. And for really the last few weeks, we've been just saying that and it's just been going down. Now what do you have? Well, you're in a weekly sell trigger. On the verge of a weekly HBDR breakdown, brewing a move to 2572 doesn't change. This was decimation for ETH versus the dollar. This could be the start of ETH versus the dollar breaking down really bigly. And look at this setup here. Look at this, right? This is what the Academy was able to short. Because for me, I know that this channel I've had on forever on my E chart. Oh God, we'll do this. So the rainbow chart off. There we go. I've had this chart on forever. Not really a good sign to be retesting and rejecting it on a weekly. So just be aware of that. ETH is looking bad. ETH BTC is looking terrible. And even Bitcoin dominance is looking pretty terrible. So one of these are lying. That's what that tells me. One of these are lying. I would probably think that maybe then Bitcoin dominance is going to move up. But I don't need to be predictive here. I don't need to, speak to the moon and pray to the stars. I can just wait. And I know, okay, well, if this is going to be bullish, this is a breakdown setup. So then this needs to break down. If it doesn't break down within the next week or two and actually starts moving up again, then maybe this was just a deviation. Maybe this was lying, and ETH BTC is actually extremely cooked. And this move up just provided us a bearish retest on the weekly before a big capitulation down, while most got bullish or bearish on Bitcoin dominance, even myself here, because this is a bearish setup. Now, I'm always thinking, how can I counter trade myself? And this is probably what people are looking at. Literally this thing here, right here. Boom, breakdown. So then that can tell you as a trader in 6 days, you should see this breakdown. And if you see a break up, then yeah, this was a trap. So we will see. Trap. Interesting. So, yeah, that's all I have here on Bitcoin dominance. Who's lying here? Is ETH BTC actually really bullish? Is ETH about to move up bigly? Or is Bitcoin just about to dump, causing alts to capitulate and Bitcoin dominance gets a leg up? Well, stay tuned. You'll know soon. Yep, so that's all I have really. 95.5 on Bitcoin's the spot. I was trying to get a bullish idea into the weekend. This is over. It's not there anymore. Rather, now you are getting my bearish setup on Bitcoin. My scenario, I think it was 1 actually, which is just straight continuation from here. 95.5 rejects. You slowly move down to the 91.3s. You either lose 91.3s and go down to 87Ks. At this point, I'm more on camp for this scenario, as I've been explaining. And this will be your Santa rally. We're so backed. Monthly EMA 9 retest to a major capitulation down. This is the start of the bear market. So until then, level to level, no need to complicate things. Are we longing under 95.5? Absolutely not. We were all very aware of 95.5 too, so this rejection shouldn't concern anyone. And now we're just gauging a move to 92.2 to 91,300. Just be very aware, CME looks absolutely terrible. We said at this point here, there's nothing but air until 93. What is this? 93.8, 94K basically. And it was legitimately just that, nothing but air. So even if you get a bounce here, just be aware of the daily 9 being a rejection point. And actually, really, I mean, it's really hard to be talking about 87 holding when CME looks like this. Now, I'm very curious to see what FAR on CME chart looks like. But this looks terrible to me. This looks like it's just literally on the verge of capitulating down. Only little hopium I have here, though, is this can capitulate and maybe get a bounce off 85.7, giving us that monthly EMA 21 retest right here. That's really it. The monthly I have to shift to. Monthly could give us a pretty easy setup into December. Unsure how this almost drew like how it drew, but we won't finish that out. Just use your imagination. And that's all I have on Bitcoin land. 95.5 should reject, take you to 91s. And then from there, you capitulate down to 87s or it holds. It's that simple. But I think as long as you're under 95.5, you should just keep going down today, really. I think you're muted.
I am. I don't know where Farhan is, to be honest with you. And I'm naked in the shower. So give me 2 seconds.
I'm here. My bad. I was in the restroom.
And by the way, I had to cover my camera. I was like, just in case I make a mistake and then fucking show up here showing everyone why I'm.
Is that bullish or bearish? I don't know. That might be bullish.
It would be very
bullish
for the Bears.
Alrighty. Let me start with the daily. So right now on the daily, you are getting a nice breakdown. You are getting to the 97.5%, getting a slight bounce off that 97.5%. Not really much though, but it is telling you that you have a very low chance of continuation from here, 2.5% chance. More likely you are going to see a bounce somewhere in this zone rather than continuation. And if you look at momentum right now, it is very heavily to the downside. It is at about 97%. Volatility is at 97%. You have the jewel flashing a sell signal. And you go down a little bit, go to the 4 hour. 4 hour, the 38.2% has now caught up with price action, and the HPDI ranges have stepped down. You're getting a fresh loss of that 38.2% with momentum freshly making it into the bearish control zone and volatility going into an expansion phase. Right now, if you get a closure below that 38.2% at about $94,800, very likely you're going to see another move to the downside to tap the 97.5% on the 4 hour, which you have been bottoming at on every single one of these moves to the downside, giving you a slight bounce before you end up going lower. Right now, that 97.5% brings you just below $90,000 at about $89,000. And the number I'm looking at for our bounce is somewhere around $88,000, and we're going to get to that soon. Right now, the 4-hour is giving you a buy signal on the jewel. It is kind of looking like this is played out now, though, with the rejection of your 21 EMA and your median, and now you loss of your 38.2%. You also do have a more bullish cross as well, with the pink crossing above the yellow within the bearish control zone. Go to the 2-day. 2-day has now lost your 200 SMA. You've gotten 2 closures below your 200 SMA. This is the first time we've had closures below the 200 SMA in this entire rally, this entire bull market. We've been above it since about like $26,000, and this is the first time that we've been below it. And we've gotten closures below it, and not just one closure below it. Right now, momentum on the 2-day is trying to pick back up, getting back over the moving average with volatility going into a contraction phase. And now the jewel is still giving you a sell signal entering into the bearish control zone. You still are not near the area where you have high probability of a bounce, because you're only trading at 78.6%. More so somewhere towards the 88.3% to the 95%, where you're very likely going to flip back up, and that or get your bounce, and that is at somewhere between 91,000 and 88,000. The $88,000 area comes back up once again. Let's go to the 5-day. 5 days, and let's go to the index for this one. 5 days now, very close to flipping back up, getting right to the edge of the bearish control zone. You're ever so slightly below that moving average now, very close to getting back over. And 5 days now resting at your 100 EMA, with volatility very close to going into a contraction phase. So somewhere around this 88.3%, 61.8%, right around that $91,000 to $88,000 area, I do think it's very likely you are going to start to see a bounce, and that bounce likely takes us up towards somewhere around maybe this 5 EMA, which is currently at about $99,500, and right around that $100,000 area. Go to the weekly. Weekly is now giving you your first close below your 55 EMA in this entire bull market. Here's $74,000 at the bounce off the 55 EMA. Here's $49,000 right off that 55 EMA. We've been closing above this 55 EMA since price was trading at about $26,000 in September of 2023. This is the first time we've gotten closures below that 55 EMA, and that gives us a move down to our 100, which right now the 100 is trading at about $86,000, and this is going to slowly rise with every single close. And right now, momentum is entering into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. 2-week is also now very close to closing below the 21 EMA. This will be the first time that we've lost the 21 EMA ever since this moved to the downside in August. We quickly closed below it, and then we immediately reclaimed it. Right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. What's more likely going to happen is we're going to get a move down to our 55, which is going to rise with every close. Right now, it's at about $83,000, $84,000. Monthly is also losing your 38.2% with momentum flipping to the downside, monthly bearish divergence, and volatility expansion with momentum flipping to the downside. And you've got a sell signal on your jewel right now, flipping from a buy signal into a sell signal. And right now you're also losing your 38.2% and your 9 EMA. You got about 13 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But unless you get a historic reclaim of about $101,000, $102,000 to close back over your 9 EMA, it kind of does look cooked. And right now, your next target is going to be your monthly 21, which would be a target off of your bearish divergence. And right now, that sits at about $87,000. And you very likely will get a strong bounce off that monthly 21 EMA. If we don't go to 100,000 first, and we go to the 87 first, from there, I would be expecting that move to 99s. Or if we get our bounce first to about 99s, then from there, you get your short to that 87s. Whichever one it gives you first. Daily currently has active hidden bullish divergence on Tether. This will be active as long as you're closing over 5.655%. Your next target is the critical zone, which currently is at 6.91%. 4-hour currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 5.7%. And your next target is the critical zone, which is at 6.3. Weekly is now at that 200 SMA, and you don't seem to be rejecting it. Nothing there. Nothing there. Now we go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's invalidated the bullish divergence. You put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour now, and this will be active as long as you're closing below 95,980, and your next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at about 87,000. Beautiful. I love to see that number. Nothing there. Nothing there. 5-day no longer has the possibility of that bullish divergence because we made a lower low on the RSI. 6-day has multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your next target is the critical zone, which will update. Right now it's at 46,000. Weekly also has bearish divergence. Next target is the critical zone. This will update. Right now it's at 44,000. 2-week also has bearish divergence. This next target is the critical zone. That's at 82.4. With volatility now at starting to tick up from 2 periods of 0%. Let's go to the momentum. Daily momentum is currently pointed to the downside, and it will remain down with volatility at extremes as long as you're closing below 96,550. 4-hour now currently flipped up, but very close to flipping down, and with volatility expansion, and it will flip down if you can close below 93,850. And this will be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone if it flips down from here. 2-hour is now freshly flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 95,100, making it very likely that 4-hour will flip down. And daily will remain to the downside. 2 days also flip down with volatility at extremes, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 96,950. 5-day also flipped to the downside with that 5-day setup continuing to play out, and volatility is now at 61% on the 5-day, and you are flipped down as long as you're closing below $105,350. And let's see how much we are currently down since that 5-day setup fired off. From here, currently down about 18%. See, 25% for the average move brings us to right around that $85,000 level. Very interesting. Weekly also currently flipped to the downside with volatility now expanding from 4 periods of 0%, and you will with weekly now giving you that volatility setup, and you will remain down as long as you're closing below 103,400. 2-week also flipped to the downside with volatility now ticking up from 2 periods of 0% with bearish divergence. You are now losing your bullish control zone on the 2-week, and you're flipped down as long as you're closing below $118,750. This is the first time you're losing your bullish control zone in this entire bull market. You've been in the bullish control zone since January of 2023 or February of 2023. This is 2 years now that we've been in the bullish control zone, and we're closing in on 3 years, and we're very close to now losing it, and we will lose it as long as we close below 118,750 in 6 days. That's kind of the start of the bear market, to be honest. With your monthly now about to lose your 90 MA. Kind of seems, I'm kind of 70% on the side now that the top is in. And monthly is now also freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at extremes. Monthly has bearish divergence, and now monthly is just about to lose your critical zone, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 120,700. So on the high time frames now, Bitcoin is shifting into the bearish posturing. You have the nice swing failure pattern on your last monthly candle, taking out your all-time highs, within closing below. You had your monthly momentum freshly flipped to the downside with volatility now at extremes, confirming bearish divergence on the monthly. Let me make the moving averages appear. And now that monthly bearish divergence would give you an easy target of your 21 EMA, which conveniently lines up with the targets of your 5-day setup, volatility setup right now, currently firing off to the downside. And this is the first time that you would be losing your critical zone on the monthly, first time you've lost your 55 EMA on the 2-week, first time you've on the weekly, first time you've lost your 20, or you're losing your 21 EMA on the 2-week, all giving you targets of around that $88,000 zone. And very lucky that gives you a close on your monthly below the 90 EMA, and at that point, the bear market will have started. And any retest of that 90 EMA is going to be an opportunity zone to short for some significant moves to the downside. Are you muted?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know how I muted StreamYard and not my microphone. That's a first. Alrighty, so very bullish is what you're saying.
Yes, very much so.
Excelente, señor. Thank you so much for this. Much appreciated. Let's fucking get this rolling now. Ok, vamos a empezar esto. Nada más que nada antes. Quiero ver exactamente qué dicen. Alejandro, buenos días. Circle, por favor. Vientos, DGE, ajá, buenos días. Oclos, Coinbase, por supuesto. Bienvenido, Guillermo. Hoy te sumaste a AA. Buenos días. Momento para comprar Lucid. Señores, se me pierden. Se me pierden. Denme un segundo. Buen momento para comprar Lucid. Vamos a ver, rápido. Es buen momento para comprar Lucid. Mi siguiente entrada en Lucid. Tengo mi orden límite en 13.69. Ahí voy a poner 12.5 y esperar a colocar el restante. Todo está contestado. Todo está contestado, mis estimados acá. ¿Ok? No, ya, bueno, no sé cuándo pusiste eso, mi Elías, pero sí, ya estábamos por ahí. Entramos, 13.69, ¿no? Es lo que les había dicho, era mi siguiente entrada. Ahí está. Ahora vamos a esperar a la siguiente. Y la última de mínimo, esto antes de tener que usar cualquier contingencia, si es que la vamos a usar. Todas las respuestas de todo están acá. También les dejé para todos los que se preguntan de Rivian, por acá lo que podría pasar con Rivian, ¿no? Cierre semanal, vela potente, vela topera potente, SFI del EMA 100, etcétera. Esto es la vista en la semanal en Rivian, lo pueden ver acá. Cualquier cierre por debajo de 15 va para abajo. Tienen todo acá. O sea, no me lo salto. Si no lo encuentran es porque no quieren, cabrones. Que no hay excusas. ¿Ok? Ahí estamos entonces. Vamos rápido de vuelta a la tabla. Cochilocos, en tu técnica de ver liquidación en 20X, ¿cómo sabes que estás en un buen precio de referencia? Si ranguea, nos da las mismas entradas de entrada en 95 y 94, por ejemplo. La razón por qué tienes que estar un rato en un rango. Esto es un rango. ¿Ok? Entonces, en este rango es donde le voy a preguntar a Bitcoin, ¿dónde para arriba y para abajo? Y lo que me voy a fijar es dónde tengo yo mis líneas culeras. ¿Ok? De acuerdo a mis líneas culeras, ¿qué es lo que sigue? $89,000, por ejemplo, a la baja. A la alza, 97,700. ¿Me entiendes? Entonces, utilizo no nada más el precio de liquidación para entrar, tengo que ver qué exactamente me hace pensar que vamos a ir a ese lado, por ejemplo. ¿No? Antes de cualquier maroma mental. No nada más veo el precio de la liquidación y me voy en ella. Estoy viendo el precio de liquidación, el que me ofrece en el exchange, y acá es donde hago el cálculo, ¿no? Y también quiero que lo vean, ese es mi gráfico, ¿cómo se dice? De 4 horas, pero por acá, por ejemplo, llévate los 92,500 y vienes a los 88, a casi los 89. Y es lo que estamos viendo justamente ahorita, ¿no? De todas las cosas donde hay, ¿cuál sería la próxima zona donde esperarías que mínimo encuentre un rebote basado en estas líneas, en los 91 planos? ¿Ok? Justamente acá. Es donde esperaría que Bitcoin encuentre un suelo si es que se llega a llevar a este mínimo antes de dar un rebote. Entonces, basado en lo que les enseñé acá, vamos a ver, análisis, ¿qué te pone? 91. Denme un segundo. Esta es la del Discord, para que lo entiendan ustedes lo que están viendo acá. De lo que les acabo de poner acá, vean cómo tiene confluencia esto con el 91. Y acá es lo que haces que un long. En 99 abres un short. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿por qué vendí mi posición cuando estoy acá entrando? ¿Qué fue? Hice un long, ¿no? Lo que acabo de hacer. Sí. ¿Por qué la vendí en 95,500? ¿Y cómo sabía que ese era el tope? No sabía, honestamente. Cada que tengo cierta cantidad de dinero y estoy viendo que el precio se está peleando con algo y lo pongo en la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas veo que el precio se está peleando con esto, voy a vender ahí. Y es justamente por eso lo que vendí. Sí, ¿por qué? Porque si en 12 horas estoy haciendo 30%, 20% y se traduce eso un par de miles de dólares, es lo que voy a tomar. En tu técnica, ya lo viste, Alejandro, el trade de disco es de 90 y de 99 en short. No, Elías. Esa es la zona donde tú vas a escoger tus rangos. Es lo que acabamos de platicar en este momento. ¿Ok? Vamos a ver. Davis Moreno, buen día Alejandro, ¿podrías ver el diagrama de Wyckoff en distribución y compararlo? No sé cómo hacer eso. Veo que Jesse lo hace todo el tiempo en X. Jesse es el bueno en eso. Yo no uso ese patrón de distribución de Wyckoff, no lo entiendo, no te voy a mentir. Y eso es para clases. Ahí lo puede explicar Farhan o no el jueves. No este jueves, el próximo jueves. Pero acá no nos dedicamos aquí estamos viendo esto y pues le damos un repasito. Es como lo contrario a una clase de jueves. Buenas tardes, pueden hablar de Grab Holdings. Ahorita les pregunto qué es, pero no tengo ni puta idea. Estimado Salo, con el dato de inflación que sale el miércoles, ¿cómo crees que reacciona el mercado? No sé, no me importa, porque el dato de inflación solamente va a justificar el mercado. Si crees que le están dando el dato de inflación y la gente está tradeando el dato de inflación, estamos perdidos, mi estimado Canito. Es al revés. El mercado va a tomar una dirección, el dato de inflación lo va a justificar. ¿Tiene sentido? Y recuerda, vamos en contra del movimiento que se dé. Buenas, se ha activado el corto de Tesla, estás en lo correcto y yo también he entrado. El corto de Tesla que yo tengo, 4.14 y 4.20 es mi segunda entrada. Y eso está en este momento aquí en los 4.14 y es justamente lo que habíamos dicho. No llegamos a la parte baja, nos detuvimos acá, pero yo esperaría entre los 4.20, que es el EMA 100, y el 4.14, encontrar resistencia e irnos para abajo. Yo estoy haciendo corto acá, para que sepan. Es cierto lo que dicen por acá. Que alguien le diga a Alex que deje de dibujar esas bolas en la tabla. Tío, si les queda tiempo, podrían analizar ICE. Ajá. No, cochiloco. ¿Nos pueden explicar rápidamente qué es un hombro, cabeza, hombro y para qué sirve? ¿Y qué es un SFP? Eso está en el curso, Tito. ¿Viste el curso y no lo entendiste? Y si no, de nuevo, esto es para como clases. Hombro, cabeza, hombro son patrones facilísimos. Donde hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro súper claro. Bueno, luego lo enseño. Si veo una tabla, ahorita lo digo. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin rápidamente para no perdernos. Voy a empezar con literalmente la de acá. No, vamos al índice. ¿Qué les parece? Para que esté limpio. ¿Este fue el índice o no? ¿A qué le piqué? Sí, ahí estoy. Perfecto. Uy, cero de volatilidad disparándose a la baja. Importante acá saber esto. Esto tiene cara de que va a retestear mínimos. Vientos. ¿Qué es lo que podemos ver por acá? Vamos a empezar en la trimestral. En la trimestral tenemos varias cosas que hemos visto. Uno, tienes una vela envolvente bajista muy potente y puedes ver que estás cayendo acá. Esto para mí amerita un rebote, pero puede que el rebote ya lo hayas dado, que fue el de ayer o antier, el que tomé ventaja de, pero puede que lo vuelva a hacer. Hoy en la mañana estaba ya 1,500 arriba en mi trade y me los volví a comer todos y estoy otra vez adentro. Pero ese es otro tema, no tiene nada que ver con esto. Vela envolvente bajista es una vela trimestral. Recuerda que nuestras velas trimestrales normalmente son las que nos dan potentes resultados y si estamos viendo, este fue el tope de ciclo del 2021, este podría ser el tope de ciclo de ahorita. Más allá de ver patrón de velas, todo el mundo siempre dice, no hay ningún indicador que nos diga que estamos en tope. Sencillo. Vamos, volteas a ver tu volatilidad. Recuerda, este es un indicador que se llama BBWP. Bollinger Band with Percentile, es este by the caretaker, nada más B, W, P, ¿ok? Y tal cual como sale, aquí lo tienen. Este es un índice de volatilidad para todos los que están apenas aprendiendo. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, la línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Aquí arriba es 100%, aquí abajo es 0%. Yo puse la línea amarilla en 15%. Y estas líneas significan 100% cuando son naranjas o 0% cuando son azules. Lo que podemos notar y lo que nos dice que esto podría ser tope es cada vez que vemos este tipo de fondos acá, es literalmente el fondo de precio antes de un movimiento estúpidamente loco. Este fue en julio del 2016. Nadie se acuerda del 2016, no se preocupen. Este fue el del 2020, julio del 2020, donde Bitcoin fue de $6,000 hasta $60,000. Y este fue el del 2023 con el CERP de Hamas, donde Bitcoin fue de 25,000 a $126,000, ¿ok? Y los topes normalmente lo marca la primera sesión por debajo del promedio, ¿ok? Perdón, me mamé con esta. Ah, cabrón, pinche pulso de José José después de unas cubas. Bueno, cuando la volatilidad contrae no es cuando se da la vuelta para abajo, es cuando cae por debajo del promedio. Y cada que lo ha hecho en esta tabla, ha marcado topes. Este fue el de el 2018, este fue el famoso del 2021 y este podría ser el siguiente. Aunque mucha gente dice que no, que esto es un superciclo y que va a continuar por alguna razón, vientos. Ya estamos abajo no sé cuánto por ciento en Bitcoin, pero siguen muy alcistas en esto. Por ahora esto nos da una idea de que continuaremos cayendo y el cierre, tal cual como estamos viendo el gráfico en este momento, donde tienes volatilidad por debajo del promedio, cuando ves esto, si tenemos este cierre y este cierre se va a dar en un mes y 15 días, se llega a dar tal cual, ¿qué es lo que vas a ver, mi estimado? Ya viste el tope de Bitcoin y ahora esta es tu confirmación. Ahora, esta es una vela topera y esta sería tu confirmación. Cualquier cierre por debajo de $105,000 te va a confirmar esta vela trimestral cayendo. Mensual. Tenemos a Bitcoin rompiendo nuestra línea que ha estado defendiendo bastante bien de agosto del 2024, en septiembre del 2024, que fue la caída de Japón, luego la de los aranceles, y ahora por ahora la estamos rompiendo a la baja. Siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 87, que también coinciden con mi línea meme amarilla en la otra tabla que les estaba enseñando en estos momentos. ¿Qué más continuaría? En la mensual. En la mensual, por ejemplo, cuando nosotros cerremos por debajo del promedio del 9, que no lo hemos hecho en todo este rally, más que podrías argumentar que acá, pero no quedó claro en los 58,000 en agosto del 2024. La última vez que lo hiciste, estabas en el mercado bajista. Cerrando por debajo del promedio del 9, que es la línea azul que está acá, no la diagonal, el promedio, el EMA 9, el azul, que está en 103,286. Básicamente te confirmaría que tu siguiente objetivo es el promedio del 21, que es la línea amarilla, en los 87,200. Y esto podría confirmar que es el final del mercado alcista. También tenemos la volatilidad en la mensual, en el punto más bajo en la historia de toda la tabla, lo que nos sugiere que vamos a ver probablemente el movimiento más agresivo en toda la historia de Bitcoin, sea para arriba o sea para abajo. Ustedes son los que van a decidir para qué lado se va a dar este movimiento. Y pues, no, bueno, en realidad la tabla lo va a decidir. Ustedes toman la apuesta como gusten. Pero aquí tenemos probabilidad del movimiento más grande en toda la tabla de Bitcoin, junto con la de 2 semanas, donde tenemos volatilidad nula cuando tenemos estos periodos de cero y puedes ver que está por encima del promedio. Pero recuerden, para nosotros volatilidad no se da hasta que estemos por encima de la línea amarilla, la línea del 15%, nuestra línea meme puesta acá. Ahí es cuando empezamos a ver para dónde está apuntando el precio y lo que se está dando. Por ahora estás perdiendo tu promedio del 34, que está por ahí de los $95,000 en la de 2 semanas. Para nosotros, cualquier cierre por debajo del 21 podría ser el final de esto. Por ahora estás tocando el 34 y la única vez que fuiste debajo del 34 fue en julio del 2024 con la caída de Japón. Bueno, a eso le echó la culpa a todo el mundo al ajuste de la bolsa, pero en realidad no pasó ni vergas. Y nunca volviste a tocar el 34 de 2 semanas. Ahorita te lo estás llevando de corbata. Y siguiente objetivo debería ser los $83,000, el promedio del 55. Volatilidad, ya lo mencionamos, también preparando uno de los setups más potentes de toda la historia en la tabla. Y les voy a poner el HPDR ya de esta tabla para abajo para que podamos ver precios racionalmente en vez de solamente confundirnos. Pueden ver acá que los 82 sería siguiente. Aquí se trataría de recuperar los 95 para poder regresar a retestear los 103. Y esto más o menos, esto es algo que me gusta, ¿eh? Si no has entrado en corto, ahorita espérate a un retesteo de esta zona o del promedio del 21. Y ahí es donde probablemente vayas a encontrar el trade que estás buscando. Si ahorita te estás metiendo en corto, te va a llevar la verga. Porque esto, no sé, ahorita lo vamos a acercar más, pero no se ha llevado a los cortos todavía. Semanal. Semanal, ya tienes un cierre por debajo de esta línea meme. Nos queda una semana más por completo. Puedes ver que hay volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Para que vean, la primera sesión fue justamente acá. Les pongo una línea roja para que vean y veamos qué vela es la que nos queda por encima. Esta vela roja. Esto nos da movimientos más o menos de entre 35 y 50%. No me voy a mamar, vamos a medir solamente, ¿qué les parece? 30%, para arriba y para abajo, aunque lo está dando para abajo. 30% nos pondría en $72,000 si es a la baja y 30%, $136,000 a la alza. Entonces, cualquiera de los dos se puede dar por ahí de los 70 a los 130, aunque una vez más, esto ya tiene dos periodos de confirmación. El día de hoy, si continúa y tienes este cierre, básicamente te está, no es el día de hoy, esta semana. Te da esta confirmación y pues ya sabes lo que puede pasar. Esto se puede dar la vuelta tranquilamente y caer, para que lo sepan y no crean que ya está inscrito en piedra. Entonces, es importante ver altas temporalidades y seguir checando dónde está el precio en esos timeframes, ¿ok? Vamos a 5 días. 5 días estamos justamente cerrando, lo pueden ver acá, por debajo del promedio del 100 ante una expansión de volatilidad en esta caída y cerrando por debajo del promedio del 100. Nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 91,900, que tiene una vez más, ahorita les voy a enseñar eso, y de ahí 84. Cualquier oportunidad de regreso sería un rebote a esta zona más o menos de 100,500, que es lo que nos había enseñado el rango que les había dicho. Se me haría interesante en este momento. Denme un segundo a ver si lo tengo. No. Puesto acá. ¿Qué exchange? ¿En qué exchange me metí el otro día aquí? ¿Fue Bluffing? BTCC. Ok. Un segundo. Un segundo, tíos. Vamos a futuros. Aquí está. Ok. Vamos a usar mi cuenta de BTCC para medir en este momento cómo sería un movimiento. ¿Ok? Rápido. Ahí lo tienen. Lo que voy a hacer es, voy a abrir, tengo aquí $190. Voy a abrir un long, ¿no? Y un short. Vamos a ponerlo por acá. Voy a poner todo. Pueden ver que es market. Acá tal cual. Y voy a poner en 20X. Me estoy asegurando que sea un 20X. Solamente para que lo vean de cerca. Cross, no tengo de otra en este. 20X, abierto, mercado, poner todo. Y aquí vamos a abrir esto. Ok. Para que me diga open long, ¿dónde me eliminaría? Va a ir a $88,000 esta madre. 88 o del otro lado, ¿para dónde vamos? Espérenme. O en corto, espérame, ¿dónde vergas quedó? No abrí la posición. Ahí está. Corto. 97,700. Entonces, 88 a 97. ¿Ok? Este es el rango que quieren seguir ahorita. El trade que les puse hace rato solo ocupa si esto rebota a la alza, porque eso querría decir que estamos en la extremidad baja. ¿Ok? Si es que no se salieron en el putazo a 95. Que espero que sí, porque pasaron minutos. Pero bueno, aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, por debajo del promedio del 100. En la de 5 días deberíamos de tener continuación a la baja con movimientos bastante agresivos. Vamos a la diaria. Aunque Alex está usando la de 2 días ahorita para también hacer un punto. Acá en la de 2 días estamos en el 61,8%. Ahora, quiero que noten que normalmente el 68,1% es lo que nos debería dar un rebote a esto, a la zona de los 98, 97. Por ahora, vamos a estar monitoreando esto. Si tenemos el breakdown, yo esperaría que sea justamente a la zona que les había dicho. Y en la diaria, pueden ver que ya estamos casi en el 88,3%, 91,260. Y además, en extremos, con esta volatilidad después de la caída, empujando sobre la caída. Les voy a poner mi tabla para dejarlo absolutamente claro. Déjenme quito el HPDR en putiza. Pueden ver que estamos en el 88,3% en mi tabla de Coinbase. Y acá lo que estamos haciendo es simplemente 1, 2, 3 rechazos de esta zona de la media. Personalmente me gustaría ver un rebote y este rebote se va a dar siempre y cuando, y este es el pedo de Bitcoin, ¿no? Porque te diría, ¿dónde está la invalidación de este trade a la baja? Simplemente llévate este mínimo, papi, llévate este mínimo y va para abajo. No, no es tan fácil, no es tan fácil, porque a Bitcoin le gusta hacer esto y después esto. Por eso estamos jugando a qué? A ver qué nos dice el exchange para poder ver qué números estamos cazando. Y en este momento, solamente para que quede claro, estamos cazando si se mantiene el rango de acá por el día, porque necesitas varias velas donde estás acá. Podríamos ser los primeros en capturar este rango, ¿ok? Pero pueden ver que el rango literalmente que nos dio el trade de BTCC es todo este rango, de línea amarilla a línea amarilla. Llegas acá y ¿qué haces? Corto. Llegas acá y ¿qué haces? Long, ¿ok? Esa es la idea de estos trades. Ahora, siempre has estado jugando en este rango de la media, lo puedes ver, chingada madre. Lo puedes ver por acá, en el rango de esta media, ¿ok? El rango de esta media, quiero decirles algo a todos ustedes. Cuando estamos viendo algo así, ahorita haces dinero acá, haces dinero acá, haces dinero acá, haces dinero acá. Es un ejemplo. El problema de estos rangos es que a cierto punto llegas a un fin. No te confíes, porque por más que yo estoy jugando el rango y le estoy sacando, va a haber un punto donde ya no aguante. Solana está en 134, enseñándome debilidad, pero el precio está rebotando con fuerza en los 93. La cosa que les quiero poner acá enfrente a todos ustedes es esto. ¿Qué ha hecho Bitcoin todo este tiempo? Perdón. Déjenme, ¿saben qué? Voy a poner la tabla limpia de CME para que no se confundan. Qué gran línea esta. En la tabla de CME quiero que vean esto. ¿Cuántos días? ¿Ok? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 días pagándole a cortos. ¿Cuándo te vas a dar la vuelta a mínimo regresar a los 97, a esta zona? Y ahora quiero que vean acá. Esta zona podría convertirse, pues acá, déjenme ver cómo se ve. 99,800 a 101. No, me gusta más así, a 101. Algún punto va a tener que regresar a hacer esto. Hoy en la mañana, cuando vi que pompeó el mercado fue porque les mandaron la noticia de Michael Saylor. Por eso vendí el long y porque estaba llegando a los límites. Acá no me sorprendería para nada. Ahora, no les estoy diciendo que entren ahorita, aunque ya es un poco tarde, ¿no? No me sorprendería ver esto y esto. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez más, toda esta gente está montada gratis en cortos. Si te metiste acá, 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 en donde sea en un corto, estás ganando. ¿Qué es lo que el mercado te va a hacer? Cogerte. Entonces yo estaría más al pendiente a un rebote y el rebote que se lleve a todo el mundo para abajo. Déjame ver la de 4 horas rapidísimo para que puedan entender esto. Todo caída, o sea, apenas a los de acá que hicieron corto lo sacó, ¿no? Hasta acá lo sacó aquí abajo para darles este pompazo. O sea, deberíamos de ver después de esto a dónde hemos llegado, 200, 100, deberíamos de venir al 55 más o menos a esta zona en los 101. Yo aquí es donde estoy esperando mis trades y entonces es lo que debemos de hacer todos. Estoy yo tradeando este rango, yo no le recomiendo a nadie que se meta ahorita en este rango, yo esperaría a que te dé uno de los movimientos 97 u 88. 88 long, 97 corto, es lo que estamos viendo. Antes de eso, cualquier cosa por acá es bastante riesgoso a menos de que agarres los extremos, que es lo que yo estoy jugando, pero no deben de ustedes ahorita ver esto y decir, voy a agarrar el extremo, porque si continúa martillando el extremo te va a sacar. ¿Ok? Y pues Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, eso es Bitcoin. Ahora, la dominancia de Bitcoin, la dominancia de los Bitcoin está cayendo por acá, todavía desde acá. Y es más, no me atrevería ni siquiera a hacer eso. Yo pondría una línea meme de acá para acá. Si estoy buscando que la dominancia de Bitcoin se rompa a la alza, tengo que romper esta línea meme. Ahorita me recordó eso, algo que les quiero enseñar. Por ahora es un poco más bajista, sobre todo en la de 4 horas, aunque parece que ya encontró suelo. Y cuando cambiamos a un gráfico diario, por más que esto se vea bajista, no va a ser bajista hasta que te lleves este número, el 59.24. Te llevas 59.24, estarás buscando este mínimo. Por eso lo había marcado antes. Dije, siempre y cuando llegue acá y te rebotes, no tienes pedos. Pero esto está cayendo, aunque Solana está cayendo igual. No, y de nuevo, ¿dónde estás? En la parte más baja del rango. Aquí también va a haber un trade, $130, $131, pero tienes volatilidad expandiéndose en esta temporalidad. Atentos, literalmente acá está en $130. Tiene cara que cripto quiere irse a la verga, pero antes recuerda, si ahorita ves que se está yendo a la verga, tiene que ir para arriba para llevarse a la verga a todo el mundo y para abajo para completar la verga. Antes de continuar. Así que ahí lo tienen. Estamos pendientes. Yo estaría pendiente de... esto es bajista. Que nos quede claro. Volteas a ver el gráfico trimestral y qué es lo que tienes. Elementos bajistas como perder el promedio del 5, una vela envolvente bajista y tienes volatilidad en contracción. En la mensual tienes ya un bajo más bajo de esto te pone ya en una tendencia bajista mensual. Tienes divergencias bajistas, además de que tienes volatilidad en el punto más bajo de la historia en toda la tabla y rompiendo estructura es bajista. La trimestral podría todavía salvarse, la mensual ya es bajista. 2 semanas es bajista en estructura y también esperando un movimiento grande con vela topera y confirmación instantánea. Semanal es súper bajista. Después de haber hecho tope por acá, hay continuación y aparte tienes volatilidad expandiendo a la baja. Diaria es bajista, lo puedes ver haciendo bajos más bajos, aunque no hizo bajos más bajos que los de ayer, que eso no es bueno para Bitcoin. Si en verdad quieres ir para arriba, quieres que Bitcoin se lleve los bajos. Y 4 horas es un poco alcista si no te llevas esto, pero tienes altos más bajos. He aquí el dilema, ¿no? En la de 4 horas, ¿qué estás viendo? ¿Altos más bajos o bajos más altos? Es la pregunta del siglo. Y aquí, pues, va a quedar lo primero que veamos, ¿no? A 95 para abajo o 88 para arriba. Esa va a ser la pregunta del millón, damas y caballeros. Ahí está Tesla entrando a mis 420 a huevo. Ok. Con eso los dejo. Vamos a la siguiente, que es, un segundo, CRCL, Circle, y DGE. Okay. Who wants to do Circle? And then the other one is DGE.
I can do Circle.
Do it up, son. CRCL.
Okay. Nice. We have no chart on here. Naked chart. Always nice to see. Very quickly can get some support here. And okay, not good. Breaking down. Really breaking down, actually. And then we just take this all-time low. And now we're just in a range, very simple. All saw how I drew that very easily. Circle on the weekly looks absolutely terrible. For me, it looks like it's just in a massive breakdown. It's very interesting to see. And you don't actually have a lot of data on this chart. Now, Circle, CRCLE, put in a massive weekly top candle. And this is interesting because then you made a lower high and then you just kind of entered into a multi-month downtrend. Now, it's interesting because you had just freshly lost the weekly 9 in October. And then since then, you've just been dumping from that point. You see here, you lost that 108K region just specifically using September 2nd's wick low. Should have held and been a footing for bulls. but the opposite occurred. You broke down and actually flipped that into resistance. So 1018 is solid resistance, and you would already be gauging that just with the weekly EMA 9 moving right into that region. My next target is simply $65 from this point. And really, you have to, when you get to a chart like this, it's potentially pressing all-time low. Well, you do have to just start wondering if you're about to make a new macro 52-week low and potentially, have like a macro lower low break. Because the monthly isn't a downtrend. Here was supposed to be the last major high or low. Instead, you consistently put in lower highs. And now what you're doing is you're just brewing a major breakdown. From this point, if you do end up taking June's low, there's really not going to be anything but price discovery for bears. And so then this is where the HBDR can become your friend. We can shift to a weekly again and see, okay, you're at the 100%. This will update though. Again, you're not dealing with a lot of data, so we'll even go to a 2-day. Wow, even at the 100% on the 2-day, pretty insane. Daily. Again, so the daily here paints a different story. Where the weekly and 2-day are basically at the extreme lows, can update, right? This is at 4 hours to go. This 2-day can easily update. You can even see you've already shot past the 100%. And this is just where the lack of data really isn't your friend when using higher timeframes on HBDR. But the daily can be helpful, and we can see here you have a very easy move down to that $73.45, maybe down to $67. Confluence with the $65 idea. You're just basically gauging this low. It should, in theory, move down. You're in a daily breakdown. And you haven't even tested the 38.2%. So if you get close to November 13th wick high, observe that, watch that, because that is resistance at this point on the lower time frames. Keep going. 4 hours, not really saying much, just making another lower low, right? So if it's in a 4-hour lower low, maybe it does give a bounce. Could produce just a lower high. Let's see where the EMA 5 is on the 4-hour. Insane. We always say, right? You can throw on the EMA 5 if you're super bearish or super bullish. Now this is super bearish, and so you've been just creating lower highs off the 4-hour EMA 5. Something to note that's actually very actionable, because this entire way down, literally from the 130s, you've just been rejecting the EMA 5 on the 4-hour. Pretty simple. And even here, when you popped up past the EMA 5, you just rejected the mean line and the EMA 9. Perspective is key with these charts. There's really no reason to complicate it. And even here, if we just gauge the move from $200 all the way down to 108, you could have just had a pretty easy trade playing the 4-hour 5 and the 4-hour 9. The entire way minus here. So, right, that just is a very weak chart to the downside when I see something like that. Yeah, crazy. Like, what's the idea in longing here? I mean, we all drew the mean line together.
Bottom catchers.
Yeah. Yeah, and those, if you're always trying to pick at your bottom, what do you get? Just probably shit on your fingers. So just be very aware. Yeah, just be aware. I could even draw another line here. Lower time frame, go to a daily, right? That wick high, talked about it. Daily 9's right there. So, I mean, you're in a range, basically, of like $92 down to like $65. It's a pretty disgusting range, actually, because it's pretty big. 30%. And that's why these major moves up can be not fun for bulls when you flip bearish, because they just leave massive inefficiencies that can get filled. And so now here you are back within this range. Really watch $65. Don't really have much more to say about this chart, honestly. Monthlies coming in 11 days, and well, you did hold 108 as massive support. So into next month, you should be gauging these regions here as major rejection zones, which is unfortunate, because that means if you come here and you bounce, you still could just SR support on the monthly. Again, you don't have a lot of data. You're dealing with like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles here. But still very important, and we always will play what we know. You'll either then price divergence, trap some bulls, or just come in for that lower low. Here's your lower high. anywhere here, like really the lower high can be formed as long as you're just not taking out 159 in all realness. A 2-month lower high brewing a lower low break. Implications really of this all-time low not holding. So then, right, bottom longers doesn't make too much sense. Because if I was trying to long, all you're doing is this. Literally, this is the only idea you're doing. It has to hold, but is it even holding? No, it's not, actually. You're just breaking down. And then when you're super aggressive and the trade's not going, you draw another line. Okay, hopium. But again, you're just on the cusp. So like this is the only hopium bulls have. This chart's extremely weak. And even as I showed on the 4-hour, there's no idea to long here. None. Zero. So just wait for 65 and see if this macro low holds or not. If you break this low, then yeah, it's decimated. What's the idea then? Right? What's the idea? God, that's a funny yearly, right? This is perspective. Maybe this does just flip red before a month. Usually when you see candles like this, it doesn't take much for this just to flip red.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, look at that. It's humorous. That's crazy. So if you're trying to bottom long, just look at the yearly and really just think, what's harder? For this to flip green and fill this body out, or for this just to flip red and take this low out? So just be very aware. This is disgusting. But I will say, if you hold this low into the next yearly, you can fill some of this wick out. But I mean, just imagine being long and trying to bottom long all of this. And you're just now here. And it's just like literally now it's only a, I don't even know. Does it tell me how much percent up that is? No. So it's now only up 11% after a 283% wick. Predatory, not good. So be aware of this. I have literally no idea why you would be investing in this chart. Where can I get bullish on this idea of maybe this breaking out? Well, I'll just go to my monthly. We'll quickly look. Any monthlies back above 126 is good. You're not so back. You need to now take out this October high. This October high is very important. I already talked about it on the daily. But even on the monthly, you can just see that was where the last major lower high was. So if you're going to be bullish and you are going to play like something like this, crazy price divergence, even though you're in a downtrend, then you just simply wait for the trend shift, higher, low, bid this, and you move up, you fill this wick. That means that all in this region, you have no reason to long or no reason to trade. And that's just as simple as it can get with this chart. Right, if you just gauge the weekly reactions, once you got back above that 120 level, you just went up. So just be very aware of this chart. It looks terrible, and I would bet that $65 will come before year end. And that's just simply based on how the yearly looks. So just be aware. Terrible chart, and I've never really seen a yearly candle look this way. So into next year will be very interesting to see if it fills this wick out, or if, yeah, you just somehow put in a like massive topping candle on the first yearly candle of this chart's history.
This is closing with a quarterly.
It's all, yeah, all the higher time frames are closing here. The 6 month too, look at that. I mean, I guess she didn't engulf, but not really good. Then let's see the quarterly.
This is one of those, if you're catching the bottom, you grab the top and do an 88% drawdown, and that's going to be average-ish where it's going to go.
Because like even just gauging, like if you were buying the dip the last 3 weeks, what's the idea? Because here when she lost the weekly 9, you went down 38%. So it's just really hard to even have some kind of buying dip strategy on a chart like this. And that's why literally the only thing you can do is this and just hope this low holds. Literally, that's it. You're just hoping this low holds. That's it. But as you can see, it's already starting to break down and could start as little as today on this daily closure. Once you actually lose that $78, $79 region, you could just start moving down to 65. meaning that all the longers here thinking they're getting a discount really could just eat another 16% move down. And then maybe it bounces, maybe. But then couldn't you just do this and then retest and then come down? That's why it's a little harder. This is a terrible chart. I wouldn't even be having this on your watch list. Just have an alert, $65. See if it takes this low out. If you're trying to long this and you are bullish, then okay, this low should hold. You're long in here and your stop is there. You don't need to complicate this chart. And if it doesn't take this low out, then good. You might get a bounce, and that bounce might provide you like, a pretty big one, 25%, maybe 30%. But until then, this has just been going down only. The yearly looks like disgusting. And even on the 4-hour, you don't even have a setup here. So just be aware that, even on the 4-hour, you're rejecting the 5, which tells me that, yeah, this literally there's no reason to long this at all, actually. 0. Because even if you longed here, meanwhile, okay, cool, bounce, we're right at the 5. Let me just sell. And then you dump through it. You bounce right at the 9, and then you dump. So just be aware, disgusting chart. I really would not recommend anyone touching this. I think you're muted. I'm not sure. Oh, nice.
Yes, I am. Excellent. Thank you so much for telling me. Motherfuck me my fucking life. Yes, next chart is Oklo. Thank you.
Okay.
Ok, para que vean qué estamos viendo en este momento, damas y caballeros, Circle. Circle, que es la red de Coinbase, que me encanta porque no venden un token, venden acciones. Ahora, lo que estás viendo es algo imposiblemente bajista. Espero, porque me acuerdo cuando salió esto, la paquez. Güey, es que Circle subió 370%. Sí, en 3 semanas y después se los llevó a todos la verga. Si ponemos una vela, y este es el pedo de estas tablas, ¿no? ¿Cuánta información hay? Esto salió en junio del 2025, hace puta madre 5 meses o 4 meses, lo que sea. Quiero que vean la tabla anual. ¿Saben lo que es una vela topera? Y esta va a cerrar en 1 mes y 15 días, junto con la trimestral de Bitcoin, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan en mente. ¿Por qué les digo esto? Porque, tíos, esto... Permítanme, los voy a regresar a la semanal, pero eso les voy a decir cómo va a acabar. Como Coinbase acá. Sale en abril, mayo, ¿no? Hasta acá. Y de ahí, ¿cuánto bajó? Desde que salió hizo tope. Y es lo que yo tomaría, literalmente es lo mismo de Coinbase, ¿ok? ¿Cuánto bajó al fondo? 92%. Y esto es Coinbase. ¿Ok? 92%. Vamos a ser buen pedos y darle a Circle el beneficio de la duda de caer lo mismo que hizo la empresa mayor, la hermana mayor. ¿Ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? Lo voy a poner en la anual para que les quede clara la idea en esto. ¿Ok? $88. Este va a ser mi objetivo, la línea morada. Y lo voy a pintar acá para que lo entiendan. No es objetivo, es objetivo, Alejandro. Objetivo igual a 88% abajo. Si voy a comprar esta tabla es donde lo voy a comprar. Acá, en esta zona entre los 33 y los $35. Y dirán, pero no mames, ¿cómo puede bajar tanto? Ok, ya vieron, lo vieron en Coinbase. No hay nada aquí que les pueda decir más que esto. Y les voy a llevar a la semanal para que ustedes puedan tomar rápidamente la decisión de qué quieren hacer. ¿En qué estamos? Una obvia tendencia bajista. No hay ni cómo rascarles más. La pongas aquí, la pongas acá, la pongas asá. Todo esto es una tendencia bajista, por supuesto. Altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos. Y adivina qué sigue. Después de altos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Te vas a llevar esto. ¿Quieres entrar en esto? Y ahora, te vas a meter acá en corto. Puede que te saque porque acuérdate que nos gusta subir para bajar. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando acá? Güey, tu mejor oportunidad del planeta es abrir un long más o menos en esta zona y que tu invalidación sea esto. Un tick por debajo de 64.44 y fuera. Y dirán, pero esto no está tan lejos de tu línea meme para abajo. Si compras en 64 y cae lo que yo digo, te falta otro 50% a la baja. Y eso es lo que lo vuelve tan peligroso, efectivamente. Entonces, tu única jugada interesante es que esto vaya a ser esto y rebotar y no llevarse este mínimo. Fuera de eso, esto es bajista, 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 bajista. Y una vez más, solamente por las risas. Es la vela más topera que he visto en mi vida. No, punto. Y ahí tienen mi objetivo, se los firmo, no, ahí está puesto en la línea morada, ahí los veo. Y ahí, por ejemplo, les digo que voy a comprar Coinbase Circle, también me interesa en ese punto. ¿Ok? Algo más que agregar a esto. Circle aquí, en estos niveles, estoy interesado. Gracias. Ok, vámonos a la de Mr. Farhano, vamos a DGE, a ver qué existe, Mr. Farhano. We're ready for you.
DGE, Dirty Ghetto Estrogenites.
That's disgusting.
Or dairy goes expiration.
Sure, why not?
Diagonal. Oh, this thing looks terrible. All right, so I'll start with a quarterly. And we have a pretty massive move to the downside from our current all-time highs. We are now down about 56%. On the wick low, we went down about 59.5% from the all-time highs. And we are now bouncing off of our 100% range on the HPDR because you do have probabilities that you will not continue from that area. More likely, you will consolidate / bounce from this zone while the HPDR ranges can step down, and then you see another move to the downside. But if you do notice, we made a massive wick over here on the COVID dump. We went all the way down to about $2,000 and then into, or Jeep, I don't know what currency this is, I'm gonna say 2,000, and we got a strong bounce, and then we went to new all-time highs from there. That COVID bottom was an area that we ended up consolidating at, getting a slight bounce, and then we ended up smashing right through that area. So it is pretty interesting to see that this thing is down even more than it was down during COVID, and by a good amount. And this is what, an alcoholic beverage company, so I'm not sure why this is down. I'm pretty sure people are still drinking alcohol, so
that's Diageo.
Sure. The what?
Diageo. That's a massive distribution company. The reason why alcohol is down is because restaurants are selling way less alcohol than before, and that's what they do. These people distribute. So while alcohol consumption hasn't really slowed down at home, for restaurants, it has tremendously slowed down. That's why Diageo is getting fucked.
Well, that's because they charge somebody $35 for a shot of Jack Daniels, and people can buy two bottles for that much.
Yeah, that's basically that's it. There's no, there's no other better way of explaining it. Well done, sir.
Why would I pay $35 when I can buy two bottles?
You tell me.
So right now, the 100% range, we are consolidating right around our bottom, which we formed in about 2015 before we went to significantly new all-time highs. Does make sense to consolidate right over here, right around that 100%, while we try for a little bit of a mean reversion bounce. That mean reversion bounce, assuming we close over this 100 EMA, will take us back to this 5, somewhere around just below $2,000, right at that nice psychological level of 2,000. I would expect for this to take some time, for then these HPDR ranges can step down, and then I expect this area to smash through this previous to 2015 low. And I think the next consolidation period is going to be somewhere around this zone here, between $1,300 to the upside and like $1,000 to the downside. Somewhere in that zone, I do think is going to be our next phase of consolidation before hopium is that we'll get a reversal there. It would make a very nice head and shoulders if we do get a nice bounce from this zone, because you have your head right there, you got your shoulder right there, you'd make your next shoulder right there off of your mean reversion, and then I'm pretty sure that gives you a negative number, so we won't bother measuring it out. But just know that it leads prices a lot lower than they are now. And on the quarterly, we're starting to flip back up a momentum, getting back over the moving average, whereas volatility is going into a contraction phase, telling you you're likely going to get a lower high from this zone. Monthly also lining up for a bounce right now, with momentum flipping back up, volatility flipping down into a contraction, and the monthly jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral, and it is now curving to the upside. Very likely this will flip into a buy on this next open. Right now, that bounce likely takes you up somewhere around same area at about $1,900 to $2,000. I'm assuming this is dollars. I don't know what GBX is. All I do is click numbers. This is too advanced. Or click buttons. On the 2-week, momentum is now flipping to the downside with volatility in expansion phase. 2-week is now forming bullish divergence because we do have a higher low on momentum. We have to close over $1,808 to confirm that, and that gives us a target to $2,000 on confirmation. Well, about $1,980 to be exact, this on here for this 21 EMA. Weekly is also flipped to the upside on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility now approaching extreme lows, and we got a weekly buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Last time we had a weekly buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone, we got to move up to tap the 21 EMA. Right now, the 21 is sitting somewhere around 1,871. But on this move, I do think we will continue upwards to tap the 55, because after we hit the 21, we did catch back up to the 38.2%. And right now the 55 takes us to right around that 95% zone that we hit last time, which is at that $2,000 level. 5-day also now rejecting the 38.2% with the momentum flip to the upside. Whenever you get that, likely that bottom 38.2% will hold and lead to continuation upwards. Right now, the jewel on the 5 days also losing, is giving a buy signal. Right now, that area of support for the 38.2% is somewhere around $1,750. Likely that brings us up towards about $1,900 to $2,000. 2-day also rejecting 38.2% with momentum flip to the upside. 2-day is now starting to expand on volatility, getting very close to expansion on volatility from 0%, still below the moving average, with also the buy signal of the jewel. We are now at the median on the 2-day, which we are getting a bounce from. Assuming we hold this area, that should take us to about in 1900s. If we lose this area, the next bounce zone is somewhere around that 1750 zone, 1730 to 1750. Daily also lining up with a little bit of a move down from here with a rejection of the 97.5%. You are now below the 95%, likely bringing you down to somewhere around that 1750 to 1730 area. You do have a little gap over here at $1,730. And daily has momentum very extremely to the upside, lighting up with a pullback. 4-hour now opposite, getting momentum to the downside, very extreme, and now flipping back up from there with volatility contracting, and you're getting towards some extreme areas on the HPDR, not quite that low. We bounced off of the 95%, but now the ranges have stepped up. So as long the signal for continuation downwards is a loss of $1,769. Nice number. Once you lose that area, you're likely going to come down to that 1,730 area, which I do think is going to happen. And then from that area is where you're likely to get your bounce into the 1900s. And you're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside on the 4-hour too, and that will coincide with that move down to 1730. Let's go into the RSI. Quarterly is well within the critical zone. Very, very high probability of bounce from this zone. Monthly has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 1856, and your next target on the divergence is 1152 for the critical zone. But likely you do bounce before you hit that. And the resistance to the upside is the edge of the bearish control zone, which currently sits at 2085. Perfect area. 2-week also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Will be active as long as you're closing below 1808. Next target is the critical zone. Sits at $1,100, 1168. Weekly also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. Wow, it's got it every time frame. And this will be active as long as you're closing below 1875. Next target is the critical zone at 1331. 5-day currently has active bullish divergence. This will be invalidated with the close below 1664. Next target is the edge of the bearish control zone, and then the neutral zone. Neutral zone currently sits at about 2062. Nice level. So it's a range between 1900 and 2000. Same thing as before. 3-day now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This confirms with any close below 1790 and will give you an easy target of the bearish control zone, which currently is at about 1614, but this will update. 2-day, nothing. Daily has an active drive of bearish divergence. This will be invalidated when you close above 1875, and your next target on that bearish divergence is the bearish control zone, which currently sits at 1626. And 4 hour currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence, and your next target is about 1719, lines up with that 1730 zone, with that silver cross about to happen. Alrighty, let's go to the quarterly. Quarterly now flip to the downside, very extreme to the downside, with volatility at extremes, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1934. And you are now taking out any possibility of hidden bullish divergence, because you have now made a lower low on price, and it's impossible to have hidden bullish divergence in a downtrend. And there's also no possibility for bullish divergence because you are making lower lows on your momentum. What you need from here to make bullish divergence is you need a lower low on price along with a higher low on momentum to have bullish divergence. So you would need to make a lower low from here to even have that possibility of bullish divergence. Monthly is currently very close to flipping back up, lines up with that short-term bounce from the zone. Well, it's a monthly, so it's going to be more of a medium-term bounce, and lines up with monthly and quarterly getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR. And you will flip back up if you can close over 1702.50, which you are a little bit above right now. Likely volatility goes into a contraction phase once momentum flips back up, and that gives you targets of that 21 EMA to the 9 EMA to the 21 community zone between 1900 and about 2000-ish, because this will continue to drop with every single close. 2 week freshly flipped to the downside with volatility contraction, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 1818. Weekly flipped up with volatility now contracting, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1756. 5-day also flipped up, will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1716. I like to see this pivot at 1716, because if we get a move down to 1730, this will still remain to the upside. 2-day also flipped up, now making its way out of the bearish control zone and with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 1765 or 1764.69. Nice number. Daily also flipped up with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 1793.55, which we are slightly below at this moment. So it looks like daily is about to flip down. Why does this close in 13 minutes? 4 hours.
What is it? Because it's the 4. Oh, it's not the 4 hour one. Which one were you showing?
Daily closes in 13 minutes.
What the fucking fuck? Let me see in what market this is. LSE. I don't know what that. The London Stock Exchange. That's why.
Oh, it's a British stock, mate.
This is British, mate. Oh,
no wonder it's so bearish.
They must be bearish.
We are very bearish, mate.
This is absolutely the worst British accent anyone can find online. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for playing, Governor.
That's pretty good. I'll give it to you.
On the 4 hour, we are currently remaining to the downside, and we will, with volatility expansion, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below 1841. So on the high time frame, this thing kind of looks like shit. It looks terrible. You've taken out the COVID low. Pretty bad to have taken out the COVID low, but we are at very, very extreme areas on the HPDR to the downside. We're at the 100 EMA plus momentum and volatility at very extreme areas, giving you high probability of a bounce from somewhere from this zone, with a monthly now about to flip back up. Everything is basically lining up for a bounce from this zone from here, and that bounce likely takes you up towards somewhere around 1900 to 2000, and if you can get above 2000, that takes you up to 2200, but very unlikely you will get beyond 2200. And if you do get to that zone, high probability for a short. What tells you if you're going to top at around 2000 or 2200 is depending on where the HPDR range is at the time when you get to that price. If you're still trading at very extreme areas on the HPDR, once you get to 2000, it is likely you're going to go higher to that 2200 area while the HPDR range is going to step down, and then I expect continuation from there to tap somewhere around $12 to $1300, which is the next area of support on the RSI for the bearish divergences. But on the low time frames, you are getting momentum flipping down. lines up with a little bit of a move down to test that 5-day 38.2%, which does have 5-day momentum pointing up. And that 38.2% trades is sitting somewhere around 1720 to 1750. High probability you will see that bounce from that zone and then continue with the mean reversion on the high time frames into somewhere around that $1,900 to $2,000 area. And right now, taking an invalidation on being bearish would be basically just want to see it close above this previous major lower high at about 3,056. If I can see that, then okay, then we can go back to testing our current all-time highs. Until then, everything is really just a lower high as long as you're below this 200 SMA at around 3,000. And just tapping that area wouldn't be enough for me to say all-time highs. I'd want to see a close over this 200 SMA and maintain closes over there on the back test into going into all-time highs, which takes quite a bit right now for that to happen.
Nice. Thank you so much, sir. We got Coinbase right after the base of the coin for you.
Broad brain.
Exactly. So you know it's gonna fucking go well afterwards. Not right now. Correction right now.
Everything is bullish in the long enough time horizon.
Absolutely.
Unless it's Nike.
Yeah,
or
dude.
this.
What the I still don't understand how Nike's getting so fucked. I don't get it, but hey. The other one that's a gift right now, it's Lucid. Got my next entry, and now I'm waiting for the for my last one. Lucid's at 13.14. Imagine the people that invested above $2.
God. The Saudis.
Well, the Saudis are gonna make their money because they're long term, and you can play with banking stuff and all that shit. It's just retail, dude. They're all dead right now. Dead. I'm buying, like, my average before these moves to the downside were 18, right? So my average right now, it's got to be somewhere around the 14, 15. Imagine everybody else. Everybody else is sitting in like 300, 400.
Sheesh. Yeah. It's like people who bought Solana at $220 and now it's trading at 10 in the bear market.
Exactly. That's what's basically happening to everyone in Lucid. But I promise you guys, if you bought for a lot of money, you're fucked. But if you're being smart, you're going to do really well. Really well.
Sell me all your Lucid at $13 and fuck off.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say it. I'm not that retard. I'm not that retarded. Because then it's going to go bankrupt and people are going to be like, it is all your fault, Alejandro.
You were the sole reason why this company went bankrupt.
Exactly. It always is. It somehow always is. Thank you. Quería decirle a todos ustedes, vamos a analizar ahorita Diageo, pero ya les dije, me acabo de salir en mi último trade de Bitcoin en el rango, ahorita que subió a 94,200. Con eso hago otra milanesa y me llevo ahora sí que $4,000 entre ayer y hoy, nada mal. Con eso estoy por bien dado y ahora me voy a esperar al siguiente rango, que fue el que hablamos ahorita. Pero se los puse aquí primero todos ustedes en el chat. Ya saben, el Trading Academy, ustedes van primero y pues se los estoy contando ahorita. Ahora que lo estoy viendo bajar, solamente para cerrar eso que fue el trade que les puse en la mañana. Ahí está, se ganó. Y vámonos a lo que sigue, ¿ok? Vamos a esperar el siguiente movimiento del rango, sean los 97 o sean los 88, ¿ok? Sean pacientes. Vámonos con Diageo, damas y caballeros. Diageo, que es una empresa distribuidora de alcohol, ¿ok? Los pongo en la trimestral para que vean esto. Esto salió a la bolsa en 1997. Esta vela está a punto de cerrar o ya cerró ahorita en la diaria. Denme un segundo para ver. Faltaban 7 minutos. ¿Por qué? Porque esto está en el London Stock Exchange. Eso quiere decir que está en Londres, mate, para que lo sepan. Ahora vamos a la trimestral para que vean esto. Diageo se ve de la verga. Nunca en la historia, porque esto no pasa con el alcohol. Había bajado 36% en el 2008. En el putazo de las .com, en el primero, les voy a poner esto, bajó 50%. En el segundo, 40%. Y ahorita está abajo 57%, 56%, pero está abajo casi 60%. Esta es la caída más grande en toda la historia de Diageo y pueden ver que COVID no fue nada. La razón por la que esto está cayendo, y se lo repito, no es porque la gente está volviéndose más sana. La gente no evoluciona a una velocidad potente para mejor. No ocurre. Lo que está ocurriendo aquí, por lo que Diageo se está yendo a la verga como distribuidor de alcohol, y también aquí les voy a decir, ¿no? Y yo qué sé, como distribuidor de alcohol se está yendo a la verga porque los restaurantes y otros establecimientos literalmente están sangrando, ¿ok? Y tienen que comprar menos, porque a la gente, y la gente, normalmente invertimos nosotros en negocios de alcohol como lo hicimos, ¿no? En el 2020 a esto, nosotros invertimos en el negocio de alcohol porque en el 2008, en el 2000, etcétera, todas estas crisis, normalmente bajas poco y subes mucho. Lo pueden ver acá, acá, lo pueden ver de acá, acá. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando las cosas están mal, el alcohol sube, porque más gente quiere tomar, al igual que el entretenimiento. Pero en una crisis como en la que estamos ahorita, que tiene que ver con la gente literalmente estando en el momento más pobre de toda su vida, y esto es peor, se los digo una vez más, esto para mí es peor que el 2008. Y viví el 2008 poniendo atención. Esto es peor que el 2008. La gente no tiene ni para tomar. ¿Ok? Y ahora, esto es solamente algo que está ocurriendo en restaurantes. Quiero que les quede claro, restaurantes y establecimientos. Esto no está ocurriendo en casa. La gente está comprando alcohol más barato y poniéndose hasta la mierda en casa. Quien te diga que esto es el final de Diageo y que se acabó, está equivocado en mi opinión. Esto simplemente tiene que tomar la gran deflación primero y una vez que la gran deflación entre, Diageo tiene que explotar a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente no se volvió más inteligente, no se volvió mejor con sus decisiones, no está dejando de hacer estupideces que le caen mal. La gente literalmente está tan rota que no tiene dinero para ponerse hasta el culo en público. Lo tiene que hacer en privado. ¿Ok? Ahora, con esto dicho, en la trimestral, esta es una tabla bajista. ¿Por qué? Aunque tengas este alto más alto, ya rompiste este bajo. Esto quiere decir que después de este alto hiciste un bajo más bajo y eso te pone en tendencia bajista trimestral. Quiero ver la de 12 meses. 12 meses estás en tendencia bajista. Yo creo que aquí es donde está tu trade tremendo. Cualquier tipo de long en esta situación vale la pena hasta que te lleves los 1600, esta vela. Y esta vela es del 2015. Han pasado 10 años. Con que no te lleves los 1592 a la baja, esa debería ser tu trigger para ir a la alza. ¿Ok? Además de que Diageo en la anual tiene el setup de volatilidad más bajo en toda su historia. Eso es eso. En la trimestral estás en extremos ante esta caída. ¿Ok? La caída es lo que ha dado los setups de volatilidad. Tienes no un cruce plateado todavía a la baja, porque eso va a estar muy cabrón, pero yo imagino si se llega a dar, ese sería el fondo. Estás debajo del EMA 100 que acaba de empezar a popular en el 2022, lo tocaste y lo rompiste y estás por debajo de, dándote muy pocas probabilidades de continuación a la baja. Si pongo el HPDR, estoy seguro me lo va a poner así, tal cual, ahí lo tienes. No tienes que ser un puto genio para entenderlo. Aquí está, el 100% del HPDR. Ahora, esto es bueno para comprar. Lo que yo no entiendo de esto es cuánto tiempo vaya a tardar esto en recuperarse. Pueden ser 2, 3, 4, 5 años. ¿Ok? Porque, una vez más, lo que tiene que regresar es el balance a que el consumidor pueda comprar estas cosas y que le alcance en un restaurante. Eso es a donde tenemos que llegar. Y no estamos cerca de ello ahorita. Mensual. Mensual estás en el 88.3%, lo habías barrido. ¿Cuándo habías llegado a fondo antes? Aquí llegaste al 97%, aquí te llevaste el 100% en marzo del 2020, por lo que podríamos tener un buen argumento a poder ver una vez más esta zona hasta el 95% en los 1600 antes de explotar a la alza. Tienes volatilidad en extremos también. Acá, volatilidad está contrayendo ante este movimiento. No nos está diciendo mucho. Podemos ver que estamos ante el 88.3% de perder la zona de los 1767. Siguiente objetivo debería ser retestear mínimos acá en los 1670. ¿Qué es lo que creemos va a ocurrir? Más o menos por acá, tomar estos extremos y continuar a la alza. Semanal estás en la zona azul, 61.8% estaría en 1700, el 88.3% en los 1615 y el 97 en los 1500. Ahora, eso con volatilidad contrayendo. Diaria. Diaria, estás en extremo en reversión, por lo que tienes que venir a dar esta corrección y esta corrección puede parar por acá, puede ser la zona alta de la zona azul 1700, la parte baja de la zona azul 1600 o 61.8% en 1635. Ahí les va esto para cerrarlo. No tenemos que ser cracks para entender esto. Yo lo vería en la de 2 semanas, es la tabla más sencilla de leer de todas, aunque la trimestral ahorita trae potente ritmo simplemente por esto, porque tienes aquí el promedio del 100. Es más, yo me guiaría en la trimestral si voy a hacer esto. ¿Qué es lo que yo buscaría no llevarme? Este mínimo. Acá. Aquí es donde yo entraría si se llega a dar la posición. Es acá. Y ahora esto no me interesa tanto como, por ejemplo, Jack in the Box que continúa bajando. Pero esto ya está muy castigado. No sé cuánto, igual que Jack in the Box, no sé cuándo va a llegar, solo que Jack in the Box está casi 90% abajo y esto no. Esto solo está, ¿qué era? Ha bajado solamente 60%, pero este ya es la bajada más grande en toda su historia, para que lo tengan en mente. Yo simplemente esperaría no llevarme este mínimo de estos, ¿cómo se dice? De estos 10 años. Te lo llevas, tu siguiente objetivo va a estar más o menos por acá en los 1267. Yo creo que ahí ya está muy castigado. Aquí es donde esperarías este rebote y venir a la alza. Y vas a saber que eres realmente alcista reventando los 3200. Y estamos mal, te llevas esto y, bueno, no estamos mal, estamos mal en lo que pensaríamos. Y te llevarías esto y te pongo esta que sería el límite en rojo. Ahí te llevas esto y no sé a dónde vergas vaya a ir esto. O sea, va a regresar a los mínimos del 2008. Sería la posibilidad. Y pues para eso todavía falta bastante. Ahora, de aquí donde estás al punto acá, solamente es un 10% en bajada. Al extremo sería un 28%. Yo creo que aquí estás bastante bien en una buena posición para esta posición si es que te interesa, a quien lo haya hecho. ¿Ok? Vamos a darle para adelante. Mr. Alex, what do we got here? Oklo, right?
So, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what a major dump. I mean, it's funny because we talked about when we were up here, these charts can really just move down aggressively. I'll throw the 5 off, and we'll just focus here on the weekly. You know, you lost the weekly 9, rejected it, moved down to the 21. And what you're noticing now is you're not holding that as support. That was a pretty big level for us when we were watching for maybe a rejection from this point at 143 down. Ideally, that weekly 21 holds. The reason I was gauging the 21 is just simply because of how strong the 9 was holding. You know, if you got any kind of pullback, specifically after a nice weekly shooting star year, you know, I would be gauging that as the reaction spot. Now, you did get some kind of reaction, but you were caught between the 9 and the 21. And well, until last week, you actually lost the 21. Brewing a move down to the EMA 34, which is always my last spot. I'm using higher time frames, gauging the 9, the 21, the 34. If you lose the 34, you often get a major move down to the 100. Now, the EMA 34 on the weekly is lined up pretty nicely with that $84 region. This is a pretty big spot. We saw a lot of chop here before the breakout. I would like to see this region get tested before maybe some upside. The $80 region is pretty important. It would, you know, kind of be wise to be de-risking shorts if you caught any kind of move from here down to this region, just simply based on that monthly 9. You know, really what was helping us in this point was we understand when you start moving up very bullishly, charts don't stop, it's up only, we're so back. We often can use the monthly 9 as a spot to keep us sober in the fact that you can make major moves down no matter how far you are from the monthly 9 and actually test it. I mean, here you were very far from that region. I won't know, you measured properly from this point up. I mean, you're 53% from the monthly 9. You see a dramatic move to the monthly 9, didn't hold. bottomed off the monthly 21. So until you actually lose that monthly 9, you really should be watching this as a bounce zone. Sitting at $80.25. Mind you, that weekly 34 is at $84. So you're getting confluence in that $80 region being a pretty big bounce zone. But that also means that if you're longing this region, just understand that the weekly 21 getting lost isn't supporting that long idea from this point. You know, maybe you were wanting the 21 to hold, move up to the 9, but the issue is you've already tested the 9, so this is flipped into resistance. And now you're potentially just doing the exact same thing here, which is flipping the EMA 21 into resistance before a major move down. So just be very aware of that. Check the 2-week here. And actually, I'll throw the HPDR on. Because you do see the HPDR gives you confluence of maybe a move down to that $84 region from this point, which again can help you just have a perspective of, yeah, possibly this isn't the spot to long. We are close to a region, but until you actually hit at minimum that weekly 34 and also on the bi-weekly the 50%, you're not going to see any actual actionable moves up from this point. It's just in a gray zone. You have 4 days for this bi-weekly. You do see that, you know, on this move down actually is contracting volatility like this, which is important because this was at, you know, extreme volatility for quite a while actually. So this could play into bulls' hands if you can hold that $80 region. What do I mean by that? Well, if you got a major pullback from that monthly 9 to that monthly 9, you know, from like $200, you still could make an argument that if that holds and you start moving up, getting back around $100 in this region of it holding could just start contracting volatility, assuming the $80 region holds. So you don't want, if you're bullish here, is just volatility to contract, leading to just a massive bear market for Oklo. So that is what's potentially brewing here, just a massive top, and you are just going to move down. But, you know, until you actually lose that $80 region, I'm not confident calling for that quite yet. And why wouldn't I be? Let's go to the monthly again. All the monthly has done so far is put in a wick high, you know, of, what was it, 193, so almost $200, so a higher high break. And now all you're doing is potentially coming down for a higher low. This is higher low potential as long as you hold August lows. So this low here, as long as you hold right at $61, anywhere here can be a higher low on the monthly. And that's why I'm not yet confident calling this any kind of bear market. We all know my criteria on that, and it does start with just this monthly 9 getting lost, sitting at $80.26 into next month. Easily could move to 81, and then we'll have to really see if we SR flip this region, what was resistance, flipped into support before a move back to around 140s. Or maybe, yeah, this region gets lost and we'll have to start really considering a $40 to $50 Oklo. Right? This doesn't change here. Pretty nice perspective. This getting lost, you'll move down to like $50. %. What would be at taken out? August low, and that would put the monthly into a downtrend, confirming the bear market. So, right, if you're gathering anything from this Oklo analysis, it's 83 to like $85 needs to absolutely hold for Oklo. Doesn't matter what occurs here. Actually, it does not matter. As long as you get a spring consolidation or a bounce here, this still can be bullish on the monthly. And that's what's important, because this could play into just a bear trap if it does just end up holding. Because is the monthly still in an uptrend? Yeah. Is the weekly looking like it's in a downtrend? Yeah. Giving you maybe a bear trap if you play the monthly. And we'll just use the 34 of that. If you're really trying to position, you could just use the weekly 34. So long as you're under the 21 now, you are going to get a move to the 34. It doesn't need to happen this week, but this is very telling price action. You've just last week lost the 21. You're now rejecting it slightly. into next week will be very telling. If you're above it, you'll have more of a bias hitting that EMA 9 around $112. But as long as you're below it, yeah, your brewing moved to $84. Visually, you can just see it. It's just looking like it wants to hit it. And even more so, last time you lost to 21, it pretty much was easy trading. You stayed under it, and then you went to the 34, lost to 34, went to the 100. So, right, you trailed the 9, lost the 9, went to the 21, went to the 34, went to the 100. So I understand this is sold down, but still there's hopium here, actually. But just understand, really, once you lose the monthly 9, all hopium is done. You are just gauging for maybe that higher low to get taken out in August. And if that does occur, then yeah, this will easily move to $50 and possibly lower, honestly. We can go to the bi-monthly and see. It's like that's a $39 Oklo at the 21. So in summary, really, you're watching for a move down. We're gauging that weekly EMA 34 as the spot. Already have lost the weekly 21, so the setup is there. When you're looking at the daily, it already is telling you $100 is SR flipping, which is important in itself. $100 is a nice psychological number. Really don't want to see that get flipped into resistance. We don't need to assume anything based on numbers. Just use the EMA 100 sitting at $100. As long as you stay under the EMA 100, which was support, now being flipped into resistance, this is not a bullish chart. You're potentially about to break down. And my next target, just based on the weekly and monthly, will be $83 to $85. If this $80 region can hold, that could provide bulls some relief, either consolidation to a bounce. And if you start losing this meme line at $84 flat, I'll consider this a new range, and we'll really have to start looking at $73. But at that point, why wouldn't you just consider the daily SMA 200 to be tested? Which was the last spot that bottomed you on a major move down. So you dumped, went down 65%, bottomed off the daily SMA 200. Was very nice to give you a retest higher low, and then you went to the heavens. So if you went up 200%, over 200% from this spot, then yeah, you absolutely should be watching this region. Because again, technically the daily is saying, yeah, SMA 200 is next, but I put more weight on the weekly. And until this weekly 34 is lost, I'm not going to be talking about a major move past $80. So that's just a nice criteria to use if you're longing. $80, $80 region is the spot. And no guessing work here. Level that's been holding the entire move up should just hold. And that's at $80.22. So just watch this region very carefully. Oklo did get a very easy pullback. It's funny because I think, a few weeks ago we were talking about the pullback here. And it's very easy. It was very easy. So now we're at the spot where, easy trading is stopping. This is a big zone. And most likely you shouldn't be max shorting into an EMA 34 on the weekly. So just be very aware of that. This can definitely bounce into December. And if you're looking for a bounce, use the monthly 9 and weekly 34 to gauge a bounce. You get back above the weekly 9, that's your move up to 143. But just be very aware 143 is major resistance. So nothing will change if you get a move up to there. Only if you reclaim 143.63 is when you can make a new high potentially.
Si, senor, indeed. And now for you. Wait, I had a fucking good one because it was Coinbase. Lucid. A lot of people are asking because it's fucking dropping like a rock, which is great.
It would have been funny if the stock was Indeed.
Yeah. Say it again.
If it was, it would have been funny if the stock was Indeed.
I thought the same thing.
What were you saying, Alex?
I thought the same thing when you were like, Indeed. I was like, okay.
No, Indeed. I'm sorry. It's just my stupidity. I apologize. Okay.
God, Lucid is, not looking too hot.
That's great. Fucking I'm waiting to build my next entry right now. Last one, 1369. Right now at 12 point whatever. I'm waiting to see what that level is. So this is perfect.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad scaling, honestly, considering people were scaling in here at like 40s, 50s, 60s.
they're so fucked.
Damn. It's like, geez.
They're so fucked. That's why everyone right now is freaking out on X about Lucid. It's gonna go to zero, blah blah blah. So that already tells me like this can't be that far from a bottom, which is crazy, by the way, considering that the market should continue to take a huge shit along with Rivian, Tesla, etc. But you know, maybe Lucid's gonna do it first or more dramatically. We'll see. Or maybe it's just gonna fucking go to zero.
Either way.
Maybe that'll be the one where people are finally right. They didn't get it with Tesla. They didn't get it with Rivian. Maybe they got it with Lucid.
But they got it with Lucid. No, can I tell you what the problem is? If I were Apple, if I were Uber, if I were any company that has any money and interest in cars, I'd buy them out. Like I wouldn't even think about it. That's what makes them impossible to go to zero. Like, you know, with Fisker, I knew Fisker was going to go to zero because there's no technology, there's nothing proprietary, there's nothing but a scam. So that was easy, right?
Lucid
but
actually makes cars.
The car in itself, it's pretty good. Like the SUV is amazing. I'll use again my gains from this one to buy a Lucid whenever they pay off. Maybe.
What just doesn't make sense though is the pricing.
Can I tell you why? It's not bad at all. Like go on lucidmotors.com right now and you can get a pure, like, which is a car that goes the Grand Tour or the medium one. You get 430-mile range, 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. And the car is like an S-Class inside and it's $600 a month.
Oh, I see. So they got like specials.
Of course they do. Everyone, including Tesla and Rivian, everyone's got specials right now. The only one that's not cheap right now is the Gravity because it's new. But they're already offering like 2,000 here, 2,000 there off. It's coming. It's coming, baby.
Yeah, because if you're paying cash, it's like twice or 3 times the price of a Plaid.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. But that's a Sapphire though. The Sapphire is only $250,000. And that's because it does 0 to 16 like 1 point. I don't think that's the car worth it. I think Lucid, if you want to buy something, Gravity is amazing. I think it's the best SUV, electric SUV on the market by far. The only thing that it's missing from a Tesla, for example, it's FSD and the sound system. It's pretty fucking amazing. I love driving it. Inside, it's bigger than my wife's Rivian, that Belen's Rivian, which is huge. And it drives like a car, dude. Like, it makes no sense. It's such a good car. So
it looks nice.
And when you drive it, it feels like an old S-Class. It's like all the buttons, the materials, everything is heavy. Like it feels substantial.
It's got the recliner seats in the back and everything.
Dude, it's fucking nice. Like nice. I can't get it out of my head. I'll buy one eventually. But I need to get into my head how to justify having 2 of the same car. Because I don't want to sell my Cybertruck. I love it.
Yeah, just keep both Cybertruck for whenever you want
But that's my problem.
To drive you for yourself.
See, I start like that. You're talking to an addict. I start something and then 17 cars later in the garage, I'm like, oh, what happened? So if I let myself do one, then I'm going to let myself do another and then another. This is a self-control exercise.
It's not as bad as having 11 911s in the garage, so.
but it'll get there quick. All righty. I'll start with this, and then we'll look at Rivian and see where our entries are. Tito, estabas preguntándome de hombro, cabeza, hombro, tío. Estás viendo uno acá en ¿cómo se llama? En Oclo. ¿Qué es un hombro, cabeza, hombro? Es un patrón de velas que une hombro, alto con bajo, cabeza, bajo con alto, hasta el bajo, y hombro, alto y para abajo. Y todo esto, si puedes ver el dibujito, y todo esto está conectado por esta línea meme que es el cuello. ¿no? Porque arriba de tu hombro y de la cabeza tienes lo que yo vería es como, ¿cómo se llaman estos huesos que te rompes en el cuello? Clavícula. Esta es la clavícula. Y luego, ¿cómo mides el hombro, cabeza, hombro? Recuerda que esto está en tu curso, por favor, chécalo una vez más, pero está bien fácil y cualquier pregunta el próximo jueves te la contestamos. Mides de la parte más alta de la vela derechito para abajo a donde llega la línea de tendencia del cuello, donde está la clavícula. Y luego donde lo rompes a la baja es donde tienes que poner el objetivo. El objetivo de este movimiento sería 43. ¿Qué lo confirma? Cerrar por debajo del cuello 3 veces en la diaria. 1, 2, 3, ya lo tienes. Vas para abajo. ¿Ok? Es lo que estás viendo en este momento. Entonces, este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro en la diaria y también puede ocurrir que lo tengas inverso. Si lo tienes inverso, el movimiento sería para arriba. Pero por ahora, mi objetivo está aquí en los $43. Oclo, desde su tope acá, ha caído hasta 51%. Esto sigue siendo nada para Oclo, ¿ok? Quiero darles el ejemplo de antes. ¿Dónde lo usamos? Que fue el de los aranceles en Oclo. Oclo cayó en los aranceles 70%. Todavía no hemos visto nada en Oclo. Yo estoy esperando a que caiga hasta los 54. Ahí es donde creo que va a encontrar fondo. Tienes este patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro, pero los voy a llevar a la trimestral, no, la mensual, porque no hay tantos datos, y aquí es donde vamos a empezar. Voy a quitar el patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿ok? Para que lo tengamos ya, no nos sirve tener tantas líneas. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos acá? Una vela topera gigantesca. Velas toperas a Oclo les gusta, le encanta para poder confirmar e ir a fondos, ¿ok? Nuestro siguiente objetivo ahorita, una vez que nos llevemos los 98.42, que es donde está el promedio del 9, y literalmente nos lo estamos llevando, va a ser nuestro promedio del 9. Digo, del 5 va a ser nuestro promedio del 9, que va a llegar a los $73. Y después, siguiente objetivo, sería el 54. Ahora, recuerden, esto va a tomar tiempo. A mi gusto, este mercado bajista va a ser algo así, 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 por un rato, e ir bajando poco a poco más. Porque esto es lo que destruye silenciosamente a la gente. Por eso la paciencia nos está pagando y nos va a pagar en este mercado mucho más que nunca. Por ahora, Oclo está aguantando los $97 por encima de los 95. Tiene chance de ir a los 109, pero eso serían oportunidades para entrar en corto. ¿Ok? Vamos a continuar acá. Tienes volatilidad en extremos y contrayendo, y lo mismo acá. Ahora, en la de 2 semanas tienes un doji, y acá tienes confirmación del doji que va a ser un movimiento a la baja. Normalmente cuando es una vela de indecisión, que así se llaman los doji, porque es una vela de indecisión, tienes la parte gorda en medio y cabeza alta y patas flacas, ¿no? Brazos y patas flacas, como yo, el perro de French Poodle. Ahora, cuando cierres por debajo de la vela, de la parte más baja, confirma, cerraste esta por debajo, que va a ser bajista. Si esto hubiera cerrado por encima de esto acá, un segundo, de los 194, confirmaría que es a la alza. Pero por ahora es a la baja porque es lo que nos dijo. Continuamos acá, en la de 2 semanas ya estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9, que es lo que nos dice. Normalmente cuando pierdes el promedio del 9 en Oclo, en la de 2 semanas, te lleva a ajustes grandes como el 70% y lo ven acá. Esto quiere decir que perder esto para este fin de semana, esto te va a decir si ya cierras por debajo de los $100, que es como el nivel que estás buscando, esto más o menos te va a dar la preconfirmación de que este va a ser tu nivel verga, los 54, y vas a llegar más rápido de lo que crees. Vamos a ver si se da o no. Semanal, estamos por debajo del promedio del 21 y aquí es donde yo mantendría un buen ojo junto con la de 2 semanas porque va a cerrar esta semana al mismo tiempo que esta. Estando por debajo del promedio del 21, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que cerramos por debajo del promedio del 21? Los aranceles, ¿ok? Fue acá. Y además tomó bastantes velas y del promedio del 21 para abajo cayó 40%. Vamos a tomar un movimiento ahorita por debajo del promedio del 21, digamos 40%, y nos pone $50. $55 más o menos, para que lo tengan en mente. Y ahora, esto es bajista. Lo único que te puede sacar de esta tendencia es romper los $135 al alza. Primero el promedio del 9, los 125, y luego los 135. Porque ya estando acá es lo que te lleva a máximos históricos. Estando por debajo de esta línea meme, no tienes tantos datos, pero puedes ver que esta es una zona muy importante en los 110. De no estar por encima, claramente estás corrigiendo fuertemente. En la última corrección semanal llegamos al promedio del 100, solamente lo tocamos. En la corrección de antes, que no cuenta en mi opinión, que fue donde nosotros tuvimos la oportunidad de entrar acá en los $6, $7, $8, estábamos por debajo de todos los promedios. Esto me da dos sopas para probar. El promedio del 100 viene a esta línea de los 55, lo que coincidiría y también coincidiría con el bajón de los aranceles. Pero si esto se pone coqueto, podríamos venir hasta la zona de los 37. Esta zona donde está ahorita esto, acá. Esa sería máximo de corrección para mí. Zona de máximo interés. Wow. Sería acá, en los 37. Para Oclo. Si llegamos ahí, voy a cargarme de Oclo otra vez. Pero, una vez más, vas para acá en camino, no tienes un corto acá, tu corto aparecería en los 110, es tu primera opción. Tu segunda, yo no usaría el promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas. Yo creo que el promedio del 9 sería el que usaría, porque este lo rompiste solamente una vez, no lo has retesteado en la bajada. Pero esto va a estar bajando junto con el precio. Así que Oclo es más bajista que alcista. La oportunidad es en corto, en largo todavía no tienes nada. Podrías simplemente por donde estás parado en la semanal, debajo del promedio del 21 y debajo de los $100, puedes simplemente continuar cayendo en escalones sin pedos. Así que Oclo no se ve bien. Mr. Who's next? I'm sorry.
It's me.
With
So
Coinbase.
interesting. I see that Michael Saylor and as a strategy, Michael's strategy has announced they bought 835 million of Bitcoin at 102,000 per coin.
Wow, that's amazing. Great job.
Nice top buy again.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but Michael Saylor used to be a joke in the IPO world and all of that shit. Because everyone now like adores him because he's a genius and he bought Bitcoin. But before he used to be like the measurable retard of the group. And now just because he buys a coin, I guess it's like all the people that's out there and they're warriors. You don't understand how hard this cycle of Bitcoin. We've been fighting. I thought you just bought Bitcoin and then you just had it in your wallet, but I guess you're fighting really hard every single day. What a struggle. My God, those guys are gods. They should build temples and pyramids bigger than the ones in Egypt right now for them. All the people that hold Bitcoin. They're so smart and so powerful.
It's a huge struggle to see your portfolio go down a couple of percent and then not sell. It's a huge struggle.
I can't imagine. Thank God I learned. Thank you, boys. I fucking love you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you love you too. All right, so let's start on the monthly on Coinbase, and we are getting a nice little move to the downside. How much are we down from our current all-time highs now? We are now down about 40%. Not bad. We are approaching this meme line that I've had for a long time now. This was the area where we rejected from in our rally in 2024 when Bitcoin topped at about 74,000. It's a very, very significant area of resistance. This is the area we initially broke down from in the bear market in 2022. And right now that meme line lines up beautifully with my 21 EMA at about $256-ish. Yeah, about $256, making this what was once a very significant area of resistance into a very significant area of support right at that 21 EMA, where you ended up bottoming at on every single one of our previous moves to the downside on this current rally from about 2023. Every one of these moves to the 21 EMA was a zone to bid for new highs. But right now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's more likely going to happen is we're going to get a strong bounce off of this 21 EMA. Maybe that bounce takes us to somewhere around $290 to $300. Although I do think that bounce is eventually going to fail, especially if we close below 38.2%. And that's going to give us probabilities of coming down to the bottom 38.2%, which right now kind of sort of lines up with the 55 EMA at just around $190 to $180. And that is going to be the area where I'm guessing it's going to line up with Bitcoin trading somewhere in the 80s. And this is going to be the last line in the sand for bulls to step in and try to make a higher low from this low here and send it to new all-time highs. Because if you can't hold this 55 EMA on a closing basis and this 38.2%, it's likely going to be Jover at that point and probably going to go breaking these lows at 142, probably somewhere around this zone here, just below $100. And at that point, Bitcoin in crypto is probably in bear market, with momentum pointing to the downside and volatility now approaching extreme lows, and your monthly is now losing the buy signal on the jewel, flipping into a neutral. This is the first time that's ever happened. The only other time we had a neutral signal flip into a sell signal. And from that neutral signal to the sell signal, we went down how much? About 48%. So another 8% would be, because we're down 40% now. So if we were to take it 48% from the top, brings us basically exactly to that median. Interesting, at about $228. 2-week is now also flipped to the downside, very close to getting into the bearish control zone, with volatility now expanding from just about 20%. And if we look at momentum, there's no. Oh, there is interest. No, there's no divergence present here. There would have been some hidden bearish divergence, but we didn't quite get there. Now we are also losing the 38.2% on the 38.2% on the 2-week, which is at about $284. This closes in about 4 days. Likely that brings you down to somewhere around the 50%, and this 55 EMA just below my meme line at about $245. Weekly also getting momentum into the bearish control zone, flipping sharply to the downside, although it's getting close to where it does like to bottom out, and with volatility going into an expansion phase, and you have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Right now, the area for a bounce is going to be somewhere around this 100 EMA, which lines up with my meme line a little bit, $5 below, at about $250-ish. High probability you will see a strong bounce from that zone, because this is the zone that we initially retested before going to new all-time highs. But I do think this bounce is eventually going to fail. 5-day also entering into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding, and a fresh sell signal on the 5-day jewel with a loss of your 38.2% now, which is at $285, likely bringing us down towards that same $250 area. Here it is looking quite disgusting, with a perfect rejection of our 5 EMA, and now we're getting expansion to the downside. Our first level of support is at the 200 SMA, which lines up with my meme line at about $250-ish. Daily now trying to pick back up, although it's still below the moving average and still in the bearish control zone, with volatility still in the expansion phase, and the daily is now flashing a fresh sell signal on the jewel, with a retest of your 38.2% and a rejection and a continuation down. Fuck, stop calling me. And now we have attempted reclaiming our 200 SMA, but then we ended up opening below it, and we're getting continuation to the downside with the silver cross on the daily. 4 hour also flipping back to the downside with volatility going into an expansion phase. Let's zoom in. There is no longer any possibility of bullish divergence, because now we are making a lower low on momentum, and this jewel is still giving us a sell signal. We're approaching the 88.3%, right above my meme line at $260, somewhere around there. The 95% is where we likely bounce, somewhere between around 260 to 250. Let's click the RSI. Monthly currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed. Interesting to see that this is confirmed yet, but Bitcoin is not on the RSI, only on the stochastic confirmed.
That's amazing.
Yep. Three perfect drives of bearish divergence within the bullish control zone. And this is the first time ever in Coinbase history we've had this. And this move down here, in our 2022 bear market, this was off of no bearish divergence. We currently have 3 drives confirmed, and this will be active as long as we're closing below $402, which is a good amount above where we are now. Our easy target off that bearish divergence is going to be this 21 EMA, which is right at that $250-ish zone for that first bounce. In terms of the RSI target, that would be your neutral zone, which is at that $180 level that we just looked at before, sitting at about $178 at that 55 EMA. And it's going to take a lot of hopium to end up bouncing from that zone here, because of how close you're going to be to this previous low. At that point, we're probably going to be tapping the bearish control zone, which doesn't tell you what the price is. 2-week has confirmed hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 373. Actually, it's going to be same number, 402. And from there, you're going to be targeting the neutral zone at about 199. First bounce level is at about 240 to 250. Weekly, nothing. 5-day currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 373. First target is at about 240 to 250, and then the next level, oh, interesting, bearish control zone is also at 240. 3-day also has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 356 or 373.25, and your next target on that is going to be about 220 for the EMA. And in terms of bearish control zone, yeah, we're already there, basically 260. 2-day also has bearish divergence. Will be active as long as you're below 373.25. Critical zone is at about 236. Invalidating the bullish divergence. Now we're in the bearish control zone. Target from there would be about $200. 4 hours now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Interesting to see that after a nice move down. This will confirm with any close below $282.50. That will give you a target at about $200 to $210 on confirmation. Momentum. Interesting to see this very, very bigly down as well.
What is bigly down?
Lululemon.
Oh, yeah. Everything is bigly down except like the biggest companies in the indexes. Again, you look at, all of my charts are red right now.
And it's even more expensive in Mexico than it is in America. Who's paying $150 for a pair of joggers?
Well, in Mexico, we love status symbols, dude. Love. There's so many guys with the Cartier watch, like even the cheap ones, and we absolutely love that shit more than you can imagine.
I see. So they're buying the $150 to $200 joggers.
Oh yeah.
On the monthly on Coinbase, we are now getting momentum freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. And we are about to flip down in 11 days as long as we close below $378. We're a good amount below that number now. And if you notice on momentum, we are making a high here and a lower high here, whereas price is making a higher high, giving you bearish divergence on the monthly, which is now also confirmed on the stochastic and it's confirmed on the RSI. On the stochastic, you only have one drive, whereas on the RSI, you've got 3 drives of bearish. Actually, no, you've got 3 drives here too, because you did make an attempt upwards here with the higher high. So no, you got 3 drives on the stochastic also, which is also confirmed. And a rejection of the bullish control zone usually brings you down to the bearish control zone, which the only time previously we were in the bearish control zone was in the bear market in 2022. And that lines up with the short-term bounce at that $250 area, but very likely lower after that. 2-week also flipped to the downside, now losing the bullish control zone with volatility at approaching extreme lows, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $352.30. Weekly also freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $310.54. 5 days also freshly flipped to the downside with rejection of the bearish controls, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 332. 2-day also flipped to the downside with volatility going into an expansion phase, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 295.50. Daily also freshly flipped down with volatility going into expansion, and you'll be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $300. And 4-hour freshly flipped down with the rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $292. So on the high time frames, Coinbase is shifting bearish now with confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence on the stochastic and the RSI. And now you are rejecting the bullish control zone on the RSI. On the stochastic, making it very likely you're going to make your way down to the bearish control zone. And you do have some volatility setups now firing off with momentum to the downside and volatility expanding off of them. giving you your first target on for their bearish divergence at around that monthly 21 EMA, which lines up with one of my meme lines at about $240 to $250. Very high probability that bounce does end up failing. That bounce might take you up to somewhere around $290 to $300, but high probability it does fail based off the high time frame momentum flipping down. And from there, your next zone is somewhere around $180 to $190, which we are going to have to evaluate the bounce in that zone, because if that bounce does fail, then Coinbase is cooked, and we're probably going to be going somewhere around
Sure.
like $100 to $130.
Got it. What's that moving average you got there that's populating just now?
This is the 55.
Got it. At 186. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's obviously next.
Yeah, so that would be my line in the sand for bulls. Is they got to hold this on a closing basis. Otherwise, it's cooked at that point, and probably going to be going closer to $100. And your cryptos are probably in a bear market at that point. Very difficult to say that they're not.
Hang on. Okay, got it. So just to be clear, at that point, our cryptos will be in a bear market. Okay, let's see.
Strong possibility they already are.
Hang on, let's see. Right now, Bitcoin is down only 26.43%. By the way, I predicted the market was going to take a shit last quarter of this year or first quarter of next year. Bitcoin's already 26% down, and people are like, "You're going to be wrong. You'll see." That's pretty impressive, I'd say. No, like,
I mean, I think you're already right.
I mean, I think so too. But then I could be wrong. Let me just measure Solana real quick just to make sure that it's just not my bias on Bitcoin. 1 second. Let me go to this all-time high. Solana's down only 55%. So when you say that our tokens are going to be even worse at that point, what the fuck are we going to do? Is Bitcoin going to be $20?
Oh God!
Dude,
And Saylor and Grant Cardone are going to the same church. They're just buying right at 101K Bitcoin. They couldn't even wait until like 99.8.
Grant Cardone, dude, if you're making the same trades as Grant Cardone, please know that you should never again leave your house without a helmet for your own safety. Okay? And never eat soup without having someone supervise you, because you might drown. That's the type of people that follow Grant Cardone's trading. Excelente, boys. Thank you so much. All right. So we got Alex, you're doing Lucid, and Mr. Farhano, one last one. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, lots of comments here. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Oscar Health.
Oscar
Health. I'll be super quick here because this is an easy one. Estamos viendo Coinbase, por supuesto, damas y caballeros. Muy cagado, ¿no? Estábamos midiendo ahorita el mercado bajista. Porque dice para no mames, esto pierde los $180 y pues vamos a estar en un mercado bajista muy cabrón, y ahí tus monedas van a estar en un mercado bajista. Bitcoin está bajo 26%, Solana está bajo 56% hasta ahorita, ¿no? ¿A qué punto ya consideramos eso? Pero bueno, cada quien, igual y tu mercado bajista tiene que ser 90% abajo, ¿no? Ahí tú pones las reglas. Entonces, por ahora, podemos ver que Coinbase, después de ser altos históricos por acá, está, y también fueron relativamente no tan altos, puedes verlo, ¿no? Si compraste Coinbase en el IPO y por alguna razón le pegaste al máximo en los 4.30, te saliste $10 por encima 4 años después, o sea, una mamada. Pero en fin, no estamos aquí para juzgar el rally o el precio, ni cuánto le mide. Por ahora, Coinbase está bajo 41%. Entonces, aquí es donde tienes que preguntarte, ¿está ya Coinbase en un mercado bajista o no? Y la realidad es que todavía no. Todavía no lo puedes considerar hasta que rompas esta línea en donde estás. Te voy a enseñar por qué. Estamos viéndolo en la de 2 semanas, que es la más rápida de todas, tu máximo histórico. Y una vez que pierdes esta línea, ¿qué ocurre? La vuelves a retomar, ¿no? Rápidamente por acá, pero ¿qué pasa cuando la pierdes? Güey, esta madre se fue a $30. ¿ok? No la puedes romper. Cuando no la puedes romper en los 267, vuelves a caer hasta 146. La rompes, haces un SFP, pero fallas y vuelves a caer, llegaste hasta 143. Una vez que ya la tomaste, máximos históricos. Esta línea, si la llegas a perder, tu mínimo movimiento a la baja van a ser los 211. Y ya estás por debajo de, en la de 2 semanas, que te quede claro. En la temporalidad, por encima de la semanal, estar por debajo de los 266 es muy bajista para Coinbase. Una vez más, en vez de estar con todo este movimiento buscando altos históricos, entras en este rango de aquí abajo. ¿Ok? Y este rango de aquí abajo, tío, vas a tener una invalidación en los 144 y de ahí 111. Y es lo que se va a poner interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque si en los aranceles tocaste el SMA 200, que es la línea morada que ves aquí abajo, tienes un setup de volatilidad en Coinbase pegando en la semanal, ya tal cual acá, vamos a ver de esa expansión, es para abajo, tío. ¿Ok? Todavía la gente que le quede preguntas, ¿no? No sean como David. Ya tocamos zona. Salió como 5 veces este fin de semana. Y recuerden que David es mi alter ego que es retrasado mental. Más retrasado mental que yo, que lo sepan. Yo soy también retrasado mental, pero David es todavía más retrasado mental que yo. Entonces, David, si siguen a gente como David o David, salió cada vez que tocó fondo Bitcoin. Y yo es el fondo, ahora sí nos vamos a $200,000. Y simplemente no llegó y continúa bajando. Vean dónde están parados en todo. Volteen a ver todos sus precios. Vean esto. ¿Esto les suena a alguien que están en un bull run y no sé qué vergas? No, tíos. ¿Y cuánto tiempo ya llevan las cosas cayendo? Una vez más, Oclo está abajo, ¿qué eran? Casi 50%, un pedo así. Esto está abajo 41%. ¿A qué punto ya dices, oye, güey, sí está de la verga lo que está pasando? ¿No? ¿No? ¿Y a qué punto dices, verga, cómo supo el tío Salo que esto iba a ocurrir desde el año pasado? A esa es la que yo no entiendo. Pero pues está ocurriendo, está cayendo todo. Oclo, Coinbase es más fácil que cualquier otra acción, a mi gusto. Es de las más divertidas. Pierdes 226 para abajo y ahora vas a tener un juego por acá muy pendejo que te va a hacer con el promedio del 9. Puedes regresar hasta los 288 a hacer esto y caer. Puedes ver que a esto le encanta también venir hasta los 300 una vez más a rechazar. Pero ya Bitcoin está muy abajo. Entonces, para mí la fuerza máxima que va a llegar a un rebote para la gente que quiera hacer corto como el que ahorita estamos en Tesla, estoy seguro que si están en su corto de Tesla están contentos ahorita, que si esto llega a rebotar a los 288, ahí primer corto, segundo en 300, no me iría más arriba de eso, con la fuerza, con la debilidad que trae esta chingadera. Y de ahí perdiendo los 266. Si eres muy alcista, quieres que los 211 aguanten, tío. Esto es lo último que te queda. ¿Y eso dónde nos pone? Y ahorita les voy a decir el por qué, rápidamente puesto. Esto ya te pone 50% abajo. Ahora, el problema es que las caídas de Coinbase son mucho más y ahorita les voy a enseñar la primera. Si pierdes esto, puedes ver a dónde regresarías, a este rango. Y este rango es el de bajos históricos. Ahora, te vas a llevar todo para abajo. Existe la probabilidad de que esta zona, y pueden ver el por qué, sea donde aguante, en los $120. Esa va a ser a lo que le vas a rogar a Yahvé, ¿no? Para que vean mis referencias bíblicas. Es que ya leo, soy muy lector. Entonces, ¿qué les digo? Si llegamos a caer de este punto, acá es un 72% de ajuste. ¿Cuánto cayó Coinbase en su creación hasta el fondo del mercado bajista? 92%. Y para los que se lo preguntan, si cayera lo mismo, güey, es básicamente por $10. 92% te pone en $34. No va a pasar, en mi opinión. En mi opinión, lo peor que podría pasar son los 69. Esto yo no lo voy a comprar en los 211, no creo que vaya a aguantar. Personalmente empezaría en 180 y en 127. Ahora, técnicamente hablando, ¿va a haber rebotes y todo este desmadre? Claro, tíos, por supuesto. Estás llegando acá, estás llegando a un extremo. Yo me atrevería a decir que esto tiene que tener cierto tipo de rebote al IMA 100, al SMI 200. ¿Voy a jugar esto? No, porque tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída también. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Este nivel, 238. En los 238, 237, deberías de encontrar un buen rebote, algo saludablón, pum, para acá. Ese es el que yo tomaría. No donde estás. Ahorita estás en un no trade zone. Estás entre este rango, el SMI 200, y este de aquí abajo en los 237. Estás justamente perdiendo este nivel y aquí no te quieres adelantar. Si lo pierdes, el retesteo es bajista. Si lo retomas, deberías de rebotar a la alza. Pero por ahora no hay un trade en Coinbase enfrentito de nosotros en corta temporalidad. Tienes cruce plateado para la baja, esta tabla es bajista, perdiendo el SMI 200. Eso fue lo que te llevó literalmente a fondos en los aranceles, y en los aranceles perdiste 50 y 60%. Entonces, solamente para caer relativo a lo de los aranceles de Coinbase, tendrías que caer literalmente a los 180. Tiene cara que va a caer más. Voy a poner mis estimados de compra en esto después. Por ahora esto tiene cara que va a continuar cayendo. Invalidado siempre y cuando regreses al nivel de los 343. Tu primera zona a regresar son los 300, pero eso no te volvería alcista hasta que rompas los 340 en este punto. Porque has hecho bajos, altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Tienes que crear cierta formación alcista antes de empezar a ser bajista, antes de, en verdad, ver el precio darse la vuelta para arriba. All right, Mr. Shiva, what you got? Lucid. Oh, yes.
Lucid. Yeah, wow. Just a very bad chart. Trying to make a joke here about a sleeping chart. It being called lucid, but I can't even force it. It's just a bad chart. We're talking about a new macro low on Lucid, and well, here it is. And so now where are we now? Well, we're in the awful time if you are bullish in price discovery, but for bears. Now we need to be really watching the levels here. All we can do now is you can just, for your own chart, draw a meme line on September 2nd's wick low. Use that as a spot. There's no big moves above $15.32. And if you get above that, just understand that you simply can reject a weekly 9 here and even go to the 21 for a squeeze in quotation marks before rolling over. Because you do see here that the weekly 9 has just been rejecting us for 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. We're on the 6th week now, which is pretty insane. Like from this point, you've just gone down 36% pretty easily. So this is where the HPDR is our friend, and we can just see here you are approaching on the weekly the 100% range, closing in 4 days, and that's at $10.75. I want to keep just going on the higher time frames. So we keep seeing that $10 region come up. Here's the 95% to 97.5% region. We'll keep going. All right. The monthly 88.3 is at $11.39. So you're getting like that $10 to $11 region should be an area of maybe a bounce, because you see here on the monthly, if you lose the 88.3%, oh, big X, you're going to drop to $8.57, assuming this doesn't update before December. And then the quarterly here, I like this perspective a lot, because the quarterly you see you're just testing that 38.2%. But you also have a quarterly median right there. Now, the quarterly median has been holding. I want to just delete this, and you can just see here the quarterly median did provide a bounce in this region in October. We'll keep going and looking at the quarterly median. Rejected here in April. And that was it. So you are still above the quarterly median, but that is sitting right at $9.20, and the top side 38.2% is at $10.76. So that can just tell you that, yeah, I mean, all different time frames from the weekly to all the way to the quarterly are saying that really that $10 region is potentially a bounce zone. But with this quarterly perspective, with the median at 920, this would be the spot you should be looking at, this quarterly median. The only reason I say that is because we already have some data with the quarterly median where it does provide bounces. For example, off the quarterly median, we did bounce about 21%, leading to an open where then we went up after 21%, about 23%. So about 45% bounce from the quarterly median, just measuring here to here. So it's coming all the way back down to that spot is an area of interest I would like to gauge. And if you are, buying this dip, I would be watching that 1070 to $9 region to buy. Because you can see very clearly if you start losing this quarterly median or into next year, this opens above price, then yeah, that'll be a really cause of concern, and potentially your long idea here will diminish. And then that way, then you don't need to be buying the dip here or here or here. You can just be scaling as close to the quarterly median as you possibly can. I mean, even if you bought the dip here, front running the quarterly median, yes, you are eating downside, but still, I mean, you're not that far from your average from this point. 13%. Whereas imagine if you were the person just reading the headlines, buying the dip, and you're down 49%. It's not good. So quarterly median should be the low, 920. I'm watching that should provide some kind of relief. That could mean you get a bounce from $9 to $10 and you go up to 15 before rejecting. Just be aware of that. Like, this chart has no real big hopium of a major bounce until it's back above $23. $23 is a good footing for bulls to maybe expand and then get a trend shift on the weekly. No trend shift as long as you are under October 6th wick high. Meaning any move up to here can just be a lower high, which makes it tricky. Because even if you squeeze up bigly all the way up to here, 78% or so back, it still really wouldn't change much. Like 2 week even shows it better. You can just see that lower high, lower low. So very not a good chart. And it is good that we're getting follow through and downside, because we have been pretty cautious of this making a new low and actually moving down. It really just didn't seem strong. And even if we go to the daily here, right, every move up has just been pretty logical for bears. Like you lost the SMA 200, rallied up, rejected. Okay, interesting. Delete this. Then you lost support, $20, massive resistance now before the big dump. Then you lost $15 and you opened to the downside before dumping. I mean, it's been pretty straightforward for bears. And even if you're longing this, it's just, what's the argument? If you're longing up right here or here, you should have just been gauging very close to this low anyways. So just be very aware. Yes, you are at extremes. You could get a bounce, but for me, until you actually hit that $10 region, I'm not going to be looking for any kind of bounces here. I would really want to see $10 get hit and then a bounce. So until then, that could take a while. You very easily can hit the quarterly median. And then to next year, we'll see where this shifts. If it just shifts dramatically up and it opens, back above price, then yeah, you don't really have a quarterly median play anymore. But until then, you do. And there has been legitimate bounces off that. So no reason to make it complicated. Let's just watch $9.20 to $10.70. Kind of a big range there, but at least that tells you that you still can have a little more downside here, like 16%, like 28%. But then you potentially, hopefully, will see a bounce, hopefully. Because what you don't want is you to lose the quarterly median and you have a target down to like $7, maybe $6. Then that'll really start looking bad. Anyone that bought at 15 is now down basically over 50%. So that's all I really have on this chart. Nothing else I can provide, honestly. Quarterly median seems like the hopium. 6 month 100% here at 950. So maybe 950 to 920 is the spot. I have no idea. But look at this chart. 6 months. So it's just down only, literally down only. Even when stocks are doing marvelous, it's just still going down only. Here, this just formed a 6 month lower high. Pretty disgusting. And then what does the yearly look to just tie this all up? Oh. So then into next year, if you do hit $9, $10, and you do get a bounce, again, just understand that you can get a rally all the way back up to $20. But again, does it change anything? No, it would not. And even if you went down, rallied up in the next year, tested this could just be a massive SR flip. And again, this just plays right into the 2-week idea that we said. If you do get a bounce into this region, you're not back yet. You got to break essentially the beginning of October's high. So just be aware of this all. This can bounce. And if you do catch a long and it bounces from $9, this could bounce like 140%. But then just be very aware that could just be a yearly bearish retest before a major rollover, or at least back to 15. And then you'll see if that holds. So I'd look into this scenario into next year. If it keeps dumping, I don't know. But like at least something like this in the next year. This or this. Both are, actionable. And honestly, this move to $20 would be easier. Because this would take out all the shorts that have had an easy move all year. And I bet you if you do get a bounce from 9 all the way back to 20, we will be so back at that point. But that is why trend will be your friend. So just be very aware of this all. Lucid is a terrible chart. Honestly, hasn't been bullish since you've lost the monthly 9. You've just been engaging these terrible wicks here that are trapping bulls. And now you're getting a major breakdown. Why I say $20 could be retested into next year is because once you get the yearly losing $20, you've already had one spot on the yearly where it did provide you a bounce and hold as support. So you can just visually see on the monthly, if I clean this up, you get a move to $20, it's not bullish. And this would be kind of like the next expectation here. Let's see if we flip for multiple months what was support into resistance before next year you get a major move down. So that's all I have here. And you'll even have confluence of this with the monthly 9 approaching $20 by next year. So yeah, not a good chart. Really not a good chart. And look at volatility. Not a setup, but just the lowest monthly volatility read here. It doesn't really give confidence to bulls when they see that. So that's all I have on Lucid.
Not bad. That's great info, but bad chart.
Bad chart. Bad chart. And Rivian, too. Rivian, you should have just waited for the weekly because they punished those that did not, unfortunately.
That was a good fucking to every. Well, hang on. We had the confirmation of the retard on X that was like, so that was very simple to. Oh shit! I'm not sharing my screen. That was very simple to understand. When this guy gets bullish and says there's no way it's coming down, it comes down. Like we don't even have to do technical analysis. Oh, it's unbelievable. Farin, you want to do yours and then I'll finish it so that you have time and you can finish on 34? All right. Yeah. Let's do it.
We'll start with the monthly on Oscar Health. So we are getting momentum flipping freshly to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility now going into a contraction phase, and the monthly jewel is now starting to lose the curvature, starting to slightly curve to the downside or sideways, and it's very likely this is going to flip neutral on this next open. Right now, we are getting a slight bounce front running the median, which is at about $13. Price is currently below the 21 EMA, but what the area we want to look at, which is more important, is this 38.2%, which is at about $16.86. And if we do close below this area, probabilities are more likely than not that we're going to sweep these lows and we're going to come down to eventually to this bottom 38.2%, which right now is at about $8.95. Very likely, however, though, we are going to get a little bit of a bounce at this 55 EMA first. Not sure how big of a bounce this is going to be, but as long as we are closing below about $16.86, this is just going to be a bounce, and likely it's going to end up leading to that bottom 38.2%. This is going to get everyone thinking they caught a higher low from this low here, and then we're about to run it back turbo and send it to new all-time highs. But very likely, this is just going to lead to continuation to the downside. And what told you beforehand that we were about to get a nice, nasty little dumpski is we put in a nice swing failure pattern over here, taking out all of our, taking out our previous high, testing these highs back here. I think we ever so slightly took out these highs too. This is 23.79. This is 23.44. and this went up to about 23.80. So ever so slightly took out every single one of our previous highs and ended up closing below all of them, giving us a liquidity grab of all of these highs previously. And now the confirmation is going to be the loss of your 38.2%, which will end up bringing you healthily down to just below $9. That is from this high, a 60% move to the downside. Not bad. And that bounce very likely does end up, this area likely does give you a strong bounce, but this is just going to be a bounce as long as you're closing below your 55 EMA. Once you can close back above this 55 EMA, that'll be a liquidity grab on the opposite side, whereas we took the liquidity from the top. This side is going to be taking the bottom side liquidity, and that likely takes us up to new highs. It's going to be very difficult to reclaim this 55 EMA in median after it moved down to the bottom 38.2%, however. At that area, once you start losing this bottom 38.2%, that brings you another leg down to somewhere around like $5. Why is healthcare bearish? On the 2 week, we're getting momentum flipping to the downside, very close. We're not that close, but it's getting below the neutral zone, and now it's approaching the bearish control zone with volatility at extreme lows, and the 2 week jewel is now losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral. We are front running the bottom 38.2% currently, but as long as we close below the median, we are going to get another retest of that area, and at that point, I do think it breaks. Weekly is now getting your bearish retest with momentum flipping to the downside, loss of your 100 EMA, and volatility now expanding, and the weekly is now about to give you a very bearish sell signal with a pink about to cross below the yellow. This likely leads into a retest of your 100 EMA right around $15. High probability this is going to be a bearish retest into about $11. 5-day also has closed below the median, closed below your 100 EMA, with momentum into the bearish control zone and volatility now going into an expansion phase. Let's zoom in. We're now making a lower low on momentum, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence. High probability we get a bearish retest somewhere around $15. Maybe the bearish retest is already in because we closed in about 2.5 hours. Still, maybe if we're still below the 38.2%, if it doesn't move, that still gives us a move up to $15 for bearish retest, and then lower into about $11. 2-day as well also lines up with that, with the momentum very close to flipping back up. Takes us to somewhere around $15. Daily as well, momentum flip back up on the daily, volatility is contracting, the daily jewel is on a neutral signal, and the bottom 38.2% is right around $15. 4-hour also flipped to the upside with volatility now at extreme lows, and the 4-hour jewel has lost the sell signal. The top 38.2% is somewhere around $15.30. Gives you a range between $15.30 and $15.80. Going to the RSI. Looks kind of bearish. Oscar's health needs to be checked. Sorry for this. The Theo joke.
It's pretty good. I'll give you that.
Nothing there. Nothing there. Nope. Zoom in, lower low. There is some possibility of hidden bullish divergence here because you have taken these lows out and still haven't closed below this low. But to confirm that, you have to close over $19.09. That gives you a target of around $23-24 on confirmation. Come on. Please load. Oh, there we go. 3 days got multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 15.27. Next target is the critical zone. This will update. It's currently at $3.25. Nothing there. Nothing there. 4 hours about to put in a third drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $14.05. Gives you a move up to about $15.70. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. A bearish control zone is at about $15.16. Monthly momentum is about to freshly flip to the downside with volatility about to go into an expansion phase. And we got a nice little Bart Simpson formation right here. Filling out this Bart brings us to about that $9, $8 area, which is that bottom 38.2%. Also interesting to see that we have one of these Jesus toast patterns giving us the same target. And momentum will freshly flip down as long as we close below $18.89. And this will be a rejection getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's see, this previous high here, this will also be hidden bearish divergence because we took out this previous high on momentum, whereas price made a lower high. And that will confirm with momentum flipping to the downside, giving us an easy target of that 55 EMA around that $12, $11 area. Likely will go lower though. 2-week also freshly flipping to the downside with volatility approaching extreme lows. 2-week also has hidden bearish divergence, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $19.69. Nice number. Weekly also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1944. 5-day also flipped to the downside as long as you're closing below 2164. Wow, that pivot is very high. 2-day is also flipped to the downside with volatility expanding, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 1423. This is close to flipping back up. Daily is also close to flipping back up, and it will flip up with volatility about to go into a contraction phase as long as you're closing over 1414. And 4 hours already flipped up with volatility contracting, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 1406. So the high time frames are now switching into a more bearish posturing. You are putting in a nice Bart pattern on the monthly with momentum about to freshly flip to the downside, putting in hidden bearish divergence with volatility about to go into a contraction phase. 2-week has already confirmed the hidden bearish divergence with volatility momentum flipping down. Weekly now has also momentum flipping down with volatility expansion. Basically, every single one of your time frames are leaning more bearish now. You are getting a target downwards of that bottom 38.2% after losing the top one, which brings you about $9. But you do have an important area of support between $11 and $12. So right now, what I'm thinking based off low-term momentum flipping back up and putting in bullish divergence is you get a little bit of a move up to tap somewhere around $15.50 to $16. High probability you will reject that area, and then from there you will drop somewhere around 11, 12, get a little bit of a bounce from there as well. Although that bounce also likely fails, and that likely takes you somewhere just below $10 to like $9-ish to high 8s, roughly $9 area. And the invalidation will simply be getting either a daily close over about $19.09 or a tick over $23.80. Either one of those two things, and you're likely going to be going to new all-time highs, putting in some hidden bullish divergence. But right now, I'm thinking little bearish retest and then continuation down.
Not bad. Thank you so much, Senor. Is there anything else you boys want to say before you leave? By the way, Bitcoin's hitting, doing the experiment of the ranges. My ranges right now are between 88, 89 to the lower side, meaning if price hits there right now, I'm going to go long, and 97,000, 97,500 to the upside, which means we hit that, I'll go short. Is there anything else you boys are looking at?
Nope, I agree with the numbers to the downside.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see where we go, but it seems pretty bearish right now, and I like that he's holding this area so that everyone's like, yeah, this is the bottom again. I came out and said this was the bottom 30 times last week, but this is the one. And then they can go fuck themselves to 88, and then we can go in, take their money, and do all the appropriate stuff. That's it's looking good.
I don't know people's obsession with calling tops and bottoms.
Me either, by the way. I used to be a big fan of it at first. I guess it's when you don't really know what's going on that you like to think that. But yeah, I mean, just look at what the fuck is going on altogether, and yeah.
I'm not ashamed of saying I don't know if someone asks if this is the bottom.
Yeah, no, same thing. I just think it's ridiculous they have the balls to say it. But then again, you say this is the bottom, it continues to be up. And also another thing, there's a Bitcoin Magazine Twitter handle that I just muted, and goes, Bitcoin's under 93,000, huddle. Why do you need to huddle while shit is going down, people? The Bitcoin huddle is the biggest stupid thing in the world, and we realized that in 2021. It's 2026 almost, people. Let's not huddle while it goes down. Sell and get the fuck back in. It's not that hard.
Everyone is still on the mindset of Bitcoin going down 80% when it was still trading in the single digits, and then it went up to six figures from there. I think that part is over.
You know what's heartbreaking to them? When I share the chart where I show that Oklo went up 950%, Tesla went up 120%, Nvidia went 160% up since April, and Bitcoin just went up like 62% or 66%. They're so mad. And
then they'll give you the Bitcoin chart from inception, but you're like, bro, but you didn't buy that.
Yeah, no. It's fucking hilarious. Either way, market's pretty fun, honestly. So let's continue to scope. There's a lot of things. Right now in my Tesla short, I got out. Listen, I make $1,500 in like an hour or so. I'm out. In the last week, I've gotten over 20 grand just making quick trades, getting in and out, and with very little money. So I'm going to continue to do that. These trades are fucking phenomenal. The market is giving us volatility. Let's take advantage of it. I think everyone should be looking at Coinbase. Tesla are the easy ones on BTCC, and obviously Solana, Bitcoin, XRP. I don't dare to trade. I've just never won on a leverage trade on XRP. It's so hard.
She's dirty.
Yeah,
I've got PTSD.
Yeah, dude. There's Nvidia. There's Meta. Google, which is now news because Warren Buffett invested in it, which he only invested $4 billion. So people are acting like complete fucking retards. Warren Buffett likes to DCA into positions over a long period of time. So right now he's just buying the first little bit of the dip before it dips further. And I know no one's going to believe it. And I said Google will be the dark horse in this AI race that no one cares about. But it's not right now the time, I think. So just things to keep in mind, people.
Yeah, and Warren Buffett's play will probably pass out or play out after he passes.
Hopefully not. I hope he's close because that's my play. Right now, it's kind of like already working because cash indeed is more valuable than things. You're seeing the stocks come down, but you're seeing discounts on cars. You're seeing discounts on houses. You're seeing discounts on products. So indeed, the dollar is worth more already than before. So it's already on that trend. I just wanted to accelerate. That's it. So I can get the fuck out. So I can be richer and richer and richer and then not know what to do again.
Well, it sounds like a fun time until you're bored.
Until you're bored again. Yes, I know. Well, thank you so much for everything, boys. Much appreciated. That was very good, very easy. And if anything, just let me know and I'll plug you back in here.
Yeah, what a good day, honestly. What a good day. Sailor, we got Cardone, all going to church. It was a good day. Good stream.
You got the smartest guy in the world, the biggest IQ, saying that Bitcoin's going to be in $220,000 by the last of. That sounds like something the lowest IQ in the world would say. That in 45 days, Bitcoin's going to go to $220,000.
That dude's Twitter is so hilarious. He uses that for everything. He uses it to show shit. I have the highest IQ in the world, and I think this.
Dude, he doesn't even speak English properly. He sounds like a fucking retard. How about you have a high IQ and start learning your languages properly, retarded motherfucker? Sorry, he doesn't deserve that. He's just retarded with a high IQ.
Didn't Rain Man have a high IQ?
I'm sure he did.
And he was a retard.
All righty, my boys. Thank you so much for everything. Much appreciated.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Thank you, boys.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego. Voy a empezar con Lucid. Esto, damas y caballeros, para ya cerrar el día de hoy. Déjenme, los llevo a mi gráfico de Lucid. Lucid está en una posición bastante interesante. En este canal bajista, no sé si echarme para atrás o no, quiero empezar aquí. En este canal bajista estamos ya en la media. Ahora, no te estoy diciendo que nunca ha roto la media y te ha apoyado en otros lados, pero la parte baja del canal ya te ponen $2. Esto es imposible. Les voy a dar un poco de matemática para que entiendan este pedo. Lucid en este momento está cotizada en $4,000 millones, ¿ok? Vamos a ponerlo así para que sea rápido, 4 billones. Y esto quiero que lo entiendan, y esto es la base de ¿cómo se dice? Esta es la base de todas mis inversiones, que por eso me gusta invertir en empresas que entiendo. O apostar en cosas locas, pero con poco dinero, ¿no? Que tengan un retorno ridículo con poco dinero. No importa lo que esté pasando. Lucid en este momento está en 4,000 millones de dólares. Ya en sí es un regalo. Una vez más, Apple se gastó 10,000 millones de dólares en solamente R&D para su coche eléctrico que nunca salió. Comprar Lucid, que es una mega marca, toda la gente rica aquí donde su servilleta vive, tiene un puto Lucid. O sea, los chinos más potentes de todos están forrados en Lucid. Si esta chingadera llega a 2,000 millones de dólares, que es la mitad del precio ahorita, a $7, más o menos por acá, es imposible, y lo digo con los huevos en la mano, imposible que esta empresa valga menos de esto. Aquí y ahora, atentos, de aquí a donde estamos hablando es casi un 50%, ¿ok? Esta es una clara tendencia bajista, tienes un nuevo máximo histórico, etcétera. ¿Por qué les digo esto? Para mí, comprar Lucid ahorita, la siguiente entrada van a ser por ahí de los 10.50, ¿ok? Es más, vamos a ponerlo en el HPDR para que lo puedan ver y van a ver por qué. 10.75. Es el 100% en el semanal. 10.75. 2 semanas, ¿dónde está? 9.80, el 100%. 9.7. Mensual en 8. Ya eso es demasiado bajo, pero podría ser. Entonces, para mí, voy a agarrarme un poco más abajo de esto, en la de 2 semanas, perdón, un segundo, y ponerlo acá. 9.77. 9.77. Entonces, por ende, voy a poner mi entrada en 10.20. Y ahora ustedes van a decir, pero güey, si estás diciendo que 9.77, sí, pero no voy a jugar a que de verdad va a llegar a eso. 10.20, última entrada. Ahora, llegamos a 10.20 y rompemos para abajo y llegamos, yo no voy a meter más dinero hasta que lleguemos a $8. Si llegamos a $8, ahí voy a aumentar mi posición con mi contingencia. Por ahora no lo estoy pensando. O sea, si solamente lo estoy diciendo para que lo sepan ustedes. Mi última posición en Lucid va a caer aquí en los 10.20 si es que se llegan a dar. Estamos en 12.78. Y ya de ahí me voy a esperar. No importa lo que pase. El valor de la empresa como tal no puede ser mucho más bajo de lo que va a ser en los $7, básicamente. Por abajo de los 10.20, aquí ya se pone en un territorio bastante atractivo para mí para aumentar mi posición por la oportunidad y tomarla. Pero ya les había dicho, 13.69 había sido mi entrada anterior y ahorita estando en 12.79, 12.80, no está mal también para agregar, si no agregaste en los 13.69, se ve obviamente mejor todavía y pues ahí empezar a rascarle por acá. Lucid no va a ser alcista hasta que no puedes estar por encima de 19.90. Entonces, por ahora está yendo a donde esperamos. Eso es Lucid. Les quiero enseñar Rivian rapidísimo. Rivian, y olvidémonos del HPDR en Rivian, porque Rivian es tal cual, tacto del tío Salo. 2 semanas poniendo una vela mortal, pero ya en la semanal, tíos, es lo que habíamos platicado. En la semanal tienes esta vela con este pompazo hasta acá, ¿y qué pasa? Cierras por debajo del promedio del 100, haces un SFP, no solo del promedio del 100, pero de esto, y si lo quieres contar chingón, de esta zona, estás haciendo otro SFP, y eso te llevó a estos mínimos. Claro que tienes un alto más alto, pero esto es para invalidar movimientos a la baja, para no dejarte entrar en corto, ¿ok? Ahora, Lucid simplemente no puede escapar su destino del peor cuarto que vayan a tener en su historia moderna. No el de toda su historia, pero su historia moderna, porque es donde empezaron en los últimos 2 años, vamos a ponerlo hasta 3. Este va a ser su peor cuarto, porque simplemente no están vendiendo. No están, no están, no están, no están, no están. Y ahí lo tienen. Tesla, les conté del corto ahorita, llegamos a la zona, ya lo vendí en 4.11, estamos en 4.11.90. Y me preguntaron ahorita en el chat, me pregunta Elías, ¿por qué lo vendiste? Son $1,500 que me llevé en menos de una hora. Para mí, a mí me gusta muchísimo meterme en algo y llevarme $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. Cuando me llevo 7, 8, 9, hasta $10,000, me cagué y me quedé dormido, no puse un take profit y pasó. Para que tengan eso en mente. Y así es como a mí me gusta. Así es como yo hago lana. Hay gente que le gusta el swing largo, a mí no. A mí me gusta pum, pum, pum. En la mañana les había contado cuando me desperté, esto fue lo que platicamos el viernes pasado, cerré ese trade. Bien. Después abrí otro porque estábamos en el mismo rango cuando volvimos a bajar a los mínimos y lo volví a vender. Me llevé más de una milanesa. Bien. Luego entré en el de Tesla. Si haces esto así y no estás preocupado por hacer millones de dólares, te va a ir muy bien. ¿Ok? Pero si te lo quedas todo por aguantar, 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 a mí personalmente no me funciona, igual y tú tienes mejor suerte, pero solamente quería compartir la mentalidad detrás de todo esto. ¿Ok? Bitcoin por ahora, antes de regresar a Oscar Health, está pintando nuevos mínimos y si entendemos algo de cómo funciona el mundo en línea, ya salió todo el mundo a decir que este es el mínimo. A ver, a la gente que ha estado poniendo atención el día de hoy, ¿qué estamos esperando? ¿Qué estamos esperando? Aquí hay dos sopas, damas y caballeros, para su trade de Bitcoin. Llegas. Déjeme borro esto. ¿Qué temporalidad dice? Tengo esos dibujos de mierda. ¿Es la diaria? Ok, un segundo. Déjeme borro esto. Wow, qué cantidad de basura. Ok. Bitcoin está en esta tendencia bajista. Ok, te está rechazando la media del canal. ¿Dónde podrías encontrar un rebote en Bitcoin? Simplemente basado en este rango, de acuerdo a la eliminación de un corto o un largo para arriba y para abajo. Primera zona, 89,900. Segunda zona, 97,600. Una vez más, para la gente que no entiende el trading de extremos, yo no voy a entrar en nada en este en medio. Este en medio, esta zona, es de no jugar para mí. ¿Ok? Si el precio hace esto, voy a entrar aquí en long para ir a buscar esto. Si el precio hace esto, voy a hacer un corto para ir a buscar esto. Así de fácil. El error que todos los traders cometemos al principio, cuando empezamos a tradear cuando empezamos a tradear en Bitcoin o cualquier cosa, es en lo que estamos en un rango, queremos tradearlo. No, una vez que el precio llegue al rango y veas que está aquí 2, 3 días, busca corto, largo con 20x. Y ahora se los cuento porque esto no lo van a hacer. No quiero que deje de ser efectivo, pero esto no lo van a hacer. Veo el promedio de esta zona. Abro un corto y abro un largo y veo cuál es mi zona de eliminación. En el corto acá arriba, en el largo acá abajo. Son las dos que voy a jugar, no esto. Esto es para los tontos. Esto es para los buenos rebotes. Y ahora, tienen que entender, hay varias veces que ese trade no te va a salir si es que revientas a la alza así o si revientas a la baja con fuerza. Pero estas zonas te van a dar la mejor oportunidad de jugar. Y lo que tienes que hacer es echarte para atrás y analizar estas zonas en tu tabla para tú poner tus números. Te está dando una idea la liquidación. Tú tienes que ejecutar esa idea con tus números. Estos son los míos y esta tabla la tienen en Discord completamente gratis para que la vayan a checar. ¿Ok? Que no les diga y no les cuenten todos mis fans. Todo es gratis en Discord. Todo es gratis en los en vivos, etcétera. No estén chingando. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a Oscar Health en putiza. OSCR, ahí está. Y vamos a analizar esto. Un segundo, 2 semanas. Esto hubiera sido el reviente a la alza, pero no lo hizo. No salió y no rompió el canal. Se quedó por debajo haciendo un SFP. Y ahora vienes para acá, pero en realidad, la realidad es que vas a caer acá. ¿Por qué? Porque si estás visitando los bajos de abril, ya estás tocando tu promedio del 100. Acá en la media, tu siguiente objetivo tranquilo son los 12.39. De ahí vienes a la parte baja de este canal y la parte baja de este canal, mi estimado, está en 8.58. Y aquí es donde deberías encontrar un rebote. Y ahora eso te pone del máximo histórico en el 2021, además de que estás haciendo altos más bajos y estás, ¿dónde estás ya? 60% abajo. Esto te pone 76% abajo. La última vez, ¿qué fue lo que hizo? Un tranquilo 94% abajo. Verga. No sé qué tan bien le vaya a ir a esto, pero no se ve nada bien. Lo único que tienes que hacer es perder el promedio del 100 en las de 2 semanas, 13.20. Pierde los 13.20, vas a 12.35 y de ahí la parte baja del canal se abre a que la vengas a visitar. Oscar Health no se ve nada bien. Guillermo pregunta dónde compro las empresas de autos para hacer cortos y largos. Esto se los he compartido, pero también soy un huevón por no poner el video. Estamos en este exchange que se llama BTCC. Y acá te vas a meter en futuros, lo puedes ver acá, ¿no? Futuros, perpetuos, la primera de aquí arriba, y le vas a picar en donde dice meme, que no es muy claro, y acá le vas a poner tokenized stocks and commodities, que es la de más abajo acá. Le picas y aquí te va a abrir toda la lista de todas las acciones que existen, que ellos tienen. Google, el oro, el bono de 30 años, Intel, CrowdStrike, Costco, Coinbase, etcétera. Y aquí abajo tienes Tesla. ¿Ok? Este es Tesla. Y aquí puedes hacer tu corto y tu largo. Aquí lo tienes. Así que en BTCC, futuros, me voy a acercar para que lo veas. Futuros perpetuos, la primera, meme, para abajo, tokenized stocks. Le picas ahí, te aparecen Amazon y todas las demás. Aquí las tienes. ¿Ok? Ahí la tienes, mi Guillermo. Ahí tienes el enlace también en Discord de BTCC por cualquier cosa. Les voy a hacer este video pronto y qué bueno que me salí de ahorita de Tesla. Es lo que les digo. Ya una vez que le ganas rico a algo, te da igual, ¿no? Y ya no estoy preocupado ni pensando, ya me llevé $1,000 o $1,500 en esta chingadera en minutos. No me voy a quedar pensando a ver si baja más hoy o mañana o lo que sea. Y lo que voy a hacer es simplemente mantener un ojo en todas mis posiciones claves, en todos los precios claves de todas estas cosas. Por ahora, Oscar Health está cayendo, estás haciendo altos, bajos más bajos, estás haciendo lo que parece ser un doble techo acá en el pecho, y un doble techo en el pecho es un patrón de reversión que te debería llevar a los 8.40 y tantos, mis estimados. ¿Qué más? Ahí lo tienen. Es creo que todo lo que estábamos viendo. Me pongo mi gorra, que ya ahora sí me voy a cortar el pelo. Ya llegó la hora, ¿no? De arreglar mi vida. Un segundo. Ahí estamos. Bla, bla, bla. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Continuamos con todo esto, viendo un poco de las tablas solamente para compartir con ustedes. Se los digo y se los digo y se los digo y no para el dólar. Tienen que quedarse viendo al dólar. El dólar ahorita en la de 2 semanas está por arriba del promedio del S&P 200. Lo habíamos perdido en junio y estando por encima nos va a llevar a los 100. Ya les dije, por encima de los 100.088, esa es tu primera llamada a que esto en verdad ya tocó fondo. Por encima de los 102 ya no te va a dar tiempo de salirte de la bolsa. Los 102 en el Dixie, una vez que estés arriba de 102.100, es que ya la bolsa está bastante castigada a la baja y estás viendo al dólar agarrar fuerza, el VIX va a agarrar fuerza y eso se va a llevar a todo entre las patas. Algo más que valga la pena decir. El VIX, siempre y cuando esté por encima de 21, pongan atención porque esa puede ser, esta es la zona de breakout en realidad. Es importante tenerlo en mente. Bonos, por más que les vendan la idea de que están subiendo y la verga, van a rechazar por acá y continuar a la baja. Todavía tienen los setups de volatilidad. El sistema monetario es lo que nos va a llevar a lo que estamos buscando. La fuerza del dólar, se los he dicho 1000 veces. El dólar, ¿por qué? Tienen que pensar en esto. Esta es la mejor manera de ver la economía el día de hoy. Todo el mundo, y díganme, tienen que pensarlo conmigo, todo el mundo cree que el dólar está perdiendo fuerza alrededor del mundo, que el dólar se va a ir a cero y que lo mejor que existe es el oro porque todos los otros países están comprando oro. ¿Estamos de acuerdo? Todo el mundo sabemos de esa idea, ¿no? Y les voy a decir algo. Es correcta, pero está mal planteada. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que nadie te está diciendo es que lo que está pasando con el oro, cuando los países están comprando oro, se están deshaciendo de sus dólares, ¿ok? Y cuando todos los países fuera de Estados Unidos se están deshaciendo de sus dólares, Estados Unidos está adquiriendo esos dólares. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando el dólar es la cosa que más se tradea en el mundo? Porque el uso del dólar ha estado subiendo mucho más en los últimos 4 años que nunca. Entonces, díganme, si todo el trade mundial necesita más dólares, pero todos los países se están deshaciendo de sus dólares por oro, ¿qué es lo que ocurre con el valor del dólar cuando ellos necesiten estos dólares? El cisne negro que todo el mundo está buscando ha estado enfrente de nosotros con la mentira más grande de toda, que es que el dólar se va a ir a cero y que va a dejar a Estados Unidos que Bitcoin venga y absorba todo su lugar, etcétera. Cuando Bitcoin ni siquiera se usa como una moneda de transacción. Ese es un mito que yo, y entiendo por qué la gente cae. Yo fui el pendejo más grande del mundo pensando, el dólar, el Bitcoin va a tomar ventaja y va a ser la moneda del mundo. No es cierto. No es cierto. Bitcoin es una jugada a fin de cuentas, para poder traer a la mayor cantidad de gente nueva al mercado con la idea de que se van a hacer ricos de la noche a la mañana. Todos los beneficios de lo que hablan de Bitcoin no funcionan para nada. Y ahora esto no es un en contra de, solamente quiero que entiendan la realidad de esto. No, y ahora no tienes por qué creer nada, te estoy diciendo simplemente lo que me he dado cuenta a través del tiempo y yo que sé a fin de cuentas. Pero a lo que voy con esto es, Estados Unidos tiene una máquina que imprime dinero gratis. Y esa máquina que imprime dinero gratis les ha permitido poder fondear sus operaciones militares básicamente con 7 veces, cuando los 7 países más grandes fuera de Estados Unidos juntan todo su presupuesto militar, es lo que nosotros nos gastamos anualmente. Y eso lo podemos hacer porque imprimimos dinero de la nada. ¿Ok? Me estás diciendo que Donald Trump y todos tus políticos favoritos te están diciendo que Bitcoin está ayudando al dólar, que Bitcoin está ayudando a Estados Unidos, que vamos a cambiar todo por criptos. Sí, por criptodólares. Y es lo que nadie te está diciendo. Están usando cosas para que suene como si fuera alcista en otras cosas, pero están hablando del dólar. ¿Me entiendes? ¿Por qué dejarías, si eres Estados Unidos, la habilidad de poder imprimir la cantidad de dinero que quieres? Por ir a algo que no. Y esto es algo que tienen que entender. En 1980, fue en los 70s, pero hasta los 80s, cuando el dólar se desprende del oro, lo hace porque no puede crecer la economía tan rápido cuando tenemos que sacar más oro de minas. Lo que tenemos que hacer es expandir la cantidad de dinero lo más rápido posible. Por eso se deslindó el oro del dinero, para que pudieras crecer la masa monetaria al ritmo que quieres crecer la economía. China, que devalúa su propia moneda todo el tiempo, y la continúa devaluando y tiene sus bonos en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, donde pagan lo menos posible. China entró en una crisis, porque es China, en una crisis deflacionaria en el 2022. Nosotros estamos entrando a ella, donde todo continuaba cayendo y nadie sabía por qué. Estamos entrando en lo mismo, ¿ok? Pero el punto de esto es que quiero que entiendan, China, Rusia y todos ellos no van a ser una moneda respaldada por el oro, porque no podrían crecer. Va en contra de los principios de China mismo decir que quieren una cantidad de dinero fijo que no baje de precio. Va en contra literalmente de lo que están haciendo. Pero nadie se ha tomado el tiempo de decirles a ustedes esto, porque están siguiendo una narrativa y no piensan. Esto es literalmente historia, lo que ha ocurrido y lo que está pasando en este momento. Nadie está intentando adivinar el futuro. Entonces, una vez más, si lo que más se está intercambiando de manos en el mundo es el dólar y lo que menos ahora tiene todo el mundo en sus manos son dólares, ¿cuánto crees que va a valer el dólar pronto? Y esto es lo que todo el mundo sigue ignorando una y otra vez. ¿Y qué pasa cuando tienes un dólar valioso? Dólar explota al alza y todo lo demás baja. Díganme un momento en donde ocurrió esto. El 2022 fue el previo con las monedas estables. Fue el previo. Esto fue lo que ocurrió en ese entonces, donde el dólar, me les comparto mi pantalla en putiza. Entiendan esto, ¿no? Entendamos esto juntos. 2022, esto fueron las monedas estables, papis. El dólar subió 28%. De literalmente el 2021 hasta el 2022. Ahorita está subiendo de un punto más alto, bajos más altos, tíos. Y esto va a ocurrir. Y el dólar no se va a frenar en 1.14. El dólar se va a frenar por acá. Este es tu cisne negro. A ver, güey, se había puesto esto. Es todo. Todo el mundo está buscando que las hipotecas y que todo esto baje y la chingada. Tu cisne negro se llama el dólar. Un dólar fortísimo destruye todas las economías de todo el mundo, de todo el mundo. Y es justamente a donde vamos, a donde estamos caminando. Y una vez pregúntate, ¿toda la gente que conoces es millonaria? ¿Toda la gente que conoces es más lista que la gente más lista que ves en la tele? ¿Toda la gente que conoces definitivamente está mejor educada que la gente más lista, que los políticos y que todos ellos? No, no. La mayor cantidad de la gente dice lo mismo. El dólar va a caer. El dólar se está yendo a la verga. No entienden análisis técnico y no entienden fundamentos sencillos de economía. China no quiere una moneda que se fortalezca, que vaya amarrada al oro y que no se devalúe. Si para empezar piensas eso, te han mentido, tío, porque China devalúa su moneda todos los meses, ellos mismos. No flota libremente, ellos dictan el precio de intercambio. ¿Ok? Y si quieres hacer eso, no puedes amarrarla a algo fijo. Entonces, esa teoría es estúpida, es completamente ilógica. Lo que está pasando es, Estados Unidos tiene un problema que ellos mismos crearon, que se llama deuda. Y Estados Unidos lo que quiere es comprar su propia deuda a través de sus compañías. Y esto ya lo pasaron por ley y se llama el Genius Act, que eso sí fue genio. Lo que no es genio es la gente que no lo comprende. La Reserva Federal ya no tiene que expandir su balanza y crear dinero. Los que van a crear dinero van a ser las empresas que tienen la habilidad de hacerlo a través del Genius Act. Ahí es donde vas a ver todo lo que viste en el 2020 repetirse. Cuando veas que Google, que Meta, que Tesla, que Roblox, que todas estas empresas te quieran sugerir y tu banco favorito te sugiera que pagues en dólares digitales, ahí es donde empieza el 2020 otra vez en tu cabeza con la inflación y todo subiendo. Hasta entonces, lo que tienes es una codicia por dólares que está ocurriendo en la parte de atrás de todo el mundo porque nadie lo está viendo, donde Estados Unidos le ha dicho a todas sus empresas y a sus bancos, ustedes pueden emitir todo el dinero que quieran, lo único que tienen que hacer para emitirlo es adelantar la lana de comprar deuda americana. Y ya sus propios usuarios la compran. Es como funciona para ustedes. Y ustedes se quedan con el retorno gratis. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Si hay una pelea por estos bonos, y estoy seguro, estás escuchando, empezando a escuchar, el bono americano empieza a tener mejores resultados este año que Bitcoin. Lo estás empezando a escuchar. ¿Qué significa esto? Estas empresas necesitan bonos del tesoro. Necesitan dólares. Los bonos del tesoro son dólares. ¿Ok? ¿Y qué es lo que ocurre cuando hay una alta demanda de dólares? El precio del dólar se incrementa. El precio de todo lo demás baja. Pero más importante de todo, ante una bajada de tipos, que esto ocurrió en el 2008, nada más nos enseñaron de economía hace 3 años, 2 años y no sabemos nada todavía porque nos están enseñando todas estas mentiras. Nos enseñan de economía hace poco, pero no vemos lo que pasó en el 2008 y es idéntico ahorita. Lo que ocurre es, todos estos bancos y empresas tienen un chingo de dinero ahorita. Y lo que van a hacer es, güey, en vez de prestar dinero o de lo que sea, lo que yo voy a hacer es, voy a gastar mi dinero en comprar estos bonos para que yo pueda crear mi dinero propio. Y al hacer eso, en vez de darle un préstamo a fulanito para que compre una casa, yo me voy a quedar con ese dinero. Y solamente le voy a prestar a la gente mejor calificada en todo el planeta. A quien lo que han visto de las hipotecas, por más que el precio baje, no me importa. A menos de que tengas crédito perfecto, que tengas un chingo de dinero ahorrado, que tengas un gran salario, no te van a dar dinero para que puedas endeudarte y comprar un coche o una casa. Eso es un credit crunch. Eso es lo que pasó en el 2008. Y esto es lo que está a punto de ocurrir en Estados Unidos. Y es por eso que estamos viendo todo yéndose a la mierda, ya bajo 30, 40, 50, 60%, y toda la gente, porque ve los índices a tope, creen que la bolsa no ha bajado. Pero todo, 70% de todas las acciones están 30, 40, 50, 60% abajo. Ya lo único que falta es el último 30, que son a la que la gente le pone atención, ni siquiera son tantas, en realidad son menos. Y esas las están tirando poco a poco. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando te des cuenta y quieras deshacerte de tu SP500, de tu Nasdaq, de tu Dow Jones, del Russell 2000 o de tus acciones ya, voltees a ver Tesla, voltees a ver, todo va a estar tan abajo que vas a perder un chingo. Eso es lo que está ocurriendo. Y ahora, una vez más, igual y estoy completamente equivocado y me cagué y les dije que esto iba a ocurrir hace un año ahorita y simplemente le estoy atinando de casualidad. Puede ser. Pero esto es como yo veo las cosas. Solamente quiero compartir mis tesis y sobre todo porque siento que personalmente, esto es lo que yo siento dentro de mí, que si he aprendido todas estas cosas y me estoy inflando simplemente sentado en mi casa haciendo nada, lo mínimo que puedo hacer como para agradecer es ponérselos enfrente. Es lo mínimo que puedo hacer. Y es todo. De este lugar es donde viene esto. No tienes que hacerme caso para nada. Simplemente te estoy contando cómo la veo, qué es lo que estoy aplicando en mi vida y por qué, para que puedas entenderlo y aprender. No me interesa simplemente que me copien esto y el otro. Lo que quiero es que aprendan a digerir todas estas cosas así para que ustedes puedan hacerlo solos. Porque el día que yo me aburra de esto, ¿cómo más vas a seguir haciéndolo? Y esa es la idea. Ahora, estoy seguro, hay muchísimos creadores de contenido que te han dicho todo el fondo de esto, puedes seguirlos también. Pero siento que esta es la forma que más lana hace y no lo siento, lo veo en mi cuenta de banco y por ende es lo que quiero ver de ustedes. Y eso es todo. Me voy a ir a chingar a mi madre, me voy a fumar una juca deliciosa. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Feliz lunes, a iniciar la semana con todo. Vamos a ver cómo nos da. Y estén pendientes estos trades de Bitcoin. Una vez más, en extremos. Sean pacientes. La paciencia paga, cabrones. Paga y paga chingón. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarme. Un saludo a toda la gente aquí en el Lead Trading Academy también que vienen formados lunes, miércoles y viernes a todos nuestros en vivos. Esta semana, este jueves no hay clase, próximo jueves hay clase. Pórtense bien y si no me invitan, cabrones, nos vemos.